difficult ones.
Okay. We wouldn't want that now.
And one of my favorite sessions coming up, because I actually did a video on it, so I want to learn from this speaker, is on Copilot at Workspace. He's going to give a deep dive into how at Workspace works when you're actually using Copilot.
Absolutely. And outside of all the great sessions that we have a couple of additional resources that we want to share. Right, Reynald?
Yeah. So yesterday we had Sunny Sangha, also known as Papa React, complete a clone of LinkedIn. So he literally spent a 4.5-hour stream, like rebuilding LinkedIn. A clone of it, obviously not the full thing, but it's been doing really well. So you guys, please go ahead and check that out.
Yeah, we also have the Cloud Skills Challenge for those who want to get hands-on with a bunch of technologies related to VS Code. And the cool thing about this challenge is there's a limited amount of time, so make sure to get on that right away. And you can earn a badge at the end, only if you complete it within the limit there. And you can share that on LinkedIn, put it on your resume, all those good things. And we'll make sure that once this live stream is done, we'll update the description with all these resources that we are sharing with you as well. Before we kick things off, Reynald, I know you had something you wanted to share with us.
Yeah, you know what I'm really excited about?
Tell me.
Using some Segways that I purchased.
Like the scooter things?
No, literal segues, like transitions from one topic to another.
Okay.
There's some people that specialize in that, so I hired a Segue consultant to give us like some of the best segues that we could use for our speakers. You want to see some?
Yeah, please. All right, awesome. I've not seen these before. You want to tell me about that first one? That top one?
Yeah, go ahead, read it.
Let's get this party started.
Yeah, that one's 90s inspired. So you can use that one. That's gonna be a hit right there.
So you're telling me you paid money for these?
Yeah, I mean I could do it myself, but I don't want to do a hack Segue job for our guests, you know?
Well, you know what? We should try one of these right now because it is time for our keynote, and we have the honor of having Burke Holland with us. Burke is a cloud advocate here at Microsoft, lover of all things JavaScript, self-proclaimed biggest fan of VS Code, and of course has the honor of being our keynote speaker today. So Burke, let's try one of these on you. Ready to turn up the heat. Burke, take it over.
That was an amazing segue and intro. Incredible. Hey, everybody. It's great to be with you this morning. As Gwen and Reynald said, my name is Burke, and I work here with the VS Code team. And if I've not met you before via YouTube or TikTok, it's great to meet you today. We are so glad that you're here. And what we're going to do for the next 45 minutes or so is go behind the scenes and give you some of the untold stories behind some of the biggest features that you may know or may not know about in Visual Studio Code. But before we do that, I want to ask you to, if you will, cast your mind back. The year is 1968. And this gentleman, whose name is Spencer Silver, in this very 1960s kitchen here, is working at a company called 3M. And he's working on a project. And the project that he's working on is developing an adhesive that's strong enough to be used in aircraft construction. Okay, so it has to be really, really strong. And what he develops is something that's called acrylic copolymer microspheres. And what this really is just thousands and thousands of these tiny acrylic spheres which form an adhesive surface. The problem with this invention of his is that it isn't very strong. In fact, it isn't strong enough for aircraft construction, but it isn't strong enough for anything. Literally can't be used for anything. And so that project actually fails in that regard. Fast forward about 6 years, and this gentleman, this is Arthur Fry, he's also working at 3M, and he attends a lunch and learn or a seminar where none other than Spencer Silver is talking about acrylic copolymer microspheres. 6 years later, he's still talking about it. And Spencer Silver is sitting there thinking about these acrylic copolymer microspheres, which are kind of sticky, but not really. And he thinks that his bookmark is always falling out of his hymnal in church when he's singing. And maybe he could use this to keep the bookmark stuck to the page, and that when he pulled it off, that it wouldn't damage the page. And so he goes back to the lab and he actually builds this. He makes this bookmark and makes sure that it doesn't leave a residue on the page as well. And you probably have used Arthur's bookmarks because together Spencer Silver and Arthur Fry created the Post-it note. Every feature of every product that we use has a story like this behind it. There's some chance order of events and people and places and things that deliver us the things that we know and use every single day. So today, what I want to do is take you behind the scenes with Visual Studio Code and give you the Post-it note stories from some of the biggest features from the past year. Now, when I was preparing for this keynote, I really struggled with what should we cover in this keynote, which features. VS Code releases 11 times per year, every month, pretty much with a gap in December. Now, each of these releases has new features that have been carefully thought through, every single one, to make you more productive and to make it easier for you to build things and be delighted by what you build. We're very, very careful about that, and we take that very seriously. So even the smallest features have a lot of thought behind them. Everything has been carefully considered and has an interesting origin story, even if you've never heard of it or it shows up in a footnote in the release notes. So I went back to last year and I looked at all of last year plus up to where we are now. So this is just last year. These are the release highlights from last year. Did I get it? We're having technical difficulties. We just removed something. I can't multitask, y'all. I'm doing the best I can here. So if each of these releases is a newspaper here, that what you see, these are just sort of like the headlines on the front page, right? There's an entire newspaper behind each one of these releases. And in fact, there's so much in each release that one of the biggest challenges that we have here on the team is making sure that you know about it. And that's a big part of what myself and Gwen and Reynald do here on this team, is create the content to help you know that the features are there. And so we're familiar with a lot of these features, but even we don't know the stories behind them. We're kind of like you. We see them when they come out in release notes. And because features show up as these release notes here, they look kind of clinical, right? So this is how they show up in your editor. You may see them on the web. You may have never seen them, be like, I don't know what a release note is. That's totally fine. It's not the most exciting read, okay? We try and make these as concise as possible. We use videos and GIFs, and we take the features and we try to describe them in 1 or 2 sentences in a video. And then what happens then is that each feature, no matter how long it's been worked on, kind of gets boiled down to basically like an H2, a paragraph, and a GIF at the most. All of the other context is left out. By the way, the theme that I'll be using throughout this presentation is Cobalt 2 from our friend Wes Boss. Shout out to Wes. Beautiful theme. Y'all should check that out. And since we realize that not everyone reads the release notes, we accept that this is the truth. We also post these short videos every month on both TikTok and YouTube, where we take the highlights from the highlights. This is stuff we feel like is essential for you to know, and we post these in 60-second or less videos. And this is the best way to stay up to date with pretty much everything that's going on in Visual Studio Code. So what you can do is just follow on YouTube or TikTok or subscribe, and you can just kind of set it and forget it, and you'll always know. You don't have to wonder, you will always know. And this is true for keeping up with what's new in AI for VS Code as well. So in this context, we're actually boiling things down even further, right? The attention economy is brutal, y'all, let me tell you. And so one of the other things that we do is we hold these things called release parties once a month. And in these release parties, we highlight a couple of these features and we sort of dive deep into them and bring on the engineers who've worked on these features. And when these engineers come on the stream, this is their sweat and sometimes tears of months of work that they've poured into something, right? As developers, you know what this feels like to work really, really hard on something. All developers are creators, all of us are. So given how hard it is for me to tell you about all of the features that there are every month, it's incredibly hard. I picked 3. that I thought were big milestones for VS Code from the past year. But there's so many other features we could have covered here. Each one deserves their own keynote. We have to scope it to something, so this is what they are. So what we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about some of the bigger milestones and features from the last year-ish, starting with the three-way merge editor, which had an interesting reception. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about floating editors or windows, which is the most requested VS Code feature of all time. Nothing else even really comes close. And then lastly, we're going to talk about the elephant in the room, and that is AI and GitHub Copilot. And I'm going to take you behind the scenes and give you a raw look at what that actually looks like in Visual Studio Code. So just over a year ago, we introduced a new merge editor experience in Visual Studio Code, and it's called a three-way merge. Now, if you've never heard of a three-way merge, then you're not alone. Neither had I until we actually released it. So what is it? This right here is the merge editor that you might be familiar with. It's what you see when you have a git merge conflict, which, let's face it, merge conflicts are one of the worst things about being a developer, right? It's just true. None of us like them. Nobody ever had a merge conflict. It was like, amazing. This is awesome. I love these, right? Because Git comes into your file and it drops text everywhere, these markers around your merge conflicts, then it just bails and you got a mess to clean up. And so VS Code gives you this merge editor experience to help you with the cleanup process here. So what's wrong with this? Well, there's nothing wrong with it if your merge conflict is a demo with a console log and 2 fake parameters, right? But the real world is very complex, and a lot of times merges are very complex. And the reality is that this is not a merge editor at all. All this is some UI sugar, if you will, on top of the lines that that Git puts in your file when you have a merge conflict. But for dealing with complex merges, this experience here is just plainly put, completely inadequate. For something more complex merges, you need more than this, and what you need is something called a three-way merge editor. So what is that? A three-way merge editor looks like this. In fact, this is the one that you'll find today in Visual Studio Code. Now, it's called a three-way merge because instead of just seeing the incoming and current changes right here, as we do, right, incoming and current, what we're seeing is the incoming, which are the changes that you're in conflict with on the left, your changes, which are on the right, and that column in the middle is what the branch looked like at the time that you forked it. It's kind of a trip. You're looking back in time because that's why the conflict occurs in the first place. It's not that your changes conflict with the other person's changes. It's that you're both trying to modify the same piece of history. And so what we see here is all three of these views, and that's why it's called a three-way merge editor. Now, down here at the bottom, what you're seeing is a result view, which allows you to build up the merge as you go, so that it's kind of a preview. You know what it looks like before you actually commit back. Now, this looks more complex at first, right? If we're comparing sort of this merge editor experience to this merge editor experience, admittedly, this is more complex. But the reason for this is that most of us have never seen anything else besides the previous experience. And for a lot of us, we're unaware that this middle view even exists, right? We're just used to dealing with incoming and current. And so what happens then is because we don't know about that, we just sort of accept that merge conflicts are a nightmare, and that's just what it's like to be a developer. But it doesn't have to be that way. That's the thing. If you have a proper merge editor experience, it doesn't have to be that way. It can be a lot less painful. And as it turns out, as we were building this merge editor experience, we realized that we could actually take this a step further. So check this out. When you have a merge conflict, Git doesn't actually try and merge your changes. Or maybe it's better if we say it doesn't try very hard. Okay? Basically what it does is it sees that there's a conflict, and then it just drops that garbage for lack of a better word, in your file to show you that there's a conflict there, right? But it doesn't try to merge your changes. And this is something that is very often doable. So we've added this button in the merge editor here, the three-way merge editor. It says accept combination. And what this does is it takes an algorithm that we've developed here on the team to combine your changes with the incoming changes. And this is almost always what I say almost always, very often this is what you want. You don't want your changes or the other changes, you want some combination of the two. And we can actually resolve a lot of this for you with just the click of a button. And this algorithm is so useful that we actually did an entire live stream on this, where we got with the engineer who worked on this feature, this is Henning, and dove into the algorithm. So if you're a person who likes algorithms and you want to dive in complete with visualizations and learn how this algorithm actually works, this diff algorithm, I highly recommend going back and watching this live stream. It's a great watch. It's very technical, very in-depth. And so between the three-way merge editor and the new algorithm that we developed that can resolve a lot of these conflicts for you, it's just a far better experience for developers, right? Merge conflicts are not value-added time for you. You've already got the code working. You just need to get it back into source control. We just want to help you get it back there as quickly as possible. All of that time in between is just not value-add for you as a developer. So we shipped this as the new default merge editor experience. And this had been in the works for so long. We were so happy to be able to offer this, right? And to be able to resolve so many of these merge conflicts for you. And so the PM who had worked for so many months on this feature, a PM is a product manager here at Microsoft, took some much needed vacation and went on a rafting trip in Serbia. Okay, so completely disconnected from the internet and from technology, out in nature, on the rapids, enjoying some much needed time off, being refreshed. And as he's sitting around with his fellow trip companions, the guides, the other rafters in a remote part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, after a long day on the rapids, and they're getting to know each other and asking each other questions. And when it comes to him, and they ask him, what do you do? And he says, well, I work at Microsoft on it's a code editor. It's called Visual Studio Code. And two of his fellow companions, this is a true story, two of the fellow rafters out in the middle of nowhere said, oh yeah, Visual Studio Code. By the way, you just shipped a new merge editor experience and it's confusing. Could you please switch it back, right? So even out in the wilderness when you're trying to get away from work, sometimes you just can't. But it wasn't just these two fellows out on the rapids. It was other folks were also, we were getting the feedback, can you please change it back? Can you please change it back? So what happened here, right? We built this much nicer merge experience. We even can resolve merge conflicts for you, but people wanted it to be changed back. So as it turns out, the three-way merge editor is very powerful, but it's just too jarring for a lot of people. This view here is all that a lot of people have ever known. They've never seen anything else, and when you change that, it can be quite disorienting. Also, if you're on a very small screen, that three-way merge editor is just really, really busy. And this is an ongoing battle for us with Visual Studio Code, right? It needs to be flexible enough to accommodate very complex workflows, but it needs to be simple enough that if you're a student or you're picking up coding for the first time, that you don't open the editor and just be immediately overwhelmed with the interface. But experienced devs and power users need to know that these features exist and aren't hidden behind some obscure menu or setting. It also needs to take advantage of all the real estate on your screen. Maybe you have one of those giant 42-inch monitors. Maybe you have 3 of them, right? And it also needs to work on a 13-inch laptop screen because a lot of folks are just using that. And it turns out that for Visual Studio Code, it's almost always better for us to start with the simplest experience possible and then let you opt into a more powerful one. So we swapped back to the editor experience that was previous, that you'll know today. You'll see this by default. But if you have a merge conflict and you haven't tried the three-way merge editor, I'd like to encourage you to click that Resolve in Merge Editor button and see how much better the experience can be. We don't want you to suffer out there with the merge conflicts unnecessarily. So give that a try, and then you can set this as the default in settings if you decide that you like it better. But not all features in Visual Studio Code are complex like this, right? Not all of them require us to develop a new UI and a custom algorithm, right? Some look complex, but in reality, they're actually quite simple. Floating windows is the #1 most requested feature of all time in Visual Studio Code. What is a floating window? A floating window is the ability to pull a tab out of VS Code and have it in a separate window, but still attached to the project that you have open. And if you've used other editors like Visual Studio, they've had this feature for a long time. Email programs have had this feature for a long time. So you're probably familiar with this behavior. If you have multiple monitors, this is especially useful and necessary, right, as you want to take different files and put them in different places. Okay. The first issue that I can find on this goes all the way back to August 4th of 2016. Just as a reminder, VS Code was released in 2015. This is shortly after that. And it is the most requested feature of all time, right? Nothing else is really even in earshot here. And in fact, it was so popular that at some point we actually had to lock this issue. Now, we do that from time to time, not because we're trying to lock you out of the issue, but if we feel like it's been sufficiently discussed, then we'll lock it to stop it from becoming exceptionally noisy, and so that people who are on the thread don't get bombarded with, I also need this kind of comments, which, I do myself. But when we lock it, you can still react there, as you can see at the top, and so we can gauge the ongoing popularity, and this thing was just always super popular. People were always asking for this. We released this. This is in VS Code today. So right now, if you have VS Code open, if you didn't know you can do this, grab a tab, drag it out of the editor, drop it, and you'll have a new window. Okay? November of 2023, which is just slightly more than 7 years to the date from the original issue. And so the question then is, well, why? Why 7 years if it was so popular from so early on? Was it just not a priority? What happened here? Multiple windows in an application is an inherently complex affair. When you have multiple windows, you're really talking about multiple processes that are trying to edit the same context, in this case, the same editor buffer. And whenever you're dealing with multiple processes in programming, it is messy, messy business. If you've done this before, then you're aware of how bad this can be. It can be done, right? And you might be thinking, but I've seen this before, right? You already said Visual Studio has it, my email program does it. What is the deal? Why is this so hard? Applications with multiple windows have been around for a very long time. This is true. And that's because the operating system handles this multi-process quagmire, if you will, for you when you're using a native application. But VS Code, if you didn't know, does not run as a native application per se. It runs in something called Electron. Electron is a shell around what's essentially a Chrome browser inside. So if you didn't know, Visual Studio Code is essentially HTML, CSS, and TypeScript running as a native app inside of this Electron shell. In fact, you can open the browser developer tools on Visual Studio Code. Try this right now. You can go to your command palette, look for developer tools, and you can literally open the developer tools on Visual Studio Code and inspect it like you would a web page. And to add even more complexity to this equation, there's also vscode.dev. So again, if you weren't aware, VS Code will run in the browser. You can open up any browser tab right now, type in vscode.dev, and you'll see VS Code loaded in your browser. And this is not some web version of VS Code. It is VS Code running in your browser. Now, you won't have access to your terminal because you're in a browser, But the point is that we're not giving you some trimmed down experience. This is Visual Studio Code. If you happen to see Eric Gamma's keynote from 3 years ago, he mentioned that the ethos of VS Code has always been a browser-based editor that feels native. And that's what you're using when you use it on the desktop. So whatever we do has to work on the web as well as on the desktop. So really, we only have access to what APIs are supported by Electron. Electron supports a lot of APIs, but not all Chrome APIs. And on top of that, we had experience building these multi-process products. So LiveShare is a great example, right? We had experience building LiveShare, and we had touched that stove, and it was very, very hot. So we were not super excited to touch it again for floating windows. And also, we felt like users had become really comfortable with VS Code's single window model. These are called editor groups. You might have seen this before, right? You can drag tabs out and arrange them in a variety of different layouts and grids. And they're very flexible, right? If you double click on a tab, the other windows will move to the side here to give you more focus. And we just recently added the ability to maximize one of these, right? And then if you repeat that action, it just completely restores your layout. So these are called editor groups. They're very, very powerful. And actually, you know, VS Code is a very flexible editor, and we've worked to make other things available as editors as well. So you can take, for instance, like a terminal, and you can move it into the editor. Or you could take a GitHub Copilot session, and you can move that into the editor space there, right? So we got a lot of options here. We've worked really hard to make VS Code flexible, and in fact, you can pretty much drag anything around in VS Code and configure it how you like. So you could try this. Like take the terminal and drag it to the sidebar, right? Or take the file explorer and drag it to the bottom panel. You can do this. And we put a lot of work into this flexibility instead of building, you know, this complex and cumbersome solution for multiple windows. But we never forgot about the floating window request, right? We knew that there had to be an elegant solution for this that would work both on the web and on the desktop, right? We never stopped thinking about this. We were thinking about it all the time. We knew a simpler solution was out there. We just didn't know how simple it would be. So about 2 years ago, we noticed that there were in fact other Electron apps that had support for multiple windows. Most notably, Slack and Teams. Now, we already knew that it was possible to open a new window with Electron, and Slack and Teams aren't necessarily code editors. You'll see here, like as I type in one window, it does show up in the other window, but not instantaneously. Or in other words, we don't know if they're editing the same process or if they're just tied to the same API. Also, just as a note here, Teams does run on WebView 2 now, but at the time it was running in Electron. But the point is that we knew that other applications were doing this, right? And so Slack and Teams demonstrating multiple window Electron applications here. And around this same time, one of the engineers on the team was reading through the changelog of a new Chrome release and saw that there's an API now for picture-in-picture support, right? And YouTube leverages this. If you go to YouTube, right, and it puts a little player down at the bottom, that's what it's using is this Chrome API for picture-in-picture support. And so they begin investigating this YouTube API as a possible solution for the multiple process problem. But in the process of exploring this API, even though it didn't pan out, one of our engineers tried something that had not yet been tried. So when you open a new tab in Chrome or Edge or many other browsers, a separate process is created, right? This is a screenshot here of my Edge browser and some of my tabs. And what you'll see here is that each browser is running in its own process. That's what happens when you open a new tab. And we do this so that one tab can't just crash the whole browser, hopefully. I know it still happens, right? It happens to me too. But the idea is that if we isolate these tabs into processes, multiple processes, that the browser becomes more stable and one tab can't cause the whole thing to go south. Now, when you open a new tab, you usually do that by clicking on a link or Control T, or maybe there's a plus in the top of your browser. That's how you do it as a user interface. But as a developer, how do you open a new tab? If you're in Chrome and you're writing JavaScript to open a new tab, how do you do that? It's a one-liner, right? It's window.open. This is one of the oldest browser APIs. And it turns out that unlike tabs that are created when you click on the link or do Control T or however you do it with your mouse, when you open a new window with window.open, Chrome does not, in fact, create a new process. It's still the same process as the parent window. Even though it looks like a full native window, it's actually not a separate process, which means that if you open a file in a parent window, and then you open the same file in a child window and edit in one place, the changes are just reflected automatically. It essentially negates the entire multi-process problem. All we needed to do to handle these multiple processes was call window.open. Now, you may be familiar with the saying, if it sounds too good to be true, like it probably is, or there's no such thing as a free lunch, kind of the same idea, right? And you become very skeptical about these things, right? Like nothing in life is this easy. This can't be the solution here. There's always a catch. What's the catch? Except there's no catch. The solution to what we consider to be one of the most complex problems, complex features to be delivered in Visual Studio Code was easily one of the simplest answers that we've seen on any problem. Now, there's more that goes into this, right? We're not just calling, we didn't just write window.open and then ship it and be like, there you go, multiple windows, right? Lunch isn't entirely free, right? There's engineering that goes on behind the scenes to take care of it, but it does take care of the core issue, which was the multiple processes concern. And the thing is, like, we could have built a solution for this back in 2016, right? We'd already done it with LiveShare. We knew how to, it's not like we didn't know how to do it. We knew how to do it. It's just that we knew that there was a simpler answer. And sometimes things can be so simple that they just kind of hide in plain sight, I guess. And so I guess the moral, talking to the engineer who worked on this, the moral of the story, like for us as developers, is that if you believe that something is inherently complex, you won't go looking for simple solutions, right? You'll just sort of move right past them and focus on the complex solutions. So when we launched this feature, we only supported code editors at launch. We only supported code editors, but we're adding support for different kinds of windows all the time. Like we believe we just added support for Markdown previews, so you can now have those as other editor windows as well. And we're working on delivering more, but in the meantime, because we add the flexibility of having really anything be an editor, such as your terminal, you can take your terminal, right, and you can promote it to be an editor, and then you can detach that and have your terminal running in its own separate window, but still tied to the project. You can do this with a Copilot chat as well. So some problems look complex, and they're complex, but some are just dead simple in the end, and the simplest answer, as Akam said, is usually the correct one. But some problems look complex, but in reality, they are way, way worse. Have you heard of GitHub Copilot? It's actually kind of hard to get away from the word Copilot these days, no matter where you go. A little bit impossible, right? So there's a Copilot for everything, it seems like, right? It's in Windows, it's in Office, it's on github.com, it's in Edge. It's in Edge DevTools, by the way. If y'all didn't know this, open DevTools in Edge, and you'll see the Copilot icon in there that can help you diagnose console errors. Very cool. Check that out if you haven't seen that. Shout out to our friends here at Edge. So Copilot has become kind of like a Kleenex of AI, right? Like it's used interchangeably. I've even heard my wife say that, right? She'll call ChatGPT Copilot. But GitHub Copilot is the original Copilot. Okay, that's where the name comes from. It's also the most widely adopted AI developer tool in history. Programmers are in this incredibly unique spot where we get to reap the benefits of AI way before everybody else does. And this is because AI is powerful, but in a lot of cases, we're just not really sure what to do with it yet. What problem does it solve? But when it comes to coding, AI is just remarkably helpful. In fact, so much so that we're at this genuine inflection point in our industry where we're poised to make these incredible steps forward on top of the ones that we have already made. And in fact, GitHub Copilot was released in June of 2021. So what are we? We're almost 3 years now, I think, from that original release. It's a VS Code extension, and it powered AI code completions, right? This is also called Ghost Text. And at the time, it was running on the OpenAI model called Codex, although today it runs on a model called 3.5 Sahara instead of Codex. But this is what Ghost Text looks like, right? So you can write a comment, and then Copilot will sort of kick in here and will start writing code for you. He says, there we go. So it's going to remove occurrences here. And this works remarkably well. To this day, this is one of the most productive uses of Copilot, especially when, as you'll see, you don't even have to ask anymore at some point, right? Ghost Text can kind of look at the rest of your file, and as you type, write the code that you were going to write anyway without you even having to ask for it. This is incredibly powerful. The first time that this happens for you, it really is sort of altering, and you can see the potential of AI. And we truly believe in that potential. We do. We're fully bought into the promise that AI can deliver incredible productivity gains for you, right? That it can help you learn new things, that it can get you unstuck when you get stuck by those silly mistakes, that it can empower every developer on the planet to achieve more, which is the literal mission statement of Microsoft, by the way. But Ghost Text has its limits, okay? First off, it doesn't really have a dedicated interface, right? There's no way to really communicate with the AI outside of the code that you're writing, or comments is the way that we do it. So for a while, what we would do here is use certain tricks to get an interaction going with Copilot. You can still do this. This still works, by the way. So if you ask in like this Q&A format, you can ask technical questions like right here in comments like this. And this works, right? You can ask questions about Git, or you can ask questions about a specific language, and it will answer you. And even more so than that, it will do a lot of stuff. Like it can even complete song lyrics, right? It still does this. Or, it can do things like write jokes. You can still do this with Ghost Text. We made a lot of videos on this because it was a lot of fun to work with. But, oh, ouch. That hurts. Too close to home on that one. Sorry about that. But this interaction model was limited, right? It's not a real true interaction model. It's kind of us as users working around. And then in November of 2022, this happens. All right? And you kind of know the rest of the story. ChatGPT becomes the fastest growing product in history. And it sent everybody scrambling to try to figure out how to put AI into their product. And we'd actually been working on Chat and Copilot for a while to enable this iterative interaction. And we did that in March of 2023, I believe. So Copilot Chat is a separate extension, although now bundled with GitHub Copilot. If you install one, then you automatically get the other. But the idea was never to just sort of recreate ChatGPT inside of VS Code, or it's maybe slightly more convenient to have it there and not in a separate window, but it's not really an improvement, right? ChatGPT, after all, is free, and GitHub Copilot is not free. So what are we paying for here? So the answer is always context. Models are only as good as the context that you give them, and the more accurate the context that you give them, the better the answer that you get. Copilot Chat knows about the text that you have selected. It knows about the code in what we call the viewable editor space. It knows about code in some of the other tabs that you have open. And so in addition to knowing about the context, when you have chat in the sidebar, that's great, but you can also take the chat out and you can put it inside of the editor where a developer can actually iterate in line with chat. So here's an example of that. Inline chat is this very unique interaction. So while Ghost Text is powered by 3.5 Sahara, inline chat is powered by 3.5 or 4, depending on the interaction that you make with the AI. And we do that for speed, right? It has to be performant. If you're waiting a long time for answers, that's not helpful at all. And so inline chat's job is a very serious one. It's to write code in your editor. Now, when we do it in a blank file like this, no big deal. No problem. It's fine. But a lot of times, what we're doing as developers is we're highlighting a block of text and then opening inline chat and asking it to make some modification. And when you do that, the changes that you're asking for are often changes that need to occur at multiple places in the file. Maybe you need some code in that block. Maybe you need some code below that block. And maybe you need an import statement at the top. And inline chat has to negotiate all of these changes because this is a very serious business, right? It's very easy for the AI to just mangle your file with a bad response. And so unlike Ghost Text, inline chat is working with a chat model and not completions, which means that when you get back an answer, you don't just get back code, you get back an actual answer, right? There's metadata along with the data that you're actually asking for. And so here's an example of what happens, right, when you say, I want a simple express server, and then you get the data there, but you also get this intro, and then you get this outro at the end where it's trying to explain to you what it's just given you. Now, this is a very simple example, but it can be a lot worse than this. So you may be familiar with a term called prompt engineering. It's a very hot term right now. This is the process of writing prompts to get exactly what you want from the AI. It's one thing to do this as a developer, okay? But when you're trying to build a tool on top of AI, it's completely different. Prompt engineering sort of implies that we know the steps to get a specific result, but we don't, right? The reality is that it's a lot of trial and error at best to get to a prompt that performs really, really well. And so we're sort of entering into this new stage of programming that can really best be described as stochastic. Now, stochastic just means unpredictable, okay? It's kind of like the weather. We can predict the weather, but we may be wrong. We can't predict it for sure. We can just have some amount of confidence about it. And this is tough. Our systems are built on reliable output. What do you do when a system no longer has reliable output? So for instance, when you are using something like the fix command, which by the way is one of the most used commands in GitHub Copilot, this is what actually happens behind the scenes, okay? This is what we pass to the model. There could be multiple problems, so we pass all of the problems. Here there's just one. But then we see this code, right? We see the triple backticks, which if you've done prompt engineering classes before, you'll notice that the triple backticks is used often to delimit things in the model, in interactions with the model. So in this case, we have this code, then the code has the problem reported, and then the problem. So it's split up like that. And then look, there's a second user message, different from the first, that says, describe in a single sentence how you would solve the problem. After that sentence, add an empty line. And then add a code block with the fix. And then the problem is repeated in the second user interaction. This is not an accident, right? This prompt has been worked on and worked on and worked on to get the best possible result. And so what we get back from the model is this right here. And this is something that we can now parse out so that we can give you back this right here, which is this is a very simple example, right? It can get much more complex than this. So the problem then becomes that, as you can imagine, testing becomes difficult. In a normal scenario, you have tests, right? You make a change, and then maybe one of the tests fails. Okay, so that means you have a regression. So you fix that regression, you run the test suite again, because you run the whole suite every time, and then now all the tests are passing, great. But when you're working with an AI, let's say we make a one-word change to fix a prompt, okay? One-word change to fix a prompt. And we run the whole test suite. And now these 3 tests are failing, okay? So we go look at these 3 tests. We can't see why they would be affected. So we'll run the test suite again, and now 3 other tests are failing. Why? Because the model is stochastic. It doesn't give you back the same result every time. How are we supposed to program like this? Right? This becomes so frustrating. It's very difficult. Classical testing just doesn't work here. And so we've developed something that we call a simulation test, which is like an end-to-end test, except for what we do is we simulate the user's interaction, but the tests, we actually expect that they will fail. And then what we do is we score them. And then as long as the score is at a certain point, then we consider that to be a passing test. And then we do some other things to cache and make sure that they don't change throughout the day. So we're at least working with something that resembles something that's usable and doesn't get super distracting. Because we've spent so much time working on these prompts, what we've kind of figured out is that the best prompt is the one that you as a developer don't have to write, okay? So an example of that would be ghost text. That's the most canonical example of this. The best prompt is the one that you don't have to write, where you're not really writing a prompt, you're just coding. And the AI comes alongside you and codes with you. Another example would be when we know about your Git changes and we can make a commit message and actually now an entire PR description for you as well. Again, there's no prompt for you to write there. The AI is just useful for you. Another one would be where we can suggest names for you, right? Because naming things is extremely difficult. Or even when you do the /fix, you're not actually writing a prompt here. We're writing the prompt for you so that you just have to write /fix. So if you're writing /fix and then, please fix this or something after, you don't need to do that. /fix is all you need to do. We will handle everything else. We've been dealing with this nightmare of prompts in the background so that you don't have to. And I kind of want to, if we go back to this raft on the river, right? This is what it kind of feels like to develop on AI. The water is rushing underneath us all, but we're trying to ship something, right? And so as you as a developer begin to work with AI, you may feel like this person standing on the edge of this raft, but we're there with you, right? And we promise to bring you the promise of AI through GitHub Copilot. You're not alone. We're going there with you. We're all going as developers, and we'll continue to deliver that for you with GitHub Copilot. I want to just give a special thanks to the following folks who helped out and provided the input on this keynote. They were very busy, so thanks to all those folks. Thank you for being with us here for VS Code Day. It's going to be a phenomenal day. We're so glad you're here, and as always, y'all, happy smart coding. Gwen, Reynolds, I'll send it back to you.
That was awesome, Burke. Thank you so much. It's awesome to see all these new things that the VS Code team has been working really hard on. And yeah, that was awesome. Thank you for sharing. Before we dive into, we got a bunch of questions for you, but before we dive into that, I took some notes on some things. We are live, by the way. We 100% we're live, right, Reynald?
Absolutely.
We're here live. We realized there was a sound issue. We are acknowledging that, and thanks so much for hanging in there with us. And there was a bunch of people in the chat helping each other out, and that's awesome. Great to see that type of community we have. Also, yes, Microsoft people can use Macs. It's very possible. You use a Mac, Burke uses a Mac. I'm more of a Windows fan myself, but I'm going to stay quiet. And finally, before we dive into the first question, to all our Vim users, we get it. You use Vim. Anyway, Burke, first question. Out of all the features, what's your favorite?
Sheesh, that's like asking which one of your kids is your favorite.
Got to be one.
I mean, I knew the comment about the Mac was coming. It always comes. We welcome it. My favorite feature in VS Code. I mean, it's a low answer. I'm going to say GitHub Copilot. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just I've been coding for so long that it's just so rarely does something come along like this where you're like, well, that is incredible. That's how I feel about it.
All right, fair. Reynald, I know you had another question lined up as well.
Yeah, like you said, there were a bunch of questions that came in. User Tonka asks, how many devs, PMs, etc., work in total on the VS Code team?
That's a great question. I don't actually know. I want to say a number, y'all, but I'll get it wrong. And so let me follow up with you in chat. I'll drop off here, just check in with one of the PMs and get you a number. It's not an enormous team. Let me just put it that way.
All right, awesome.
Whatever enormous means to you.
I guess it is all relative, right? We have another question here asking if GitHub Copilot is just a glorified search engine.
Bro, that's such a great question. You know, the academic Steven Pinker had said that it's kind of unfortunate that AI, like the first large-scale implementation of AI and large language models is a first-person chat because it's kind of gimmicky, right? But that chat, AI, the promise of AI really is in task-oriented behavior. And so that would be, as I was discussing, like the ghost text or commit messages, right? Or fixing code for you. You know, I think that when we think about chat as like kind of a search engine that, you know, it can be used that way, but we already have a search engine. I don't think that's where the true promise of AI is, but that it's in other places where it can help you along as a developer where the internet simply cannot.
Awesome. I have one more kind of to tag along with this concept of like AI assistants in general, because I know there's like sort of a worry for new people to the field of like, is this going to be kind of like a handicap, or is this going to take away like the struggle of learning something? So curious if you have any thoughts on like, as a newbie to programming, is any kind of AI assistant, whatever name it is, would it be something useful for me to leverage?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. And in fact, my son is learning C++, and so am I, right? Because I don't know C++. And so I'm using the AI to, you know, how do I create an array or this and that. I think it's great for learning new things, but it's super important that you learn the fundamentals. Because actually, the ironic thing about GitHub Copilot is that the better you are as a developer, the more skilled you are, the more expertise you have, the more you can actually get out of the AI. And this is because you'll know right answers when you see them, and you'll know wrong answers when you see them, and you won't be led astray. And so if you get your fundamentals nailed, absolutely, then the AI is so much better to use, you won't end up going down rabbit trails. But I think that it is absolutely a critical learning tool, and especially if you're learning a new language, phenomenal.
So I wanted to add on to that, like with the concept of like not using, essentially where you're essentially saying like you want to be able to like know your fundamentals before you just want to dive into like using the AI. So let's say there is a new programmer. What would you say has been like maybe two of your favorite resources, without just saying Google, two sites that you've used that has really benefited you to troubleshoot tasks when you get stuck?
Oh, wow. Well, I mean, I would think Stack Overflow is up there, right? I remember back in the early days when Stack Overflow was great. Before that, there was something else. I forget what it was called. Somebody in the chat will know. Prior to, what did we have, chat? Prior to Stack Overflow, what was it? So that's definitely one. And then another one, because I'm a web developer, was CSS Tricks, right? That was such an amazing site. Chris Coyer blogged about literally everything you could do in CSS. He'd written about it. And so that was very important for me learning how to be a web developer.
Yeah, I like always asking people with years of experience in the field, sort of like just kind of comparing a little bit of like what was it like learning dev now versus when you had to learn. So I like that you're sharing all these things, and in the chat as well, I'm sure there's people with various years of experience and backgrounds and working on different things. So feel free to share all of that as well. I think it's a great part of having a community. Sorry about that. You already mentioned your favorite theme, Burke, but I wonder, do you have a favorite extension, something that you have to have installed? You get a new computer, whatever it is, you sync your settings, maybe you don't, but what is the first extension you install when you set up VS Code?
Oh, the first extension I install? It's probably Prettier because I'm a web dev. But I want to give a shout out to, I believe it was Megan who wrote the string, I think it's called the template string replacer. I forget what the exact name is, but you should check it out. What it basically does is if you have a regular string and you put the template marks in the middle for JavaScript at least, it changes your quotes to backticks automatically. It's the little things, y'all. It's the little things that make your life as a developer so much better.
100%. All right, I'm going to do shameless plug here, but Dev Containers extension, I know the VS Code team worked really hard on that one too. I love that. It makes working with different versions of like Python and .NET, which are the languages I primarily use, really easy. So big shout out to that extension. Reynald, do you have a favorite extension?
One of my, okay, I would say Copilot, but Burke already mentioned that. So Git Lens.
All right.
Git
Classic.
Lens is a good one, very popular. And I got to meet the author of that too. Burke, I actually liked the question about the extensions because that reminded me that was once like an interview question that I had gotten. Are there any interview questions that you've ever gotten throughout your career that you might not have known, and after you got asked that, you're like, I'll never miss that question again?
Oh, wow. It's been so long since I went into an interview. I'll give you a quick story. I interviewed with Microsoft. Actually, I interviewed with Microsoft Y'all Chat 3 times over the course of my career, and 3 times was told, thanks, but no. And I remember one of those times I interviewed for a job I was woefully unqualified for, and they asked me what the difference between an ASP.NET handler and an ASP.NET module was. I think that was the question. And I had no clue. And I tried to answer it. I should have just said I don't know. I think it was over after that interview, but not quite the answer to your question, but I would say in hindsight, like I shouldn't have interviewed for that position. I wasn't qualified. But hey, you can't blame me for trying, right?
I mean, it worked out, and shout out to all our ASP.NET developers. Burke, thank you so much for hanging out with us today, for delivering this keynote, for being an awesome colleague and teammate. And Reynald, I think we're ready to move into our next thing here at VS Code Day, right?
We are, but before we move on to our next guest, I am proud to say that we actually have a sponsor ourselves. VS Code is going to be sponsoring. So I actually have always wanted to be able to say this. When I was a kid, I'd see like people on TV say, we'll be right back after this message. So we'll be right back, folks, after this message.
Are you frustrated with a slow and bloated IDE to troubleshoot bugs? Enter VS Code, a lightweight but powerful source code editor. Say goodbye to endless hours of debugging and hello to smooth sailing through your projects. Ask your project manager if VS Code is right for you. Side effects may include increased productivity, reduced frustration, and a sudden surge in coding confidence. Other side effects include a tendency to show off VS Code in front of colleagues, an inability to code without it, and occasional feelings of gratitude toward artificial intelligence. In rare cases, you may develop an addiction to coding with VS Code. Not available in Montana. Try VS Code today and take your coding game to new heights.
just to clarify, VS Code is definitely available in Montana. So is there someone has to be watching from Montana right now? So please drop a comment in the chat if you are. You should have totally seen the script that we had, the original, before it went through 3 lawyers. Or actually, I think it went through 5, right?
Went through 5 lawyers. We got to be straight with legal, all right? So we don't want anyone thinking that VS Code is not available in Montana, so you don't need to do any shenanigans and download it from another state and sneak it into Montana.
Driving somewhere else to download something.
Yeah, the feds aren't going to be after you, so
awesome.
It's okay.
That was great. Reynald, who do we have next?
All right, so up next, I am really excited about this guest here. So I've worked with her before, Dawn Wages. She is a Python community advocate at Microsoft and Django software. She's a Django software engineer who currently chairs the Python Software Foundation and additionally serves as a volunteer organizer for Django and Python events. She's really out there in the community. I need to be more active like that. I feel guilty, it's like I learned to code and do that. I download all this content, but I'm not out there as much in the community. She lives in Philadelphia with her 3 dogs, and she also likes long walks on the beach. The title of the session is CRUD. Building the neck thing is really important.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Right. You have to do the tilt or else it doesn't work.
Absolutely. CRUD, building a Django app with persistent storage. So, with that said, and I get to use one of these
You got to pick a good one.
quality segues. Don, let's make some magic happen here. Show us.
Hi, my name is Dawn Wages, and I am the Python community advocate here at Microsoft. I've been a Python engineer for a number of years and a Django engineer for as long as I've been coding in Python. And we're going to be jumping in today building a CRUD application. That's create, read, update, delete. These are common actions in many applications, and we'll be using Django. Django is the Python web framework. And we'll be using Django's class-based views. They are leveraging the inheritance on Python classes to build views with common patterns in Django, as opposed to the generic function-based views that you can also use in Django. We'll be supercharging our experience with that, so we'll be moving real fast with leveraging common patterns. We'll also be using my years of experience along with GitHub Copilot to write some of our code for us. Then we'll see how it goes. I have no idea what GitHub Copilot is going to give us, but I know we'll get into some debugging. We'll get into some features in VS Code to help us code faster as well. And we're going to have a lot of fun today. So at the end of this, we'll have a working application for our recipes. And we'll be using create, read, update, and delete. And we'll be doing it so the end user can use it, because Django is a batteries included web framework. It also has an admin panel, so you can do create, read, update, and delete from the admin. But our views are going to leverage the MVT architecture, that's models, view, template, which we'll be going over in order to have the user be able to perform those actions. So let's jump in. We'll learn as we code, and this is going to be fun. Okay, so I'm starting with a brand new VS Code window. I do have a directory open, VS Code Day 2024 for the occasion, and I do have a profile created called VS Code Day 2024. I have a lot of profiles from a lot of different things that I do, but let's check out what's in this profile, because I added just a little bit more than what comes from the default profile when you just create a Python profile. So let's show this particular profile contents. And I have the settings. So the most important things I think are the settings and the extension in this particular one. So I have, in addition to the default settings, let's close my files for a minute so we can see a little better. So I have all of the default settings down here. These are all of the ones that come out of the box when I create a default Python profile. I like to switch up my terminal. So I have a bunch of settings for my WSL, my git bash, my command prompt, or my PowerShell. Depending on my project, I just pick a different flavor. I'm a little chaotic like that. I don't know. It's great. So, but I have all of those settings here in my settings.json. I also have a few settings for efficiency. I have a few settings for my UI, specifically just my material icon theme and my zoom level so you all can see me today. And then I have a format on type. And so those are some cool ones that are helpful when I like to program quickly. And I have them all under my user settings. I will be adding some settings under my VS Code workspace settings today, and those will be contained inside of my project and will be committed with this code. All right, so let's jump in. So I'm opening up my terminal with control backtick, and I will be engaging with a bunch of extensions today, also shown in my VS Code profile. And because we're going to be using Copilot today, I have Copilot, but I also love code spaces, and I have Copilot chat, which is my favorite way to interact with Copilot. Let's start a virtual environment. We're starting a Python project. We want to have a virtual environment. So I'll use Control P to open up my command prompt, and I'll use a caret to get through, go from the file search to command prompt. And then I did it recently. Let's create an environment. I'm doing a web dev project. Let's use Vim. Conda's great. I usually use Conda for my machine learning demos. And let's also use 3.12, the latest and greatest of Python. As creating our environment, let's ask Copilot some things. So we're getting into Django today. Let's ask, what's so good about Django? All right, so Django is a high-level Python web framework and enables rapid development and clean, pragmatic design. We can leave that up to you. And at the end of this demo, you can tell me whether or not you think it's clean, pragmatic design. But my favorite things is that it is batteries included. That means it'll have things like an admin out of the box. So if you use /admin and you create your super user with one line in the command line, then you are able to log in and see some of the data that you've input into your system, and a UI that just is like, I don't have to do any UI templating to use the admin out of the box. You just have one line in the console and then one line in your admin PY. And there you go. You get to see some of those models. So I love that out of the box. Oh, the ORM. Talk a little bit about the MTV structure, but that is your models template view. And for those who are familiar with the MVC structure, it is very similar. And we'll talk more about that as well. But the ORM in the models is what ingests your data from your front-end templates forms, or however you like to get it into your database. And it'll take the models and it'll translate the data, and then it will put it in the correct tables and the correct relationship between tables as you specified with your code programmatically. So I get to write in Python and then have my data end up like I want to in my database without having to write any SQL or have any things like that. And that's out of the box. I don't have to do anything with the Django ORM. It just works. I mentioned the admin interface, security best practices, scalability, and then we have that MVC, MVT architecture as well. Ooh. And I also love that number 7 is the community and documentation, because those are my favorite parts of Django as well. One of the cool things about Copilot, it is also built off of like data that is available. So because Django has such great documentation, that means Copilot really can give me some supercharged answers on how to program in Django, because it's right there in the docs. So I get to have a conversation with this chatbot, and then I get the answers so I don't have to scroll through the Django docs. Those are great too, and you should send some money to the Django Software Foundation because they have excellent docs, and Copilot wouldn't be great without them. Okay, so we have create our virtual environment. We'll be using Python 3.12. Perfect. I have my new profile. And we are going to jump into creating this CRUD application. So I'll first start with pip install Django. Perfect. And Django's installing. What is a CRUD application? Update and delete. These are the standard system. An example that they give is like a social media platform. I really love that they give examples on what CRUD can look like. So we'll be having a user interface that's for the end users, not just the admin, to be able to create, read, update, and delete. Perfect timing. So let's start our application. So we have Django installed. So we'll start with Django admin, and then we'll start project. That's the word we need. And let's name our project CRUD app. Oh, that's left over from one of my old projects. Let's set this Django settings, module, goals. I have it set to the wrong thing from one of my other projects. All right, let's do that again. And we'll do recipe app. All right, so now that we've started our project, let's look what Django created for us. So we have a recipe app in here. There's also a subdirectory that has that same name. It's a common convention in Django, and it's done on purpose. And these are all of the settings inside of our Django project. And we also have manage.py, which is our management file, which is the entry point to our project. Perfect. And now that we've done that, we can do Python manage.py migrate, because out of the box, there are some apps and modules that Django's created. And so we will now be setting up our database with no other edits from us. Oh, let's go into our app. CD recipe app, and then run migrate. Perfect. Once we've done that, I can run the server from the command line, but I also like to do it from our debug menu. Oh, also a note that we're using SQLite as our persistent data store. So that is just a file store, and you can see it within your file system. And if you want to just like throw away the database, it's a database. If you want to throw away the database, then you can just delete it and run manage.py migrate again, and it will create that database over from scratch. So I'll close this since we're not looking at it anymore. So we have room, and I'm going to run my application through the debugger. And instead of doing run and debug here, I'm going to create a launch.json file so I can have custom Django settings. So I'm going to go through Python debugger, and then I'm going to go to Django, launch and debug Django web application. And then it also checks to see if there's any launch files in my project. It's these manage.py. All set up. But I also like to make an additional change. When I start my project and I run it, I want it to auto start browser. So I'm going to set this to true. All saved. I can close this bad boy, and I can check, and then let's run. Perfect. Let's also make sure I set my set Django settings module. That was wonky from my last project. There we go. Anyway, and let's run this again. Perfect. And it automatically opened. Successfully run my Django server. And now I have a Django project running, and that's awesome. I love that. Now let's start an app. Go back to my command line, and we'll do Python manage.py, start app, and we'll name it recipes. And more files were created for us. In the MVC, we have a recipes directory. We have where our migrations will go. And then now you can see the models and our views, and then we'll create templates so we can finish out that MVT architecture. All right. Move that back over to the side, and we'll go to our models. Let's go to our models. And so we can zoom through this. Let's see what Copilot can do for us. So sometimes let's do Control-I to ask Copilot to generate code for us. And we'll say, please, because you always have to ask the AI models nicely, create a recipes models using models.model. includes name, description, instructions, and image. All right, let's see if this works. Make this smaller and close this out the way. All right, name, description, instructions, image. I'm a fan of that. Let's see, is there anything else that we're missing? Yeah, I think that's it. Let's actually also include created add equals model stuff is true. Love that. And let's do, also updated that. Let's do that one as well. Perfect. Oh, I definitely want to include, we're zooming through. So we have that. Oh, we also want to make sure that it shows up in our admin. So let's go to our admin settings and let's ask Copilot to please add recipes to our, let's register. Please register recipes to our admin. Let's see what it shows. Perfect. I love that. Accept. Perfect. Zooming through. All right, what's next? So we have our M. Let's do our V in VT. So let's start with our views. Okay, so we're going to need create, read, update, and delete. We'll probably also want a list in detail view too. So let's do, I wonder if we could do it all in one go. All right, so Control I for Copilot, and we'll say, please create views for me using detail. Oh, please create recipe views for me using detail view. Let's do list view, create view, update view, delete view, create, delete, update, list, detail. Let's see. What else do we want? I think that's it. For the model recipe in models.py. Let's see if that does. Ooh, okay. This is going good. All right, so we got recipe detail view, and that seems pretty good. Then we have recipe list view. I'm a fan of that. Recipe create. Cool. Recipe update. Perfect. Success URL. Can you delete? Yeah, let's go there. Let's go there. Perfect. Now let's also put all of these under recipes templates, because that's usually how I name my templates. Recipes. Perfect. I love that. Let's accept all these changes. That's really fast. Okay. Duplicate here. I'm a fan. Let's go. We do want a home view. So let's add a new view in our base app. And we'll do views.py. And let's ask Copilot to do us, please create a home view using views class and include context for recipes, recipe count, and all recipe objects from the recipe model in models.py. I wonder what that's going to give me. Hello, that's good. I like that. View, render, get, all, count, context. Perfect. I love it. This is so fast. All right. We're zooming through. I love this. Okay. Save that. So we have our models, we have our views. Ooh, we need our URLs. Okay. So let's ask Copilot to help us with our URLs. So we'll need one for our create, delete, update, list, and detail. So Control I. Please help me create URL patterns. Ooh, let's just do URL paths for create for all the views in the recipe app views.py using, I want to use Django.as view method. I usually like to have it displayed like that. That seems sufficient. Let's see what that does. Ooh, this looks pretty good. Okay. So, it also does home. Okay. Usually I have home in a different one. So I'm going to move that over. But we do have, and I don't want to have duplicates for recipes. We just want, that's going to be on list view. Okay, that's perfect. Yes. So I'm going to move that over. We don't need these recipes part because that's going to be in. Okay. Yeah, this is right. So we're going to move all of these over to our other URLs. And this is perfect for now. This is actually what I get asked it. So we're going to make a new file called urls.py here. And we're going to go here. We're going to accept this. We're going to copy this all over. We have duplicates of path. We don't need that. Other URLs, paste. It did what I asked, okay? I can't be mad. So this is in my recipes app, which is what I want. And this will be all of my recipes here. Boop, boop, boop. We don't want admin or home here. And then duplicates on admin too. Let's fix that. We don't need admin actually at all on this one. Let's fix that. That's perfect. Then we go back here and we'll delete these. And then we'll say, I'm going to ask, let's do, it does it for me. Path recipes, include recipe URLs. That's exactly what I want. And I'm missing include. So let's add include up here. Perfect. And I need Copilot to do one more thing for me. Control I. Let's ask Copilot, can it please add to URL patterns for supporting images. Okay. Wait. Let's do this. Please include or add to URL patterns support for static media. That's better. Static media. Let's see what this suggests. I always forget the syntax. Okay. So add static here. URL patterns, blah, blah, blah. I love that. I also love to usually have if setting.debug. So let's do that and then tab that in. Perfect. I love that. We're like zooming. Almost done. Okay, so we have the URLs, we have the patterns, we have a duplicate admin, but it's looking really good. Let's see what errors we get in the, actually, let's go to our debugger and see if this is stopped. Okay, so we were adding a whole bunch of changes. I'm not surprised it started and stopped. Let's rerun her to see where the errors show up. no models named recipe.app in my recipe app views. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so, oh, right. So we want this to be in recipes. Easy enough. Recipes, models, recipe doesn't declare explicit app label. I don't know why I always forget this. Let's make sure, we should have done this at the very beginning. Thank you for sharing with me. We got to add recipes to our installed apps. So there you go. And it also does it for me. Recipe apps.recipe config. Okay. And that recipe configs or app config whatever. Actually, let's make sure that's recipe config. Is that recipe config? Oh, it is. Okay, cool. Okay. That is a new pattern that didn't exist when I first started using Django. So I forget. There you go. All right. So let's run her again and see. Ooh, and we forgot pillow. We're adding images to our project. So we're going to add pillow. So let's go pip install pillow. Let's move this baby to the side. Cool. All right. Let's go back to our debugger. Is she happy with us? Yay. Okay. Now we're expecting an error, but we want the right error. Recipes recipe. No such table. Ooh, that's because we forgot to run our migrations. Perfect. So we created that model, and we need to do Python, manage.py, make migrations. At first time, we only ran migrations because Django does it for you. They have all of the make migrations, the migration files for you. But now we're making our own since we're adding net new models. We created the model recipe, and that's a good gut check in our command line that we did the right thing. And now we run manage.py migrate. Perfect. Okay. Yay. So this is the right error. We have not built any of the templates for our project, and we're like so close. We're almost there. Okay. So let's create templates for our project. And I love that Copilot's going to help me do this very quickly because I am not a fun and girly. Okay. Let's go to our recipes app and create a new folder called templates. And inside we'll have a new folder called recipes. And then in the recipe app, we'll have a new folder called templates. And then we'll have a subfolder called recipe app. Yeah, we'll call it twice. Okay. That's the usual convention, and I'll show you why in just a moment. So let's start with our base. New file. Let's do it in recipe app. We do it in recipe app, new file, and we'll call it base.html. And then we'll have another one called home.html. And we'll go to base and I'll say, hey, Copilot, please create a base template file for a Django application using Bootstrap CDN. I do not like the style if I don't have to. Ooh, this looks good. Okay. So it's giving recipe app. It named my app for me. It's using Bootstrap. Oh gosh, it's giving me a nav bar and everything. Love it. Okay, let's accept this one. Accept. Okay, so let's ask Copilot, please, because you got to be nice, extend the base.html template and create a home page for my recipes app with links to recipe list and create new recipe. Let's see what that's going to do. Oh. Okay. Let's check to see if this is the URL name. They got it right. Recipe underscore create recipe underscore list. Let's go back to our home template. I don't know if that's going to work. I think it needs to be underscore. Yeah, recipe underscore list and recipe underscore create, I think is the right answer. Yeah. Oh, wait, we gotta do create. I think that's the right answer. All right, let's accept it. And we'll know when we have an error. All right, let's see what this homepage is doing. We gotta go to our views because it can't find it. We want it to be recipe app home.html. Template does not exist. Why is that? Recipe app home.html. Recipes, templates, recipe app, recipes, templates. That's what it wants. Okay, so we're going to move this file down to the same templates. And that's okay. Because I did it myself and I should have asked Copilot to do it for me. All right, let's refresh this baby. And then it said recipe app, recipes, templates, recipe app, home. Well, where are you looking? And then where is it? It's recipe app. That's the vibe. Recipes. Template. Plural. Yep. Recipe app. Home.html. I don't know. That should work. Recipe app home.html. That should work, funny. Funny enough, that should work. So, I don't know, extra refresh. Yeah, base.html. Yeah, that's why. So extends. Wonder if that works. Yeah. And we did it. I love that. That was so fast. Okay, almost there. Last stretch. We're going to add the recipes template. So we'll add some templates here. So we'll have a new file called create recipe.html. Let's make sure we're matching our views. Recipe underscore. Okay, rename. Recipe create. New file, recipe list. .html, recipe detail.html, recipe delete.html, list detail delete create recipe update. Let's check my views. Detail list create update delete. Detail list update create delete. Perfect. Okay, and now we're gonna have them. Let's start with list. Let's do Control I. Please create a recipe list page that extends recipe app base.html. Yeah. All right, it's extending base as a list just for recipe name. Okay, let's do another one that extends and includes recipe name, description, and image. Image and a link to detail page. Let's do that. No, we're going to have to redo this. All right. Control I. Please create recipe list page from recipe list view that extends a recipe app base.html and lists and includes fields name, description, image, and link to recipe detail. All right. Okay. Recipe detail. Okay. And it has a no recipes found too. All right. I like that. And let's see what this recipe list does. Cool. And we don't have any recipes. Perfect. Now let's add some recipes. Recipe create. Control I. Please create a recipe create page using Django forms to include an image upload based on the recipe create view. I think that's it. Cool. Ink type. I always forget that part. Create. All right. I think that'll work. Let's go back. Create new recipe. Recipe app base / base. Do it again. Perfect. I love it. New recipe. Actually, I got a recipe saved over to the side. Let's use my new recipe over here. Yes, my favorite. I make some good fish tacos, friend. All right. Instructions go here. And my description. No. Let's get instructions. And then we'll do fried fish taco served to guests. I love it. And Dawn's famous fish tacos. And I'll upload an image. All right. Okay. Oh, this is a redirect on my view. On my create. Okay. I want to redirect to, right. So I'm going to include a success URL. So we'll have success URL, and we'll just go, home. And we'll add that same success URL for create. And we already have that one. Actually, create and delete and create. And you don't need a success URL for list view or detail view. Perfect. All right. Let's try this baby again. Let's go to my recipe app. Let's even see if it's in there. I wonder if it even saved. Recipe list. All right. Let's create a recipe. Use my famous fish tacos. There we go. Dawn's famous fish tacos. And we'll say, and we'll create the instructions. All right, and we'll choose a picture and create. All right. I don't know why that didn't work. Oh. See what the debugger says. Set it created. We're deleting our recipe. And it goes back. Perfect. And we have one more file. We're going to update our recipe. Control I. please create a file to a page that extends from recipe app.base.html that will update the recipe with already populated recipe content. I think that'll work. I think this works. All right. We also don't have a link on the recipe detail to update. So please create a link to update recipe detail. Let's see if this works. It worked. I think that's perfect. Let's try it out. All right. Update recipe. Ha-ha! Let's choose another image, see how that works. I know what we're missing. Because on this other uploading a image file. So let's try this puppy again. Perfect. Let's open this image in a new tab, because while you're at it, you should also catch me on the Python VS Code release videos. I've been putting them out every month. I work in tangent with the awesome engineers who work on the Python experience for VS Code. And I hope you check them out. I hope you like them. Like, comment, subscribe. All right, we got through all of that, and we did it with GitHub Copilot in VS Code. That was a lot of Django, and it was all very, very fast. So if you'd like to learn more about Python web apps, we have a full day event in June for you. It's being run by my colleague, Pamela Fox. I'll be coming by to say hi. My colleague, Renee Noble, will also be coming by to say hi. It'll be talking about Flask and Django and Azure and VS Code and all sorts of things Python web in June. So make sure you check out the link to register. And if you want to know more about what Python things are happening at Microsoft, visit aka.ms/Python.
That was awesome. Thank you, Dawn, so much. First of all, love the background, love the plants. I'm a big fan of nature and having all this green. It kind of like balances out like all the tech with some nature in it, so I love it. That was awesome. Now, I know we also in the chat have a lot of people who are new to programming, and I do want to share that if you go to Microsoft Learn, we actually have an entire learning path to learn Python. And there's also a playlist on YouTube. If you look for Python for Beginners, I think it's like 30 plus videos teaches you the basics of Python. So be sure to check out those free resources. Reynald, any thoughts here?
Yeah, I wanted to remind you guys about Sunny Sanga's LinkedIn clone that he did. That was like a 4.5-hour stream. People love the clones that he's done before. He's
so
done
much energy.
One, yeah, and he's done one for like Disney. He's got like music playing in the background. The chat's going wild because they're so used to like boring tutorials. You know what I mean? That's just like, let's do a hello world. It's, nah, get out of here with this hello world. So it's almost like a little party learning session that's 4 hours long, if you want to call that little. So check out in the show description the link to go check him out. And he's also using Azure while building LinkedIn as a backend. So if you're a fan of Azure, definitely
check it out. Yeah,
exactly.
100%.
Yeah.
And we are ready actually for our next speaker. Up next we have Alfredo Deza, a colleague of mine, software engineer, speaker, author, and former Olympic athlete working as a Microsoft Cloud advocate. He has written several books about programming languages and AI, and has created online courses about the cloud and machine learning, and likes long walks on the beach. Alfredo, hold on, I have to use one of these. Give me just one. Alfredo, the mic is all yours.
Thank you so much, Gwen. This is great. I'm excited to be here and talking to you about synthetic datasets. So what exactly are these synthetic data sets, and why are these interesting? Well, when we're talking about large language models, and I would say now with the current releases of smaller language models like 5.3, which was just released by Microsoft a few days ago, large language models in general, I would say, well, you can interact with them, but you can also use it to get some interesting data. Now, data sets are the foundation for building machine learning models, and we're training these models based on data, and sometimes that data, well, it's scarce and it's kind of difficult to get. But for effects that sometimes we want to have more data that is kind of similar to give a little bit of variety to what we're dealing with, a technique known as synthetic data sets is what fits in perfectly. What it is basically we talk to the language model, we get some outputs, and these outputs are used to build a data set. So today we're going to see how to do exactly that. I put together some examples. We're going to use a combination of different things. We're going to use a combination of local models, models in the cloud with an API. And most importantly, I'll show you some of the things that might be interesting if you want to actually start building your own synthetic data sets based on interactions with a large language model. So let's get started here. And what I have right now, we're going to start with a Jupyter Notebook. A Jupyter Notebook is a way of interactively work with Python code. And in this case, we have Python code here, everything set up. And I am going to show you, let's just walk around what we have right here so that we can get started. We can have like the foundations of what we have and how we're going to interact with it, and then we'll move to the next part. So for the next part, we're going to build an actual HTTP API. We're going to test it out, and we're going to make this HTTP API get us some facts about the data that we want to get generated. So it's almost like an automation step, and we're gonna have like this layer of automation on top, and we're gonna make it look very, very nice. All right, so we have the Jupyter Notebook. We have everything set up here. And so we have a couple of options, and I'll walk you through the options very quickly. So the first one is connect to a large language model locally. There's plenty of options to do this nicely. There's many different programs out there. I prefer Llama-File, which is pretty neat. If you search for Llama-File, you'll see that it has many different options. This is how you would use that. Now, I'm throwing you straight into the application, but I didn't tell you exactly how we're going to make it work. Well, right here, what we have is the OpenAI library, the OpenAI SDK in Python. We're going to be working with Python today. And so the neat thing about a lot of these models and wrappers around models is that we can reuse the OpenAI library because these models are exposing its capabilities using an API that matches the API from OpenAI. So that's pretty cool. And you can see here how the base URL points to my local system right there on port 8080 and /v1, which is actually pretty common for large language models and pretty common for the OpenAI API. You can see here that the API key is anything really, it's just whatever string. It doesn't matter. I don't need a key because I have a local model running. So if I call this, if I run this cell, things will be already set up for me to interact with this local model. Now, the other way is, you can actually use OpenAI, but in this case, I have an HTTP API, a model deployed on Azure. So why is this interesting? Well, because I'm connecting to an API, I do need an API key for this one to work. And you can notice that I have the URL, it's already not localhost, right? I have deployed these. When you deploy it, you have to deploy with a unique name. In this case, for me, it was demo-Alfredo. It has to be unique because otherwise you would clash. So if right now you go into Azure and you want to create one that is called demo-Alfredo, it's going to fail. It needs to be unique. So in this case, I made it unique. And that's kind of like my endpoint. And it's protected. Nobody can access it unless they have this special key, which I have it right here called Azure_OpenAI key. Now, that's not the actual key. That's an environment variable. So I have a special file in my system, and I've used this very neat library called .env, which is right here at the very top. And .env is a library that looks around your file system, and it loads that file and exports or makes available those special variables that are inside along with their values. So now in here, you don't need to see the actual key. So it's kind of like basically a way to protect my keys from being exposed. Great, so I have that there. And this allows me to connect to Azure OpenAI. So I'm going to run this. Now, I know I ran the other one before, but I'm going to run this executed so that things are properly set up. That didn't take too long. Now, nothing has happened yet. We've just created a little bit of Python code, a little bit of glue, and said, hey, by the way, you're going to go to this place. You're going to use this key to authenticate. And we're going to use that in order to start building our data set. So I'm going to scroll down here. And this is where kind of like the crux of the problem starts happening. Now, this looks like a giant blob of text, but let me break it down so that it looks a little bit more interesting. So I'm telling the language model that I have CSV data. CSV is a comma separated value format, and the CSV data is actually pretty common in machine learning, and when we're building machine learning models and AI models, these are kind of like it's a foundational way of having and dealing with data. So in this case, I actually have this data set about wines from all different parts of the world. And these are separated by the columns of name, region, variety, rating, and notes. As you know, different wines are rated on a scale from, they say a scale to 100, but it's actually more of like from the upper 90s. Kind of all the way to the 100. So there's a little bit on the 80s, but an 80s score is not very good for wine. But suffice to say that this is very good to get us started. But what's the problem? Well, we don't have enough data. So I'm actually telling the large language model, hey, I have a few rows here. I'm going to give you an example. And with this example, I want you to generate more. So the actual example is very rich. It has tons of text, but it basically follows this convention of name, region, variety, ratings, and notes. So we can attempt to read one. Let's see, 3 Rings Reserve, Shiraz 2004, Barossa Valley, South Australia. Perfect, so we start with Australia, and I think this one's like 3, and you see it all compacted because it's a lot of text. So VS Code here is just like making it very concise. Now the interesting part is below. I would like you to generate synthetic data based on this input. Produce me 10 more examples of data formatted for CSV to augment data sets. So I'm giving the language model the instructions necessary so that they can generate a little bit more. Now, beyond that, beyond my prompt, like I'm the user, I'm like typing this all out, I have these ways of kind of like fine-tuning, kind of like, not exactly fine-tuning for the model, but kind of like fine-tuning my prompt, like the special instructions, like the behind-the-scenes instructions on how we're going to interact with the large language model. And these are right here in the messages. So I am going to have the role, and the system is one of these important aspects. And in this case, you're a specialist in generating synthetic data based on inputs. You provide output formatted for CSVs to augment data sets. So it's pretty interesting, pretty straightforward, nothing really out of the ordinary. It's very straightforward to understand. So, but when I execute that, what's the output? Well, I get, sure, I can help you generate synthetic data based on the input provider. Here, 10 examples of synthetic data. And you can see here that it actually was able to generate a lot of examples. These are all made examples. Perhaps some of those actually exist. We don't care because it's synthetic, right? The premise is that we understand that this can be a little bit not really real. But what's the problem? If I am a developer and I want to treat this programmatically, then I can't have all of these, hey, sure, Alfredo, thank you so much for your prompt. Here you have a bunch of data. Hope you have a great day. It's like, no, I just need the data. So how can I improve these so I can only have the data that I want? I don't want to be copy-pasting 10 lines of CSV data and copy and pasting and copying and pasting. That doesn't really work. Developers, we are kind of lazy, and what we do is we build automation. We write some code so things are exactly the way we want it. Okay, so actually this comes with a warning from the large language model. It says, please know that the above data is entirely fictional. Yes, I know, I understand. I really, really do. This is why this is called a synthetic data set. So what's the next step? How can we make it slightly better, right? Because again, I don't want those pleasantries. I don't want those things around. So I'm gonna keep scrolling here, and same thing. Same prompt as before, that the user prompt is the same, except we're tweaking the system prompt. And let's see what we're having. And I'm gonna close here the file explorer so we can have a better view. I would act as an API for generating synthetic data based on inputs. That's a major statement right there, because now the large language model, or the language model actually in general, will act as an API. What's an API? Well, it's kind of like an HTTP service that will respond specific responses in text, sometimes in specific formats like JSON, that will give you data. It won't tell you, hey, hi, thank you so much for your prompt. Here's the data that you want. And remember, this is synthetic. See, that's not going to happen, right, for an API. So great, I'm telling the large language model, by the way, this is what you need to do. Provide output formatted for CSVs, which is important because I'm actually wanting that CSV format. To augment data sets, do not provide any other feedback, input, questions, or any other kind of text that will not be valid CSV based on the input received. I'm being really specific with this large language model to try to kind of like guide it towards where I want it. Actually, the way I think sometimes about large language models in general is like they're like a toddler. So a toddler is starting to walk, and you say, let's go to the left, and you grab the hands, and then you turn around, it's like it starts going to the right. No, just to the left, keep going to the left. It's like, and then they forget, it's like going to the right. No, let's go back again. So I'm reinforcing the idea of exactly what is it that I want in the way that I want it. When you reply, there's no need to provide the headers, just the data. Perfect. So one of the aspects of CSV data is that at the very top, you will have some headers, which are part of the data set. But I don't care. I already have the headers. There's no need for the large language model to provide those things over and over again. And everything else is the same. And look at the output. I mean, I know it looks like a blob of text, but you should notice that now what we have is something that it's clean. It looks clean. There's no like, hey, sure, here's some data that you asked, and remember that this is fictional data, right? It's acting like an API. Excellent. So this is what we have. This is how we get there. So where do we go next? Well, let's just assume the following. And I usually like to use my boss as an example. My boss sometimes says, hey, Alfredo, like we need to solve this problem yesterday. People are asking for it, and we need to get this going. So in this case, let's just assume that my boss came in and said, your Jupyter notebook looks awesome, Alfredo, but we need to have this deployed somewhere. We need to have this. We need to make this an API. We need to automate this because there's lots of people asking for this generation of synthetic data. We cannot be just using your Jupyter notebook and copying things around and asking people to connect. Like, this is not feasible. We need an API, and we need it yesterday. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to grab these, and we're going to build an API. Now, sometimes building an API from scratch, kind of tricky, but we're going to use Copilot. I'm going to use Copilot to kind of like help me answer some questions and get me to where I need. Now, there's certain difficulties and there's certain design decisions. I am going to go very fast and try to make something super simple that works, and then we'll see if we have enough time to make extra things and make them slightly better. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to create a Python file, empty file, and then I'm going to start from there. And then we'll be using Copilot to kind of like guide us through what we have on the Jupyter Notebook towards the API. So I'm going to go to the File Explorer here, and I am going to add a new file. I'm going to call it main.py. The name of the file doesn't really matter. It's just that it is a Python file, and that's good enough for what we want. So I'm going to do that. There's nothing here. Now, the next design decision, and I think that's kind of like where we're going to end things, the next design decision is using a framework that I personally like for Python, which is called Fast API. And you will see later why Fast API, I really like it, but you will see exactly why, because it makes it easier to interact with the API once you have it up and running. So let's just use that. And I'm going to do a mix of different things with Copilot here. I'm going to start typing some things and see what the ghost text, what the suggestions on the completions are going to look like. So let's start by doing our imports. Or actually, let's see if Copilot can help us with the imports. Make necessary imports to create a Fast API application. Sure. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. From Fast API, import Fast API. Now, Fast API has a thing where we need to, I swear that Copilot is the first and only thing I've ever used in any text editor that makes me laugh out loud. Because what I was going to say, it is exactly to create an instance of Fast API. So I'm going to accept this suggestion, pressing tab, and in here, it's going to be, yes, exactly, Copilot, thank you so much. It's going to be app equals Fast API. So what we've done there is we've created an instance. We instantiated Fast API. We told us, okay, by the way, you're an application. You should be ready. I'm going to call you out and save that to that variable on line 5. Yes, we're going to define a route for the root URL. The root URL is like essentially what do you get when someone reaches the top level. So sure, like let's add one. So that's what the slash means. Read root, yes, hello world. Let's actually make it nicer here. We're gonna type text, and we're gonna say an API for generating data, of course. Yes. So tab there. And then now we get into the actual thing that we need to do. Yes, we are going to define a route for the generate data URL, but actually I'm just going to call it generate. And I'm going to say URL, perfect, app get. We're not going to use get. So sometimes with Copilot you have to be kind of careful, because what you want is to make sure that things that are not quite good, they actually, you need to understand what's going to happen. A get request is not what we want. I want a post request. So I'm gonna say post, and sure, generate looks correct to me. So I'm gonna only accept a post request for this one. So generate data. Now, this is not quite it, right? Because it's just returning anything, it's just returning a string. But this is sort of like good enough. I'm gonna save it. How about we run it? Now, I've pre-installed the dependencies. The dependencies that are pre-installed is Fast API, of course, and Unicorn, which is a thing that allows me to run this. So I'm going to run the web server. I know this is not exactly what we want, but let's see if it works. So I'm going to toggle my terminal, and I am going to say, I'm going to see if Unicorn is there. It is, and I'm going to run this. So that will be Unicorn. -- host is going to be 0.0.0, meaning running my local system and just bind to my machine only. And then this is going to be main, which is the Python module, and then colon app. And how about we do -- reload, which it will detect automatically if I'm making changes, so it will automatically reload. So I'm going to do that, and look at that. It's running on port 8000. So I'm going to switch to my browser really quickly here. And of course, there's nothing there right now, but I'm going to reload. And I know this is kind of hard to see, but it's like, hey, there's an API for generating data. Now, remember when I chose Fast API, I said, hey, I'm going to choose these, I'm going to make this decision, but I'm going to tell you later why this is pretty cool? Well, I'm going to tell you right now. So I'm going to go to the URL. I'm going to say /docs, and look at that. Oh my God, it's very, very nice. It has. We didn't. This by the way, I didn't code. You didn't see me do CSS, JavaScript, HTML, nothing. This comes with the framework. Not only that, it will allow me to interact with the API. One of the most tricky things to do is to actually interact with an API that you have running. So let's actually take a look at that. So we have post on generate. So I'm going to click here in the dropdown. I'm going to click on try it out. It doesn't accept any parameters. Sure, I'm going to execute this, and we get our response right there. Data generated successfully. Perfect. So that's like to get started, that's already pretty good, but that's not kind of like what we want, right? Like we want the synthetic data set generation. So let's go back pretty quickly and start fixing away. So I am going to actually close this to give us some room, and let's poke around. So we need to actually import OpenAI from OpenAI, import OpenAI. And then in here, instead of generate, we're going to say client. If you remember from, this is not exactly the correct way. So we're going to have to check here our Jupyter Notebook. We're going to have to return back to where we were. And I'm going to scroll all the way to the top. And for this one, we're going to just do the local one. So this is what we want. So we're going to connect locally, and you can see it's already not liking it, and that's why it's all red. So I'm going to paste that. It's almost like I found this on Stack Overflow and I'm pasting, but not quite. I built it, I swear. I actually took my time to build this. All right, so client OpenAI, that looks correct. I'm going to save these. But then when it returns, I don't need this return to return like this. So we need to actually interact, right? So let's go back. This is how we connect to the local large language model. And now we need the interaction portion of it. And the interaction portion is going to be this one right here. And I'm going to copy from here. We're not going to print things. And not that one, because that one is the generic one. We're going to use the good prompt that has all of the good stuff for the API. Perfect. So I'm going to use this one. That's going to be the system prompt. And how about we're going to copy this one? And, well, we are going to copy. How about we copy the whole thing? And I promise we're gonna try to make it really nice. I know this is going to be rough inside a function, but we're going to try to make it work, because we're going to try to make it go fast. We'll have a few more minutes left, and we want to get this running. So I'm going to paste this here. I'm going to select it and try to make the indentation. As you know, Python is kind of nitpicky on the indentation. That looks correct to me. And now let's assign this to a response variable. I'm going to do that. And then instead of data generated successfully, we're going to put the response right here. Great. So I'm going to save that. And I'm going to toggle the terminal so you can see how do you see that shutting down? That's the server restarting. So I don't need to stop the process and start again. So I'm going to go back here. I am going to go all the way to the top. I am going to reload these, generate data, no parameters. I'm going to try it out. I'm going to execute. And whoa, what are we getting? Look at that. So we're getting a ton of responses here that are coming from our fast API. Now, this looks OK. This looks good enough. How about I just return plain text? I don't want to return JSON. So do you see that? Do you see that bracket over there? That curly bracket and the text, that's a JSON response. A JSON is a formatting on the response. We have this data within the curly brackets, and text would be the key, and the value would be the thing separated, what comes after the colon, in this case, the string with all of the wines. But what if we don't want to have kind of like that setup? We just want to return the actual data set as text. So we're going to close this one here. And we're going to just return the response. So it's going to be kind of like a plain text response. Let's see if this will be fine doing it this way. So let's try this again. I'm going to try it out. I'm going to click execute. And the response now comes as plain text. So perfect. So we've made a ton of progress here. Things are looking very good. Now, what are some of the next steps? And when you're dealing with application, now I can actually tell my boss right now, hey, this is good to go. We can deploy. Well, I wouldn't be so enthusiastic about deploying this to production, but I would say I have something ready. I have a proof of concept ready. We can start trying it out. That's the way that I would tell my boss, so kind of like guarding against anything that I've done that is not quite production ready. And now he basically wouldn't be able to tell me, it's like, well, Alfredo, this is not a very good code. Hey, I said proof of concept, and this actually works and does something. We can actually start spelunking and doing more investigation, and what are some of the things that we need to consider. So actually, when we talk to GitHub Copilot, there are certain things that we can ask. And there's a couple of things that we can do beyond just writing documentation or writing some unit tests. Actually, unit tests will be good. But here, in this case, we're dealing with a large language model. We're dealing with an API. We're paying for some tokens. We're paying for this service. How about we figure out a way to throttle this a little bit, right? So let's understand, I don't know how I would go around throttling and making sure that this doesn't get abused, that I don't get 10,000 requests per second. How can I just, hit the brakes on this if someone starts going overloading the service? So I have this fast API in Python working very nicely. But I need to understand some considerations I should take for launching this into production. Specifically, let's focus on throttling and preventing. I cannot type for the life of me, preventing abuse. So Copilot is very good at this, and it will actually start providing me some of the things that I can do: rate limiting, authentication and authorization, which is pretty good. You know that I'm already authenticating, error handling, logging. Well, logging is amazing, but not necessarily so for the things that we want to. It actually suggested a slow API, which is something pretty interesting. And what's happening there is that slow API seems to, I've never tried it before. So with anything that comes from a large language model or any language model, you cannot treat things as facts. What you need to understand here is that large language models, and language models in general, are probability machines. They say, if you have this word, probably this word will follow. And if you have this bag of words, probably this other bag of words makes sense. It's not based on facts. It's not a database behind the scenes. It's trained on existing data. It will give you, most of the time, very good suggestions. You need to be wary. So in this case, it's telling me about slow API. I've never used it. First time I hear about it. The first thing I would do is I would check on it, try to see if there's anything that if it exists or not. If it exists, it sounds interesting. It says implement rate limiting to prevent abuse of your API. Exactly what we need here. And then I would say authentication and authorization. Both are very good suggestions. So I think there you go. I think we're in a good spot. If I had to consider anything else, what I would do is perhaps add some tests, add some documentation, make sure that this is robust, and if there's any, tests are very important because it will allow to have me to have confidence that this synthetic dataset generation API is actually very good and very sound, and that I'm not making breaking changes in the future. So that's it. Hopefully you can get to try some of these techniques that I show you today, and hopefully you use Copilot as well to kind of help you guide you through the difficult things that sometimes are kind of tricky. You have the idea, you know what you want, your boss is waiting, and this is a perfect way in order to make something like a proof of concept work.
Awesome. Alfredo, that was great. You packed a lot into that 30-minute session, so really appreciate it. Now, before we dive into some questions that we got, I have one that I'm going to be a little selfish and ask you myself. So I have some experience with Python, and I've done like some stuff with like functions and fast API, but curious if you could give me like a straightforward answer in terms of like when to use something like Django versus fast API versus Flask.
Yeah, well, like most things in life, we have many different choices, and making a decision is very difficult. I, for example, love coffee. You go to any supermarket, you go to the coffee aisle, and what you're going to be faced is with an exuberant amount of coffee choices. Do you want vanilla flavor? Do you want more of like the Kona blend, the light toasting, the darker toasting? So it's just very, very, very tricky. So depending on what stage are you on your knowledge journey for what the things that you want to do, I would say, well, try certain things and see how you feel about them. The thing that Fast API that I really like is that it exposes the self-documenting section, and you can try it out for an API that looks pretty awesome. That's good enough for me. And before I used to use Flask a lot. Flask is also pretty good. Django, I've actually coded in Django in production environments, and it has more things to it, like you can interact with databases and make things certain things by default available to you pretty nicely, and that's also a very good option. But I would say my best suggestion, as with anything, try them out. See which one feels more comfortable, which one makes you feel more productive and more happier. Nobody wants to be like cranky and be like, oh my goodness, this framework just makes me very upset. Nobody wants that. And when we're upset, coding doesn't really work. So.
Awesome.
Try it out.
I appreciate the answer, and it's great that we had Dawn's session on Django. Now we have a little bit of Fast API with you, Alfredo, so it's awesome to have a little bit of both there. Reynald, do you have another question for
Yeah,
Alfredo?
there was a question by Rich Lisakowski. He asked, where's the Jupyter notebook for this example? Please share the URL. So is that something we could probably share in the URL?
Yes, 100%. I'll make sure to share these resources out. All of this is public code. It's actually right now it's under my GitHub account. It's public code that you can try and look around. It's something that I've used to teach. I'm also a teacher, but I teach a little bit a couple times a year. Love teaching. So yeah, all of these examples are public. You can make use of them. The Azure one, I even put documentation in it. So like if you want to try it out, it's not just a bag of code. It's actually usable things that tell you like, hey, click here, do these. These are the setups, and get you started.
Great. Alfredo, thank you so much for spending some time with us, answering some questions. That was awesome. For all the Python fans, we've been showing a lot of Python stuff in there, so I'm pretty sure those Python devs are pretty happy there. Reynald, how are you feeling about VS Code Day so far?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. It's awesome listening to these speakers, and especially on the Python topic. Tell me what you think about this. Someone was asking me, like, do they think Python is truly like one of the best languages to learn to code because it's a little easier to read with syntax, or do you think that spoils them, and then when they go into another language, now they've got some trauma, they might have to go to counseling, all of a sudden, syntax, the alignment and formatting is not as important? Yeah. What do you think?
I think the easier it is to get into programming, use that, whatever it is. And then later on, once you get your foundations, you're good to go, right? 100%. But I think we're ready for our next speaker here. Reynald, who do we got?
Yeah, up next, we have Scott Hanselman and Leslie Richardson. The Scott Hanselman, yes, if people are wondering, I'm a big fan of Scott, and I'm just learning about Leslie, but she seems awesome, so I'm really excited to hear her part of the session also. Scott is a VP at Microsoft and has written a number of technical books, done tons of tutorials also, spoken in person to literally over 1 million developers worldwide, and works in open source on .NET and Azure Cloud. He also enjoys long walks on the beach. Leslie is a senior product manager on the .NET team, and she's primarily focused on improving productivity with C# and Razor in both Visual Studio and VS Code. On weekends, she enjoys long walks on the beach. Now, both of them are here to talk about real-world development with VS Code and C#. So with that, I'm going to use one of my professional segues here. Scott and Leslie, the floor is yours.
Hey. How's it
Hi,
going?
thanks, Reynald. It's going. I just got back from a long walk on the beach. I don't know about you.
I too may or may not have gotten a long walk on the beach on the way to and from McDonald's. It's very nice.
Nice. That's a very scenic route, I think. Awesome.
Indeed.
Sweet. So you know what else is awesome? C# productivity, which is our
Segue.
topic for the day. Yeah, great transition. Productivity for C#, especially when it comes to VS Code, has not always been the easiest of times, right? So we're aiming to improve that experience with the C# Dev Kit extension, which is our main focus of this talk. So we're going to be talking all about C# Dev Kit and the end-to-end productivity experience that it provides from the moment you create or open an existing project to debugging, testing, editing, code navigation, and all that jazz.
Yeah, I guess I've heard that they actually took chunks of code, pieces of code from Visual Studio for Windows, and then they ported it. So there's productivity tools, there's features that I'm used to seeing on full Visual Studio that now are coming to my favorite code editor in Visual Studio Code. So it's not just IntelliSense, it's fully featured. So you're going to show us some of that stuff. And you've got a Mac, if I understand, and I've got Windows. So we're going to see it on multiple operating systems.
Great, yeah, because you can now code C# anywhere. That's like our thesis. Cool, so I'm going to share my screen and give you a briefer on what C# Dev Kit is in case you're new to it or you need a refresher. So C# Dev Kit is an official Microsoft extension. It provides rich C# language support and productivity features, which we will go into in depth in a few. And yeah, if you're familiar with Visual Studio or you use Visual Studio, we have taken some of those existing features, such as the Solution Explorer for additional project management or the Test Explorer and some of those capabilities, and we've integrated it into VS Code. We didn't just copy and paste it and call it a day. We gave it the good old VS Code twist. And because this is a VS Code extension, now you are able to write C# from anywhere. So you'd be like me, I'm on a Mac. Scott says he's on Windows today. I think you at one point tried to do it on a Raspberry Pi. Did you get that to work?
I've actually got it running. That's a true story. I have it running. I have VS Code and the VS Code extension running on my Raspberry Pi 5. So I've got a Raspberry Pi. I've done it on a 3, a 4, and a 5, but this is a new Raspberry Pi 5. It does run well on Linux. I've got it on Ubuntu on my desk right here, which is really cool. But it isn't just, you said it was an extension. Isn't it a family of extensions?
Yes, I lied. So it is really a family of extensions, but once you install the one, you're golden. So when you install the C# Dev Kit extension, you're really getting 3 main ones. The Dev Kit extension itself gives you the Solution Explorer and the expanded Test Explorer. And the base C# extension that comes with it is what's giving you the rich C# editing experience, stuff like IntelliSense, colorization, code navigation things, perf and reliability improvements, and other miscellaneous items that we'll probably be exploring. And the IntelliCode for C# Dev Kit, which is what gives you AI-powered start and whole line completions. That said, if you are a Copilot fan, you can use Copilot alongside C# Dev Kit. And also, if you are a Maui developer or a Unity developer, as long as you have C# Dev Kit installed, you should be able to take advantage of those 2 extensions as well. So something for everyone.
I also want to give you props, though. Shout out for not using PowerPoint. You did PNGs inside of VS Code, which is the most badass thing that I have seen in a long time. We're doing all of our demos, including the slides themselves, existing in VS Code. So shout out to Leslie for making it happen.
Yeah, and shout out to, I don't know, someone who's pretty cool gave me a pretty good idea about doing that. So shout out to them as well. They might be in the vicinity. I don't know. So yeah, so getting started with C# Dev Kit is very easy to do. You can go into extensions, or maybe if you're already on a web browser, you can find it that way. But if you type in C#, it should be one of the first things to pop up once this error goes away, hopefully. Unless it's not going to be nice to me. interesting, but just know that usually when you type in C#, it should be one of the first to bubble up. This is the one that you want. And once you've got it installed, you should be able to view a walkthrough that comes with it. It should automatically appear, but if it doesn't, or if you X out of it, like I do sometimes accidentally, no worries. You can do Command-Shift-P or Control-Shift-P, go to Open Walkthrough, and then select Get Started with C# Dev Kit, which I highly recommend that you go through, especially if you're new to C# Dev Kit, or if you're new to .NET C# development, period. I think it's a really nice just intro on getting started cleanly. But the one thing I want to point out in this walkthrough, because we're going to be talking about a lot of this stuff later in the demos, is making sure you install the .NET SDK. If you don't have this installed, you won't be able to build your .NET apps. And that's not fun. I don't like to write things and just not get to see the end result. It's lame. So make sure you have that installed. The good news is that with the latest update that we have done pretty recently, you can now install the .NET SDK directly from VS Code. So yeah, we mentioned the PowerPoint slides. I mean, you still don't have to leave VS Code to do all this. You can install directly from the window proper. I already have it installed, so I'm not going to go through the full process, but yeah, pick either the latest version of .NET, which we recommend, or an earlier one, hit install, and then a download terminal is going to show up. It'll download, it'll walk you through the installation process, and then reload your VS Code window, and you are good to go. That's all you need. So from here, you've got a couple of choices. Once you've done the SDK installation and DevKit is installed, you can create a .NET project or open an existing one. We're going to open an existing one in a second, but you have several options for creating a .NET project, either by this button here that you've got that will appear, or you can do the terminal if that's still your thing, .NET, create new project, whatever that command is, you can still use that, or you can use Control-Shift-P to get a new project from there. And now you've got a list of different project templates to choose from. I'm going to choose a Blazor web app, but notice that there's now Aspire support. So if you're familiar with .NET Aspire, or you want a better way to write cloud native based applications in a .NET space, that is your place to be. And now you can work with your .NET Aspire apps directly in VS Code as well. I'm not demoing it now because it's like hot off the press. It's like it came out the oven like 10 minutes ago, basically, and is still too hot. It needs to cool down because otherwise it will burn my hands. So definitely check it out though when you get the chance.
And that list there, that's the same list I would see if I was doing that at the command line. One of the things that's interesting is that we want the aesthetic of the C# Dev Kit to match the aesthetic of VS Code, right? Like in Visual Studio for Windows, you go File, New Project, and it's a lot of GUI, but that command palette is really baked into how VS Code does stuff. And that list that you see is the same list you would see if you were in Visual Studio and you said File, New Project, and the same list you would see if you said .NET New at the command line, which I think is really interesting. It's expressed within the style, the user interface, and the aesthetic of VS Code. So it should feel comfortable to users of VS Code.
Absolutely, yeah. It's not, we didn't copy paste, so it shouldn't be a jarring experience. And if it is a jarring experience, share your feedback so we can make it better. So that
we're going to see more of that later, because that's not just during the File New Project process. It's through all the aspects of your interaction, whether it be adding NuGets and doing other things like testing and navigating as well, which is cool. Exactly.
Yeah, so once you've created your project, it'll show up in the usual workspace that you're probably familiar with if you use VS Code a lot. But, it gives you all the folders and files that are associated with your app, but sometimes there's folders or files that you don't really care about in your day-to-day development work, right? Like, Scott, when's the last time you used the object folder on a regular basis with your development?
Been a long, I don't even know what's in there, honestly.
Right.
I don't want to see the obj folder.
Exactly. So if you want a streamlined experience that is a lot more project focused and lets you know everything that's related to your project, that's more of a day-to-day basis, you should definitely take advantage of the Solution Explorer, which gives you a streamlined view of your application and some of the more critical folders and files that you're going to be using.
Yeah, I like to think of it as like there's the physical view, like the reality of the disk is the way that VS Code has always done things. Like that's what's on disk. But the Solution Explorer is very much a virtualization of that. It's the one we're used to seeing. You can see obj, you can see properties, you can see WW root, but here you've got your Solution Explorer popped up. You can see the solution is called Blazor App 2. The project beneath it is Blazor App 2, and then when that opens up, and we'll see it on my side as well, it looks like your machine's having trouble both streaming.
Yeah.
We're on
streaming
Teams,
on Teams is
yeah, I think
it's always a toss-up.
It's time to get you a newer Mac. I think your Mac is working pretty hard right now.
I think so too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
so-
go. So go ahead and pull that razor, fold that one down there. Get rid of that bottom one, or make
Yeah.
that
you go.
what's it called, a accordion.
I think.
Go
Yeah.
away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see like dependencies that make up your particular project. You can see a list of all your projects. Stuff like, as you noticed, the object and bin folders have been removed. The .cs proj files have been consolidated. So you can still access them either via that default workspace or via Solution Explorer. But now you've got a more focused experience. So the good news is you can take advantage of one or both. So whatever floats your boat, really. And
Yeah, I think it's a very clean thing to do, and it's also very familiar, right? Like
I
having
agree.
frameworks, having analyzers, and then of course the dependencies that we'll see a little bit later.
Fully. So speaking of a little bit later, I was going to F5 this, but because my computer and streaming don't quite mix, I don't want to just give up our wonderful F5 experience on a basic Hello World app, right? Like I think our session's called something real world. So I think we should step things up and talk a little bit about more of a real world application, don't you think?
Yeah, because right here you have just a Blazor app that you made, but I wanted folks to know that I do a lot of my dev in my day-to-day on my machine. So we'll take a break from your machine for a second, and then we'll get my machine set up over here. I'll go ahead and share my screen. And what I wanted to show was part of the Hanselman empire, Leslie, consisting of 3 websites. Hanselman.com, the website I've had for like 30 years, since I remember the first time I could make a domain and register a domain. And then Hanselman, which is my podcast. So this is the actual source code to the podcast, and it's loaded up within Visual Studio Code using those the extensions. And in fact, I've got a ton of extensions installed. Certainly I've got 37 extensions, because I'm doing all kinds of
I
stuff.
can beat that.
Yeah, well, and
I've got 24.
they're all running within that extension manager. I've got Docker, I've got Copilot, I've got my hex editor, because you never know when you might want to edit some hex. And within all of this is that C# dev kit. And as you pointed out, the dev kit loads up the C# extension and IntelliCode. So all of those exist, and I can confirm that they're there by zooming in down to the corner here. And that's how you know, right, that you've got the C# dev kit installed and running. And then, of course, if you're feeling sassy, you could certainly switch to the pre-release version, but I'm staying on release right now.
I was actually on pre-release.
Oh, you were on
that,
pre-release?
and
Yeah.
I didn't say as much. Yeah.
Those are those spicy bits. You maybe should have stayed on the stable stuff. I've also got VS Code Pets, which I think is an
I have that one too.
important addition here, to just call out that if you need
So cute.
a rubber duck, you can always add one to your system. Now, I wanted to call out a little bit more on your physical versus logical thing before we do a debug, because I wanted to point out, like you said, there's just a bunch of stuff I don't really want to see in my day-to-day.
.bs. Yeah, you never use a .bs or .bs code.
Yeah,
No,
they're there.
Yeah.
I know that they're there. But what I can do is I can close that accordion down, right? And if I want to, I can always get back there. I could look at that within the File Explorer. So I've right-clicked here on the Solution Explorer, that logical view, that virtual view. I want to call out New Project and add existing project, like your Shift Control P, right? That gets you the palette. I can go and say New Project here. So there's New Project. Or I can right-click, which is a very familiar gesture to folks that are using Visual Studio on Windows. And then check this out. Look at that. Oh my God.
Yeah, I love it. Packages. Yeah, that's really great. I mean, wouldn't it be great if you could also like manage your packages in C# project in VS Code?
It would be nice, because historically, I would go and run around here. I mean, okay, where's the CS proj file? Okay, hang on, find that, and then I'm off in here, right? And I'm like, oh no, what am I doing? It's
right.
XML.
Oh. And then,
Right?
human error is going to happen. You're going to spell something wrong. You're going to get a number incorrect.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a whole
So
thing.
within packages, I've got the versioning set up for these packages, which is great, right? So I can open those up, see the specific versions, and in fact, if we wanted to, we could open the CS prod, see that they line up on these particular packages. And then how would I go and manage those packages? How would I go and do that? I could do it at the command line. I could edit the XML manually.
That's not fun. Manually? Ew.
Yeah. But if you go and say, where am I? How do I get my dependencies back up? Do I need to be on pre-release for this?
No, you shouldn't have to. You were using it. I saw you doing it the other day. You have packages open already.
Yeah, but I want to right click and get onto that. I think that's pre-release.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it was pre-release. Shoot.
Yep. This
Which
is a
version
good point.
were you using pre-release the other day?
Well, because I think that this is a great point, because when demos have things like this happen, we have to remember that some of these bits are spicy and coming out like this week.
Yeah.
Right?
Some of these came out like 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So we want to make sure that people have the new stuff and the official stuff. So in this case here, I just switched. And this is also a nice thing that our folks can do this. We can try is you can switch back and forth. It's not a big deal to switch around. So in this case here, I've switched over to a different build, and we'll go and we'll say packages. And here I can see, again, within that, oops, let me try that again. Sorry. The Microsoft Teams little sharing your screen thing, you can't see it. It's actually covering.
Same.
It's covering this UI up here, so where I'm trying to show. So check this out. Add, remove, and update our packages all available within that UI. So if I type in NuGet, and we can go and add, this is really cool. So you can say add a NuGet package. Right, let me zoom in a little bit better there. We'll add one, say to core. You can just put in your search term, right? If you wanted to search for something, and maybe I'll use the humanizer, which is a great NuGet package. And it's going to go and search, and you can find the one that you want. And then it'll find the version, tell you which one's latest, then you can go and pick it. And it'll add that to your project. So now it's going to bring the humanizer down. There it is, right? And then I can right click and update or remove, which is again that familiar gesture. So what's nice about it is I could do this, right? I could go and say NuGet, remove package, which one, pick it. Now it's gone. All at the command line. I was not using, not command line, all with the keyboard rather.
Yeah.
I wasn't using my mouse, right? But for folks that are not quite there yet, you can always do right click. But if you do it from the command line and you go like, .NET NuGet remove, it'll get reflected and it'll see that as well. So it's really all about choice, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, and that was a massive customer ask for a while for folks who've been using C# DevKit for a bit. So definitely check that one out in particular. And share your
I think it was very elegantly.
That was long awaited.
It was very elegantly done, and I really like that that menuing process here. Like again, as you go through, you pick a thing, you do the search, you get the nice async search, then you pick, and then you get the version. And I'm doing all of that just enter, tab. It's really clean. So kudos to the folks for pulling that off.
Totally. And while we're still under dependencies, not only can you see your package or analyzer framework dependencies, but you can also see project dependencies, right?
Oh, that's a really great point, actually. Let me find one. So like Playwright tests here has not just a packages dependency, which we saw just now, but a projects dependency. So these Playwright tests depend on this one. And then within my testing here, you can see there's actually a little testy icon there, little beaker.
Yeah, I like that there's different icons depending on the project type you're doing.
The icon work is done nicely. And then we actually have some alternative icons. This is another thing people don't really realize. Because VS Code is so extensible, you and I, Leslie, have added alternative icons. So there's lots of different material icons and VS Code icons to get even cooler icons for these things. So here we've got packages, and then we've got project references. So these are references within our solution. And this
also, something I want to point about the project references in particular is that, like packages in the past, it used to be you need to go into your CS proj and then pray to God that you're spelling the name of your project right. So now you don't need to do that. You can just add a project reference directly from the Solution Explorer, which is very handy, very similar
Right.
to adding a new Git package.
Nice little quality of life additions that I think are really cool. And actually another quality of life one that is nice is navigating around, you know. So again, not using the mouse. I kind of like the idea to drive stick shift, and I like to use my keyboard. So I could go and hit Shift Control P, which brings up the command palette, and you can see here where I've got my different commands. But I can also just look for, like, here's a particular chunk of code I want to look for. I'll say show database tests, SDT, just like that navigation that we see in Visual Studio. Now I'm looking at these tests, and I want to point out that these are tests, right? These are unit tests.
Mm-hmm.
And look at that. The little
Yeah,
unit test thing pops up there.
So cool. So it recognizes your test, and that's applicable to most frameworks. So MS Test, NUnit, XUnit, Playwright, in your case. Lots of different test frameworks are compatible with C# DevKit. And yeah, so you can run your test inline in the editor. You can debug your test inline in the editor. You can view the statuses of each of your tests in the editor. So if you are team editor all the way in your VS Code life, like you have the Explorer collapsed most of the time, you can do a lot of this work directly in the editor and just command palette, which is very exciting.
Yeah. I will say one gentle correction, though. Playwright, in this particular case, which is a browser automator, isn't directly supported. What we're doing is we call Playwright from a unit test framework, which then causes your Playwright test to work. So that's how that's actually working. So if we go and look at some unit tests here, these are all database tests. We can come over here on the left-hand side and pick testing.
Yeah.
Right. The little
so,
beaker.
and this was a window that existed in VS Code prior to C# DevKit, but it honestly was not the most useful thing unless you had a bunch of extensions on top of it. So now it's once you build your test project, it will automatically be able to pick up all of the different tests that you've defined, and you can see a giant list of them. As you can see there, you can run them all at the same time. You can run them individually. There are different test commands you can access via the command palette that let you do just run only the tests that failed or something like that. So yeah.
So these got discovered, right? So I could go and run the entire app, and you can watch on the left-hand side the little asynchronous little dealies. It's running around, discovering them all, running all of the tests, figuring them all out, and it ran my entire suite there in about 9 seconds. Let's break a test though.
Yeah, I want to break a test. Right? That's more fun.
Let's go and break a test and run them again and see if we can see some failures. Because they say red, green, refactor, right? You don't trust a test unless you see it fail. Okay, so that one failed, and then look at this. You get this nice peak that says, oh, in our test data, we expect 694 podcast episodes, but we've only got 604. Pops it up, puts you exactly on the line that you want, and then gives you the text output that you would have seen if you'd run .NET Test directly.
So helpful. And also, again, if you're a terminal person, you can view a lot of these test results via the terminal as well. So I think you can either click on the 3 dots up where it says testing if you wanted to open it quicker.
Oh, you mean right here?
Ooh,
there
you
you
go.
This is a great point, actually, because over here, I've got 19 tests, which is not major, but for a small site, it's okay. You can imagine that filling up very, very quickly. Yeah. Over here, what we're seeing is the test list again, but the instance of that test run, which is really cool. And you showed me this yesterday. I had never seen this before.
Yeah, this one's pretty cool.
So look at that.
Right, yeah, so you get similar values. So again, if you're a terminal person, you still got the terminal. If you're more of a windowed person, like maybe you're coming from VS and onto VS Code, you've got that experience as well. So again, options.
So here I'm going to make that change, and then I'll just run just that one test. And now it's fixed. In 2 seconds, I've now repaired that test, and it's reflected over here in the test results. Now, I wanted to go back to navigation, right? We know we can click up here, and we know we can start typing in, whatever, and find my code. But I can hover over these, and I'm holding down the control button, which lets me click and then do a peek, navigate, which I think we're very spoiled on. This is just really a lovely editor feature there. You can see that there's a partial class. This one's tricky. There's actually 2 show classes that are partial.
Yep.
And it's smart enough to know that.
Yeah, so if you wrote some code at 2 a.m, you were extremely tired, and all of a sudden it's 2 weeks later, you're looking at your code for the first time since that 2 a.m. night, and you're like, what the heck did I write? And you also maybe don't remember what file you put the class definition in or whatever. You can just use a peek or a go to definition, and it'll automatically take you to where that definition is at. Save you the trouble.
So I can click and I can go directly to them. I can get peeks, find specific definitions. I can right click, find both definitions. Hey, we can hear you, friends. Hey, live streamers. Cameron, my friend. Oh, goodness. Can you all hear us?
Oh, okay. So I guess we're still going.
It's live television, baby.
Hi, yeah, welcome to live TV.
All right.
Never a dull moment.
Let's keep going. So I can right click. I can do things like rename symbol, format document, which are all things, but also things like find all references and find implementation. So I can find all references. You can also access
that one in particular via where it says like 27 references up top with the partial class.
Oh, which one?
You can just click on that. See where it says 27 references above the partial class definition, B2 show? Yeah, you can just click on that. Oh, sorry, in the editor itself.
Oh, okay, show me.
Cool. So yeah, the example you're currently on, it says 4 references above. Yeah.
Oh, yo, look at that. Oh, that's a great tip, Leslie. So here, that's a great point. So here we're seeing this little bit of tooltip text kind of floating in that middle space between line 36 and 37. I click on that, I get a peek.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Peek your references, peek your classes.
And then click and then go directly there, which is great. And then look at this. Click on the little I have an idea guy, and now you've got your refactors and your surrounds and Copilot if you want it, which is cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so little IntelliSense and everything. So I think we talked about some editing stuff. We talked about testing. We've talked about the solution explorer. We haven't talked about debugging too much. I think we should run something. We could run a test, or we could run.
Yeah, actually, let's do that. I think that's a great idea. It's one, we all know it'll run. I think the interesting part, to your point, is debugging into a test would be a little tricky, right?
That'd be kind of fun.
So let's do that, right? So let's go into show database tests. Let's break one like we had before. Okay, we'll make it a little bit bigger, just because big fonts for the folks on their phones. We've broken that test. And then we'll run it. Maybe the font was too big, freak me out. All right, there we go. Now, we can say debug test at cursor, or debug tests in current file, which is cool. So let's try doing an individual debug test at cursor. Oops, let me put a breakpoint.
Oh, breakpoint.
Breakpoint.
I hate when I do that. It's like, oh no, I didn't mean to.
Now again, I want to call out, it might look a little crowded, but again, if you just go like this and make, that's kind of your normal size. So don't look at the font, but just get a sense if you can see what's going on.
We're using big fonts so that, so you can see it. But
yeah, we're doing the big fonts out of love. I don't want people to feel that. But over here, you've got your call stack, you've got your thread pool, you can see what's paused, you've got your breakpoints, right? Yeah. Again, a little crowded, but we're doing that on purpose.
Yep.
And then now I can go and break and move over. Look at that.
Check it.
Because you were the debugger PM for a while, right?
Yeah, and something I really want to highlight here is that with C# Dev Kit, the F5 experience is, I think, significantly improved. Like, I think we take F5 for granted. Sometimes it can be super easy to do in VS, but in the past, at least when I would try to debug something in VS Code, even something basic like a Hello World console app, it would be hard to do. You had to edit a launch settings JSON file, and it may not always work, even though you're following the documentation to a T, but that documentation might be partially out of date. It's just a whole tedious thing for debugging, which we all can agree is already tedious to do sometimes.
I think you make a really great point. I also want to call out that we've got, we had some arguments on Twitter a couple of days ago where people don't like their var, and they're like, I don't know what a var, I don't know what type it is. I'm hovering over it. I'm getting that type. But then if you look at shows, which is a list of a complex type, I just hovered over that. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
And I can see, look at that,
All
shout out to
variables.
Avalonia showing up in our debugger there.
Right. That's a fun fact. I don't believe it's related to C# Dev Kit, but if you are like me and I don't like bars, not gonna lie, but sometimes they're there. It takes my brain a minute to process, okay, what type is this?
What are you doing? Leslie, you're blowing up the whole show at the last 30 seconds. You don't know.
Sorry.
What are you like, now you're going to tell me you do 4 spaces and not tabs. What are you doing?
No, I'm team
Oh
tabs.
my God.
Bringing it more. But there is a setting that you can access. We don't have too much time to show it, but it's called inlay hints. This exists in both VS and VS Code. So if you turn on inlay hints, and there's a lot of fine-grained control you have over that setting, then you can view the type of variable that something is inline in your code, which is very helpful. Yeah. So
look at that.
I especially like it for like Lambda parameters and implicit variables, because those are the biggest frustrations I have sometimes when it's 1 a.m. Right?
What are those?
Cool, right? Yeah, I know. Super cool. I have those turned on. I love them. It makes my life easier.
Leslie, every time we hang out, you teach me something. I never have heard of that in my entire life. Inlay hints. And she's like, oh, we're not going to have time to turn that on. I came over here, I type hints, I turned them all on, and my life just got better. I am scandalized.
Sweet. Guess it was okay to break the chat for a couple seconds.
Oh, yeah. Like there's a script. Come on, friends. Let's be real here.
We did not have a script.
Good stuff. That's 30 minutes, I think. Let's see if our friends in the studio have any questions for us from folks on the live stream, because I understand that there was something coming pretty soon here.
You definitely did break the chat there. That was awesome. As a fellow .NET developer and a lover of C#, and I'm like one of those obnoxious ones on Twitter. I know you know this, Scott. Like, I will defend .NET, and I will try to influence as many people as possible to learn it. But it was awesome to see some C# stuff here at VS Code Day. And we do have a question here. Is there a dev container available for C# that works on both Intel and Apple Silicon?
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
I don't know. I will ask Richard Lander and find out, because when you're doing work in a dev container brings in a Docker layer and says, this is the one we're going to base our stuff on. So it would depend on if we have architecture non-specific Docker containers. And I want to say we do, but I think Richard Lander would know that. So that person can tweet us, and we'll add, hashtag VS Code Day and try to get that answer.
Great. That was Don Hunt. So Don Hunt, tweet at Scott, and we'll get that answer to you right away.
Yeah. I believe there is a feature of Docker that is architecture non-specific layer names, and then it pulls in the correct one. So I want to say yes, but I'm not 100%.
Can't lie. All right. Reynald, you had another question for us?
Yes, we have a question by Richard Lisakowski. So Richard says, and I quote, there's a lot of enthusiasm behind this one right here, so I got to prep it, within quotes. I installed C# Dev Kit. Now, VS Code asks me for my Visual Studio subscription. Do I have to pay more MS tax or Azure tax to use this? Hey, I thought C# was free, open source software, and in parentheses, FOSS. I'm not even sure what that stands for.
So I think it's unfortunate that it's a little bit negative, but if you have any VS product at all, VS community, if you're an open source developer, small business owner, it's free. If you already sign into VS community, sign in the same way. If you're signing into any VS anywhere, then it lights up. So no, there's no tax. If you've paid, you have it. If you've got VS community, you have it. Did I miss anything?
Yeah.
Leslie?
No, I think that's basically the short and sweet answer, really. Yeah. Like, even if you just have VS Community, which is the free one, you're good. You should be able to use this for free. So.
Yeah. On my application here, it's on GitHub. It's open source. I'm doing it on my spare time. I'm logged in as
same. I have it on my personal machine where I don't always use my Microsoft privileges, and I use it totally fine for free.
Yeah. Perfect. It's part of the Visual Studio family of benefits.
All right.
That's good to hear. So you hear that, Rich? So don't worry, the Microsoft IRS is not going to be out to get you.
Scott and Leslie, thank you so much for showing all that C# love here at VS Code Day. And thanks for hanging out with us and answering some questions.
It's great.
100%. Now,
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Bye, team. Now, we're almost about ready for our next speaker, right?
Yes, we
100%.
are.
Yeah. How are you feeling, Reynald?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
This is good. First time I've done this with Microsoft, so I'm excited. It's awesome, like hearing all our speakers and getting some of my own personal questions in there also in between, like all the other chat questions in there.
Here's a question for you. Have you ever done any C# .NET development at all?
A lot, actually.
Really?
Most of my background came with C#. I started off
I
with
didn't know
Java.
That.
Yeah.
You think
I'm
you
not
know
always
someone.
talking about. I'm not no shame. I'm not C# closeted or anything like that. You know, I'm proud. You know, .NET for life. And in fact, I had started up a meetup group a while back. It's probably still up there, called C# Entertainment, where I had like some hosts come in, and then and some speakers.
Entertainment?
Yeah, like some entertainment musicians, and then like a speaker after.
That's awesome. Yeah. Anyway, I think we're ready for our next speaker here. We're very happy to have Pamela Fox be joining us here. Pamela Fox is a cloud advocate focused on Python at Microsoft. Previously, she was a lecturer for UC Berkeley, the creator of the computer programming curriculum for Khan Academy, an early engineer at Coursera, a developer advocate at Google, and also, can you believe this, likes long walks on the beach.
Get out of here.
Pamela is here to talk to us about building a RAG-powered AI chat app with Python and VS Code. And Pamela, let's make some magic happen. Take it away.
All right. Thank you. Now, since you're talking about long walks on the beach, I have to say that once I went on a walk on the beach and I found a rotting whale carcass and I took home a bone from it. And it was such a stinky bone, but I tried to give it a bath. I tried to bleach it and it just stank forever. So eventually I returned it to its home in the beach. So yeah, look out for that next time you go on a walk on the beach. So today we're going to be talking about large language models, RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and then RAG on Postgres. And I'm going to go fairly quickly over the first two things because I really want to get to playing around with VS Code with developing this application. So first, LLMs. It's already been talked about a bit today. If you caught Alfredo's session about synthesizing data using LLMs. But basically, a LLM is a large language model. It is a model that is so large that it can now be used for general purpose tasks, such as answering questions, sentiment analysis, entity analysis, summarization. You know, we used to have to always make custom models for each of these tasks, and now we've got these LLMs that we can use for a wide variety of tasks, and that's pretty exciting, especially for somebody like me who wasn't really ever into ML, but now I feel like I've got something I can work with and play with. Now, there are a growing number of LLMs, and so I always have to update this table here. And in fact, I saw just like 30 minutes before starting this talk that Snowflake just announced a new LLM. So it's pretty exciting that there's these more and more LLMs coming out all the time. And you probably have used an LLM. So, you know, in the chat, mention what LLM you've used. Have you used it for GitHub Copilot? That's built on LLMs. Have you used it with ChatGPT? Have you used it in your own work? I'm really curious to see, you know, what people are using these days. Now, some of these LLMs are hosted, meaning that we're, you know, referencing them on another company's servers. And we usually have to do that for these large language models because they're so huge, they require so many GPUs that it's just hard for most of us to be able to set up that sort of infrastructure. I know I can't set that up. But some of these models are actually so small, like these ones at the bottom here, like Phi-3 and Mistral 7 billion. Those are so small that we can actually run them on our computers. Like I can run I'm running Phi-3 right now on my Mac. So we're going to actually try out both of these today, which is fun. And I tend to use the OpenAI SDK when I'm working with LLMs. There's lots of libraries that you can use to work with LLMs. The OpenAI SDK was the first one that came out, and it is fairly compatible with both, obviously, the OpenAI models, but also many models have OpenAI compatible API endpoints. So we can actually point it at things that aren't just OpenAI models. So I can show that here. All right, so here I have a Python file in VS Code, and I can actually switch between different OpenAI models and providers. So I can use Azure OpenAI. I can use Ollama, which is a local running OpenAI compatible endpoint that can run any of these small models. And then I can use OpenAI.com. So I have all of those options, and I can just change in my environment file what I want to use. So here I'm actually using Ollama. And you can see, I actually have Ollama running here. So I've got the Phi 3 model. I've also got the Llama 2 model. There's various models that I've downloaded. So let's try this out with Ollama. And I'm going to ask it what Python frameworks I use to see how accurate of an answer it comes up with. So it is now sending off a request to the Ollama local endpoint. And this one says, I'm not sure, and, tries to kind of guess and offers to give more information. So it's trying to be very helpful, but it's not confident because this is just based off of what's inside its weights. And in this case, we're using the Llama 2 7 billion parameter model. So, there's not a whole lot in those weights. Now I could switch this over to Azure to use GPT-3.5. So let's see if we get a different response with Azure. And you also notice I'm specifying a temperature of 0.7, which is temperature can be between 0 and 1, and 0.7 is actually a fairly high number. So that means it tends to be more creative. And this one says, sorry, I don't have access to specific information about individuals. But then it still tries to make a guess. So that's interesting. So we tried to ask questions about me, and we didn't get a very satisfying answer. It didn't have a lot of confidence. And that's one of the big limitations of LLMs is that they're trained off of knowledge on the internet, but that means, at a certain point their training cuts off, so their knowledge is outdated. And also, they don't have any internal knowledge. So if I wanted to ask it about something that's not on the public internet, there's just no way for it to know that, right? So, how can we get LLMs to answer questions accurately? That is what I am so interested in and what I spend all my time on, because I love LLMs. I think they're very good at synthesizing information and summarizing information, and they can make information more accessible. But I also don't want LLMs to be giving out incorrect answers. So how can we incorporate domain knowledge into LLMs? So there's 3 general techniques. The first is prompt engineering. This is only, this is where we kind of rewrite our prompt, and this is only going to work if that knowledge is somewhere in its weights. So most of the time it's not going to work. It's only going to work if you're trying to get it, you're saying, give me a response about Python 2 versus Python 3. You're trying to steer it towards something that's already in its knowledge. That's where prompt engineering can work. But if it's just knowledge that's not in its weights at all, prompt engineering is not going to work. The next technique is fine tuning, and that's where we actually train an existing model with maybe thousands of examples to incorporate new knowledge into it. And this can definitely be a technique we can use to incorporate domain knowledge, and it's something that lots of people are using, but it does cost money to do the fine tuning, and it costs more money to run a fine-tuned model. So we generally don't want to do that unless it's very much necessary. And the final technique, and this is the one I know and love the most, is retrieval augmented generation, where we temporarily give that information to the LLM so that it can answer something accurately. So let's dive into RAG. How it works is that we ask a question, let's actually just open this up. All right, so I've got the app running. All right, so this is an app that has access to data about me, because it has access to my blog. So I have ingested all of my blog posts from the last 15 years. All right. And so I'll just say, what Python frameworks does Pamela use? I even have an example question there. Okay. And you can see it answers, Pamela uses the following Python frameworks: Fast API, Django, and Flask, and it has citations. And these citations are actually blog posts that I've written. And there you can see this is what my blog post looks like. This is very similar code to what I was showing today. So this is how you know you're using RAG, is if you get an answer that has citations, that means the LLM has answered a question grounded in some actual knowledge. And so you can see this is the actual information we sent to the LLM to say, hey, you need to answer this question based off of this information. So the way that RAG works is that when we get this user query, we use that user query to search some sort of database or search engine in order to get back matching results for that search query. And then we pass both the original user question and those search results to the LLM and say, hey, LLM, here are the search results. You need to answer this question based off these search results. And if it's not in those search results, do not answer the question. So you can see here, this is our, kind of thought process, right? So we do this search, we get back these results, and then we send those to the LLM and say, hey, you got to answer based off the sources. Here's the user question, and here are the sources. So we're using the same chat completion API, that I showed in that simple demo. The difference is just that we're sending in the information just in time. So that's the idea of RAG. Now, I really want to stress that the search step is super duper important, because these LLMs, if you give them good information, they'll give you good output. If you give them garbage, they'll give you garbage output, right? So you really want that search step to find the, the matching documents, the matching rows, whatever that matches the user query. You also do not want to give an LLM too much information. They did a research on this. There's a paper called Lost in the Middle, where they, looked at how much context you could send an LLM and whether it could find the answer. And basically, at a certain point, if you send an LLM too much information, too many sources, too many matching documents, then it may miss the answer. So you really want to be able to find it, send it like a small number of matches, like, okay, here's five things that match the user's query, and answer it based off that. That's what you want to strive for, is really, really good search results. So in fact, when you're building a RAG, it's less about how you use the LLM, and it's more about how you do a great search. Now, when you're searching for things, imagine you're searching for text, right? I just searched my blogs. There's two different approaches to searching text. One is our classic doing a full text search, right? Like look at the query, Python framework, and then searching all the text for Python framework, and then giving back the matches. The other approach is vector search, and that's what lots of people are talking about these days, where you take a bunch of text, you embed it into a vector, which is an array of floating point numbers, and it represents that text in like this, huge semantic space, so that, things that are like that text are located close in that semantic space. And that way you can, if I search for Python framework, but my blog post, says Python library, library and framework are similar in that vector space, and so it can match it. So the best search is actually if you do both a vector search and a keyword search, and then you merge those results together. That's what we call a hybrid search. And that's what we always want to strive for in order to get the best results for a user query, because sometimes a user is searching for exact terms, and sometimes a user is using like a synonym of something, a similar word, and we want to search those similar concepts. The other thing we need to think about is, what are we actually searching on, right? What is this search being done on? So we could do a RAG on documents, and that's the, in the case of my blog, that's like doing a RAG on a bunch of documents, and this is what we call like unstructured data. So if we're doing a RAG on a bunch of documents, then we actually have to go through this whole long process where we, extract all the data from the documents, we chunk it up into chunks, right? Because we don't want to send too much to an LM. The document might be really long, so we chunk it up, we turn those chunks into vectors, and we store them. And that's how lots of people have talked about RAG, and I've given many talks on that in the past. What I want to talk about today is doing RAG on database rows. So imagine you have an existing database and you want to be able to ask questions about the rows in that database. So in that case, all we need to do is have some way of searching that database, and ideally doing, hybrid search, including a vector search. So that means we want some way of storing a vector version of those rows and being able to search that vector column. So we have many vector databases that support being able to do a hybrid search. So I'm going to be showing Postgres using the PG vector extension, but there's lots of other options as well, depending on what database you're using and whether it has vector support. Okay, so let's dive into doing RAG on Postgres. And now let's just get into VS Code so we can start showing that. So here is my VS Code, which has a RAG on Postgres. So first, let me show you that I am using a dev container in order to set up a local Postgres inside this dev container. So I have this docker compose.yaml that actually brings in the PG vector image and sets it up as a local Postgres. And this is our local password only, not in production, right? So that will set up a PG vector. So there is actually a Postgres database running inside this container. That is one of my favorite reasons for using dev containers, is when I want to work with databases and have it all set up inside this environment. And you can see the Postgres server running. You can see the port for it, 5432. And I also have the SQL Tools extension. And the SQL Tools extension lets me actually go through the tables in my database. And this is the local database here. So here you can see I have an items table. So I'm going to click on this. And this is what we have. So the table I'm using here, this is basically a product items database here. So you can see we've got, ID, our primary key. We've got the type of product like footwear or bags. We've got the brand. We've got the name. We've got descriptions. We've got the price. And then we've got this embedding column. So this is one I've pre-calculated using the ADA002 model from OpenAI, and just stored it in this column here. And you can see how I declared this in SQL Alchemy, which is a ORM for Python. So for that embedding column, I use this special vector type, which is from the PG vector Python library. Okay, so that's running. Now let's actually run this app. So I'm going to run it using the run and debug. And I'm going to use this compound launch to start up both the front end and the back end at the same time and have them both be in hot reload mode. So let me show you what my launch.json looks like, because this is super handy. Ooh, and they're starting. So in my launch.json, I have all these configurations. So I've got the front end configuration, and that is doing npm run dev, which is reloading React files. I've got the back end configuration, which is using Python to use Unicorn to run a fast API app. And then I have a compound configuration, which will actually launch both of these. So this is really cool because it's launching both of these, and both of these are in reload mode, which is just a really nice development experience. And then I also have them open both the front end port and the back end port. So if I want to, this is a fast API app, so I can directly use the API Explorer from Fast API, which is so cool. If you've never seen this before, it just auto generates this for us. Or I can use the front end. Okay, so this is my RAG on a Postgres database. So let's go ahead and see what is the best shoe for hiking. So this is going off to to the Postgres database in order to do a search for hiking shoes, and then it went off to an LLM and got back the response. So there we go. It says I'd recommend this and recommend this one. So that looks correct. What we can do now is look at the thought process to get a better idea for what happened. So it searched the database using the user query, but also doing a vector search. So it did both a full text search and a vector search. So that way it could find, things that match the vector. And that's really helpful because, I think otherwise we can actually try turning off doing just a text search. And let me try this out and see what we get. We probably won't get much of anything. And let me show you the code. What does the code look like for doing that search in Postgres, right? So here's our vector, doing a vector query. So we do a select, and this is the order by, and this is the cosine distance operator. So when we're searching on vector fields, we need to use some sort of distance operator. And when we're doing eta 002, we want to use the cosine distance operator here. So that's what this is. Then we have the full text query, and this is how you do that in Postgres using this TS vector functionality here. And so that'll try to do some, good full text searching. And then we combine them together. We merge them and try to rank the results together in order to get back all the results. So what you can see here is what happened is that it found no results because I only did the text search, and best show for hiking just didn't match anything because there's too much stuff happening in that query. So we got no results. So the LLM actually made up answers. So that brings me to the next thing is that I am currently using Phi3 locally in order to answer this. Now what I could do is change this over to using an Azure model. So I'll change it to Azure, and then I want to get it to auto reload. So what I do is if I'm changing .env, it actually doesn't auto reload, but I just enter a new line and save, and then boom, it's auto reloading, right? So I just need to change something in the Python and it'll reload. All right, so now let's try this with, now it should be using GPT-3.5, and we've changed it back to hybrid again, and we'll click best shoe for hiking now. And so now it's going off to OpenAI in order to answer the question. And here we see, oh, it still says vector search false. Okay, so let me go back into hybrid. And now this is interesting though, now what you see is that GPT-3.5 refused to answer the question. So that is definitely a difference you see in the LLMs when you go from, the small number of parameters, the local models, to the hosted large models, is that generally the large models are better at, they're better actually at being humble. They're better at saying they don't know, and admitting that. GPT-4 is the best at saying it doesn't know, which is a really good attribute for RAG. Okay, let me make sure. Come on, this should be hybrid now. Let's try that again. And we can also look at the code here. So for the for this RAG, right? We we get back whether we're doing hybrid or not, and if we're doing a vector search, right, then we do need to compute an embedding for the user's query. So we compute an embedding using the same model, the eta 002 model that we use to make that column, and then we send in both the query, the query text and the vector version of that into our Postgres search function that does those SQL queries I showed you before. And then, we combine all the results together. We send that to the LLM with our system prompt and use a fairly low temperature and then get back the results. All right, so here you can see this is a good answer. This time we're using GPT-3.5 Turbo, and we're doing a hybrid search, so we got back good results here. And this is actually a great answer. This is an accurate answer, and this is working well. So this is cool. This is working. I wanted to take it further. So let me go back to the slides here. Okay, so we did a RAG on database rows. And we did a hybrid search there. So right, with a hybrid search, we get that user question, we embed it, we use both the vector and the text in order to do that hybrid search, and then we send the original user question and the results to the LLM. Now, what about a question? Let's look at these example questions here. What about this question here? Climbing gear cheaper than $30. So this is an interesting question because it has, you can imagine that as a SQL filter, cheaper than $30. So if I do like a vector search for cheaper than $30, that's not going to really get good results. Like that's not something that's really encoded in the vector space very well. What I really want to be able to do is to filter and say, hey, only find me the climbing gear where the price column is less than 30, right? Like I want to actually be able to do that SQL, that additional SQL where clause, right? So that is something we should be able to do with a database and when we're doing RAG over a database. So that's what we're going to do, is we're going to figure out how can we turn this query here into an additional SQL filter clause. And the way we're going to do it is to add a query rewriting phase. And this is a very common part of most RAG applications, is to have some sort of query rewriting or routing or intent phase where you take the original user's query and you know, kind of structure it more and say like, okay, like this is actually what we should be searching with. So the way I'm going to do that is to use a LLM that supports function calling. So right now that's mostly the OpenAI GPT models, but there are a couple other ones that also support function calling, and they call it function calling. You can also just think of it as structured output. So I need to be able to tell the LM like, hey, I need you to actually respond in a very structured way, and this is what that structure look like. So I'm asking it to actually respond and say, hey, imagine I had this search database function. What query would I send to it, and what filters would I send into it? So that's in this query rewriter file here. So this is what it actually looks like when we're defining functions to send to the LLM. So we say, okay, you know, you're going to tell me what search query I should use. You're going to tell me what price filter I should use. And yeah, so ideally it's going to look at the user's question and then respond back and tell us what search query and what price filter to use. So what I'm going to do is just switch over my simple RAG to my advanced. I want to do advanced RAG. Okay. All right. And save, and it'll auto reload because it's awesome. Here we go. And now let's try this question. Dun, dun, dun. Moment of truth. So this should be a little bit slower because it's now got an additional step in it, right? It's got an additional call to an LLM. So it could be significantly slower because we've got to do that first call and say, hey, here's the user's query. How would you turn that into a search query and a filter? We'll see if it's going to do a good job this time. Now, something to point out while it's doing this, oh, and it's back. I cannot do this with the local Phi3 model. It doesn't, Ollama doesn't support function calling yet, and Phi3 doesn't support function calling on its own, although I read actually that it looks like it should be able to be easily tweaked for that. So for this advanced RAG, I have to use the GPT models that are on OpenAI or Azure OpenAI. Okay, so look, it answered. It says we have 2 climbing gear options under 30. And then if we look at the thought process here, we can see it did actually get back that it should do a price filter less than 30. And then it got back only things that were less than 30. And if we look back at that Postgres searcher file, you can see that I had this little thing here, filter clause where. So I've got this code here that will build the where clause based off of what comes in. So we could actually just add another filter. So let's try this because I have a couple minutes left. So let's say I wanted a brand filter, right? That's another column, and maybe people really like their brands. And these are all made up brands, so no Nikes, but we can just make it up. So where I'm gonna say, okay, I'm telling the LLM like, all right, we want a brand filter. So operator should be either equal or not equal. For some reason they really didn't want a brand, I guess. And the value should be a string value to compare against, e.g. Airstrider, that's one of our brands. Okay, so that looks good. So that's telling the LLM that's a potential argument it could pass in. And then here, this is just the code where I extract the answer from the LLM. So I'm going to go ahead and just extract it here. And yeah, this is a little redundant. So, we can definitely clean this up in the future. But column is going to be brand. Okay. Okay. Looks good. Let's give it a go. Any shoes from Airstrider? So the hope is that it's going to realize that this is a brand and that it's going to suggest doing that filtered column search. And some of this stuff, like you don't necessarily need, because the LLM is eventually going to see the brand as well. But the nice thing about doing this filtering is that we can significantly reduce the possible things that we're going to have the vector search for. Okay, there we go. Let's see. And look at that. It did the brand thing. So that's good. That works. And we could use that for any of our columns. And you could even imagine just asking it to just generically, tell it the columns and have it generically decide which filters come up with. I'm being really specific here because I am, I don't want to let users just inject random where clauses. So I'm being really specific and saying, which things I'm okay with the filtering on. But I think there's a lot of flexibility here, and I'm pretty excited about it. And I love seeing it work the way it does here. So there you go. And if you're interested in that, I just made the repo public. Let me reload. It should show as public. There you go. Now it's public. So you can go ahead and, check it out yourself. And I'll keep working on it, making it more usable and also making it deployable on Azure in the future as well. So if you are excited to get started with RAG, in this case, I showed using the OpenAI SDK. There's many orchestration libraries that will do a lot of this for you. Like LangChain even has the filter building itself. It's called, and built in, it's called self-query retrieval. Llama Index probably also has that option too. I have to figure out what it's called. But these are two really popular ones in Python. Semantic kernel is very popular for .NET. PromptFlow is something from Microsoft that's also Python. We also have many RAG chat app starter repositories. So there's the one I just showed. There's quite a few that use Azure AI Search that are for RAG on documents. So if that's what you're interested in, check these out. And that is what I wanted to show today. So thank you everyone for watching. And I am happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Pamela. That was awesome. And yes, we actually have a bunch of questions for you. So yeah, let's jump right in. James Foreman, he asks, hey, are these models low cost enough for enthusiasts like me to play with?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the local ones are definitely low cost enough because they are free. You just have to clear enough gigabytes on your, on your computer to be able to use them. So you can definitely use these local ones. This is just a llama running, say hi to VS Code Day attendees. And this is not going to cost me any money. This is just running locally. As I said, these local models, at least via Ollama, don't have the function calling support. I have been looking into ones that have function calling support, so I can ping you some resources after if that's super important to you. But in terms of the GPT models, OpenAI and Azure OpenAI, I think they have the same pricing, and the pricing is generally going to be per tokens. And I think for playing with, if you're doing something like RAG, each of my RAG requests is about 1,000 tokens, right? You could estimate, so it's $10 per 1 million tokens. So in terms of RAG, you can actually do quite a lot of experimentation and not spend much money. Like my OpenAI account is $10 budget. I usually use Azure OpenAI, so I might use more there. But generally, each of these requests are about 1,000 tokens. And if you look at the pricing, it's per 1 million tokens. So you can do quite a lot of RAG experimentation without using too many tokens.
Sweet.
All right, nice. Gwen?
Looks like James got a pretty solid answer there. Yeah, I also wanted to give a big shout out to Marlene. Looks like a colleague of ours in the chat answering a bunch of Python related questions as well, so that's awesome. Pamela, lots of people want to know where they can find the repo for this, so I'm sure we'll drop that URL in the chat as well. And I do have here what's the best resource that you recommend to learn Python for an absolute beginner?
So we definitely have a Microsoft Learn tutorial, like Microsoft Learn Python. So that is a resource. The thing is that I didn't personally go through it, so I can't, tell you whether it's the best. There we go, Python for Beginnings. So you can definitely go through this, and this will also include a bit of VS Code, which is nice if you like VS Code. There's lots of other resources as well. I have my own Python beginner course because, I think everybody who is, into Python teaches Python at some point and has their own course. So I've got my own as well, but I think this would be a great start.
Awesome. Well, Pamela, thank you so much for hanging out with us there. Thank you for answering the questions as well, and we'll make sure to drop all those resources in the chat. And thanks for helping us make VS Code Day awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Great work, everyone.
Thanks, Pamela.
That was great.
That was
We
awesome.
had a Python-packed day today. That's like
there's
a lot of that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting so much Python, but I love learning more about Python, and it's one of those languages I wish I had more time to get into. So
yeah, it's so capable. I kind of feel like I need to know it. There's so much that you can accomplish with it.
what was the first language you learned?
C++. Not on
Really?
purpose though, because
How do you accidentally learn C++? Trip and fall on a keyboard and start typing?
Oh, I fell into a C++ book. No, it was for the only semester that I was in college. I took an intro to programming, and it was C++. Maybe that's why I dropped out. Oh my goodness! Look at us figuring these things out.
Did you dislike it, or you were with it for
It
the
was
journey?
a lot. I mean, I passed, so that counts, right? I passed, right? Anyway.
Okay.
But then after that, I did some Java, then .NET, and now slowly creeping into some Python stuff. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy C++.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, what do we have next, Reynald?
All right. So, what we have next is a little sketch for our audience. Okay. So.
A little comedic relief.
Yeah. Ideally. So you want to go ahead and get started with that?
Of course. All right. So we know that AI is pretty impressive. We've been seeing a lot of it, right? But Reynald, I will be truly impressed when it can tell us some solid jokes.
I completely agree. And you know what? In that spirit, folks, we asked ChatGPT to tell us a few coding jokes, and then asked our YouTube community to tell us their best programming jokes, from which we chose one.
Exactly. So in this segment, we're going to put everyone to the test. So you have to tell us, out of the following 4 jokes that we're going to tell, which one, there's only one, submitted by a human, and then the rest were generated using AI.
And to see if these jokes actually work, we have here Bridget Murdaugh, our test audience. She is a senior product manager on the VS Code team, and currently first in line to the VS Code throne. You can put her back up. She holds dominion over the remote extensions and has a great sense of humor, but only laughs if something is truly funny, folks. All right? So, which makes her perfect for this segment. And she also enjoys walks on the beach. Look at that. So, folks, this here is our AI joke detection segment.
It's the AI joke detection segment.
All right, so joke number 1. Why did the programmer quit their job? They didn't get a raise.
It's pretty good. I got it.
No fake laugh. Don't be fake
I genuinely had like a little laugh come out of me, so it was
All right, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take that. We're trying to get a better response here. All right. Yeah. Joke number 2.
By the way, that's the programmer that didn't get a raise on the screen there for you folks.
All right, next one here. Why did the developer go broke? Because they used up all their cash.
Hooah! You are correct, ma'am.
It's like same energy as the first one. Like, okay, a raise, cash.
You gotta
That's
up.
like
You gotta up.
a good chuckle.
Okay, all right, we're getting through this. Okay, SQL query walks into a bar, goes up to 2 tables, and says, "Can I join you?"
So what they say, like, I get the join part, but like, I think there could have been part 2, you know? I got all excited. I was like, oh, is that what they say?
She was excited.
I think Bridget might be too smart for our corny joke. All right, so I didn't have bombing on VS Code Day stage on the bucket list, but I guess we're gonna cross that out. All right, we have one more here. All right, why did the programmer need to increase their font size? They couldn't see sharp.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was good. Reynolds, yeah, after made it even
That
better.
one got it.
That one was good.
Yeah. Okay, folks. Seriously, this is the serious face.
Right.
Enough jokes. One of these jokes was told by a human being, and the rest were AI generated. So let's see who in the chat can guess first which was by a human. Our producer from the back is going to let us know.
Anyone let us know if someone actually correctly guessed which joke was generated by, well, I guess I shouldn't say generated, but submitted by an actual human being.
AI, yes.
We got anyone? No. Does, Bridget, you want to take a guess? Which one of those you think was made by a human?
I feel like my guess is number 4. I feel like 1 and 2 were like super similar energy. Like it's like, okay, cool.
Okay.
The third one for some reason gives me the same energy as the first 2. I can't describe why. Number 4 like stood out as maybe like a human added their own creativity into it. And I'm ready to be so wrong, but that is my educated guess.
Such an engineer way of answering that question. It's like, let me not only just answer your question, but let me walk you through my solution.
Exactly. I can't just give the answer. I have to say like why I think that, even if it's completely wrong.
That is the right way to do it.
I love
Just
it.
break it down completely, scenario by scenario.
Yeah, I think our audience was stumped, but Bridget was correct.
Yes,
No way.
absolutely, you are. Because the audience went radio silent. They're trying to figure it out.
Wait, we need to give a big shout out to Devin P. Mack, who actually submitted that joke. Thank you so much for contributing to the community, that piece of valuable comedic relief there. Hope to see your, maybe we'll have like a 5-minute stand-up section next VS Code Day with Devin there, but that was awesome.
Thanks so much, Devin. Folks, that was the AI joke detection segment.
That was the AI joke detection segment.
Awesome. That was great. A nice little break there to laugh a little bit. But now we have our next speaker, right, Reynald?
Yes, absolutely. So our next speaker is Kedasha, and she is a developer advocate at GitHub, where she enjoys sharing the lessons she's learned with the widespread developer community. She finds joy in helping others learn about the tech industry and loves sharing her experience as a software developer. On Tuesday mornings, she enjoys long walks on the beach. So
What?
she's like, what?
On Tuesday morning, I enjoy long walks on the beach.
Is it now Tuesday or is it Wednesday?
Wednesday, Reynald.
Maybe I got the days wrong. But
That is hilarious.
let me
That
go.
is hilarious, but not as funny as those jokes, though.
Wait, we have a professional segue here. I want to lead this into you. So, Kedasha, please take us on your journey.
Awesome. Hello, everyone, and thank you, Reynald, for that introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm Kedasha, and I'm so happy and thrilled to be here with you today. Today, we're going to talk about how to get the most out of GitHub Copilot and explore some of the amazing features we have that goes beyond your editor, right? So let's get right into the presentation. So, like Reynald said, I'm Kedasha, and I work at GitHub as a developer advocate. I've been a software developer for about 4 years, and I really, really enjoy creating technical content online. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok, and sometimes Twitter, though that's where I've been living these days. I'm also Jamaican, and so you can always find me hunting for Jamaican food in a new city that I go to. But let's get right into the content. So today we're going to go over a brief overview of what GitHub Copilot is. Just in case you're not aware of what the tool is, I'm going to be sharing some tips on how to get the most out of GitHub Copilot with VS Code specifically. And then we're going to look at some of the features that we have that's not only in your editor with GitHub Copilot, right? I'm also going to do a live demo today, and then if there's time, we'll have some Q&A, and I'll share some resources with you. Now, what is GitHub Copilot? So GitHub Copilot is the world's most widely adopted AI developer tool, and this tool helps you to code faster in your editor. It's also in your terminal with the GitHub CLI. It's also on github.com, right? But when it comes to using GitHub Copilot in your editor, it helps you to write unit tests, to write documentation, to write Terraform scripts, to build GitHub action workflows. It helps you to explain code, to synthesize code. It also helps you to, understand code that you're unfamiliar with, like get started in a repository a lot sooner. GitHub Copilot has become an integral part of my development workflow personally, and I hope if you've been using it, you find the tool super helpful and super knowledgeable, right? And when it comes to using GitHub Copilot in VS Code, here are a few of my best tips, right? So in VS Code, we have something called agents. We have a few agents in VS Code, one of which is the @workspace agent. And the @workspace agent is aware of your entire directory. And so it will help to give GitHub Copilot a bit more information to provide you with the best answer to your question. Now, we also have a way for you to reference specific files with Copilot chat specifically. So you can do like hash file, and then a pop-up will come up, and then you can select a file and give it to GitHub Copilot and ask questions about that file, and so on and so forth. I'll be showing you how to do that referencing a file today. We also have sparkles in VS Code for GitHub Copilot. So sparkles are nested throughout the editor, so you can find it embedded right in the editor where you write your code with your files. You can also find it in the section where you would stage your changes, and click on the sparkle and you'll get some commit messages. And I've also seen sparkles in the terminal, so that's another way that you can easily access and quickly access GitHub Copilot in VS Code. GitHub Copilot is also here to help you with your terminal, right? So if you ever receive an error message in your terminal, if you highlight that error message, right click and click Copilot Explain, Copilot will help you to debug your code right there in the terminal. You can also remove irrelevant conversations from the chat interface on GitHub Copilot. I'll show you this as well. We have some quick actions, or what we call slash commands, and these slash commands help you to quickly, get like testing, write documentation, explain code, fix code, and so on and so forth. You can write commit messages, like I said, with Copilot, and we have what's known as Copilot inline chat, where if you need to just do something really quickly in your files, you can just do Command I or Control I to get the chat interface pop up right there next to your code, and you can ask questions and get suggestions that you need very quickly. Another great thing to know is that you can enable and disable Copilot anytime, or GitHub Copilot anytime you want, right, in your editor. So like sometimes when I'm writing Markdown, or even sometimes when I'm in a Python file, I'll disable Copilot because I don't want suggestions. But when I do want those suggestions, I just re-enable it and we're good to go. Now, I want to show you exactly what this means, and a part of my demo today is showing you how Copilot is beyond your editor. So GitHub Copilot extends beyond just your IDE. It's in the CLI, it's on your mobile phone, and it's on github.com. So we're going to take a look at all that today. I've created a short demo repository for you. So if you go to gh.io/Streamlit, you'll be able to get access to that repository. Now, a lot of times I want to get started in an open source project, but I don't have time. So today I figured, I could do a demo of learning how to use Streamlit with GitHub Copilot, because another use case for GitHub Copilot is like getting started in repositories a lot faster, or like starting to use a new tool or framework a lot faster. And Streamlit is a framework that allows you to build data applications quickly like quickly and promptly, and like you get to share a link with others on the web because you can deploy it. And so I have this Jupyter notebook here, and this notebook is based on this CSV file, this flight.csv file. And this notebook essentially builds a logistic regression model that predicts whether or not a flight will be delayed based on the day of the week. And so I want to take this data and I want to ask Copilot whether or not I can actually implement Streamlit in this file. So I can open up the chat here. And just in case you've never installed GitHub Copilot, you would go to your extensions and you would search for, I like to just search for Copilot, and then you would install these two here. I did do an update and I forgot to restart, but that's okay. So let's just click on the chat icon here, and then you can know GitHub Copilot is active when you see the Copilot tab right down here. So I can start by asking, can I use Streamlit in this app? And let's see what it says. All right, yes, you can use Streamlit. That's great. I thought so, because it is a data application. To use Streamlit, I need to install it. All right. And then it also gave me a suggestion on how I can get that up and running. Okay, great. Let's take this code and let's save it into a new file. I'm going to call this app.py. And then I'm going to take this installation command. And if I click this terminal button here, I can just pop that in my terminal. Do pip install Streamlit. And see what happens. I did go ahead and pre-install Streamlit because I didn't want anything to happen during this live demonstration. So let's go ahead and run the command that it told us to run to start up our Streamlit app, right? So I can click on this terminal button here, and I'm going to change the name from scripts.py to app.py. Hit enter, and it should open up a new browser window for us. Okay, so we have an error message that says name PD is not defined. So it looks like Pandas is not importing properly. Let me make sure. Where is that error coming from? Let's see. Okay, so what I can do is I can highlight this error. And I see what the issue is. It's because Pandas is not imported. But just to show you, just in case I don't get another error message, I can highlight the error message in my terminal. I can right click here and I can do Copilot explain this. And it's going to give me an explanation of what's happening here. And so right there, I took my error and I popped it in the chat. And it says it's saying because PD for alias Pandas is not defined. And it says I need to import Pandas, which I did previously to that being completed. Okay, let's save and let's go back to the browser. Loading. Here, that's a cute little animation. And there we go, my first app. And so this is a demo app. It's not based on our data set at all. And so I want to go back and I want to ask it, how can I actually use this with my data set? So remember earlier I said you can attach a file when using Copilot. So I can say, what can I do with Streamlit and my data? And I can click File. And I can attach the CSV file here. And I can say, please show me some examples. I always like to say please. I do actually talk like that when I'm chatting with GitHub Copilot and any AI for that matter. Okay, here are a few examples of what you can do. So it says I can do some data exploration. Nice. I can do data filtering. data visualization, so I can create charts and stuff based on the data, interactive maps if I have like latitude and longitude present in my data. And I can also do machine learning. Wow. I didn't know you could do so much with Streamlit. That's actually pretty cool. All right, let's start up here. I'm going to highlight this entire file. And if I click on this button here, boop, it's going to pop over the suggestions. Okay, and here you see GitHub Copilot is giving me some ghost text suggestions right in my editor to display the data as a table. But I want to keep going here, and I want to keep accepting the suggestions I got from Copilot chat. So it's showing me unique carriers. It's going to create a drop-down for the user to select a carrier. All right, filter the data, and then display the data that the user selected. All right, that's a pretty good example. Data visualizations is going to have a bar chart, it looks like. st.bar chart. That's a pretty nifty way. I really like the syntax of Streamlit. And I could do boop for latitude and longitude. I don't believe I have latitude and longitude in my data, but I'm curious to see what displays. If there's an error message, I will, remove it. Random forest regressor. Let's see what this outputs. Here. Let's pop these imports up top. And then let's go to the browser and see what we have. So far, I'm really liking Streamlit. Boop. Refresh. Running. But how cool is that though? Like, I was able to use a new open source project that I've been wanting to use for so long with the assistance of GitHub Copilot. And so here you see a data set. Okay, we may need to add some titles or, some headers or something. You have select carrier. Okay, if I select a new carrier, okay, so it filters by the carrier and I can see all the data for that. That's pretty nifty. I have a chart here, and then I have an arrow because, as expected, I don't have latitude or longitude. Okay, so let's go back, and I'm actually just going to remove this map here. And you can see the sparkle command come right here that I was telling you about. If I click it, Copilot chat pops up right in line for me to interact with. But I'm not going to interact with that today. I really want to see what this random forest regressor model does, if it even displays on the UI. Could not convert string to float, WN. All right. Let's take a look at that. Actually, what I can do is, let's just copy everything, right click, ask it to explain. Due to trying to fit a model with categorical data. Right. I was like, I don't think I can use that to do it, but let's skip over doing any type of modeling for now. Right, I was like, I don't think that's gonna work. So let's remove this. And I actually want to add some titles here. I think it's st.title. Let's ask Copilot, how do I add a header or a title? Okay, so it is st.title. Okay, that's a good convention. That's what I was thinking. I could copy this. I could pop it at the top before. Nope. Copy this. Pop it at the top. And then I'm already loading the data frame. Okay. And I think I should probably use header here. And then maybe in here I could use st.title. Okay, thank you, GitHub Copilot, for that. Where else do I need to add a little bar thing? There we go. So my flight data app, okay, that's a little bit flight data analysis. Okay, that's giving me a bit more information. Let's add another one for the bar chart. st.title, number of flights by carrier. That looks good. Okay, that looks good. I've seen some examples of Streamlit apps where they had like a side menu thing. I'm not sure how to do it, so let me ask. How do I add a sidebar? Is that what it's called even? I'm not sure. If you've used Streamlit, bear with me. It's actually my first time using it properly. And I'm super happy to see it being used in this way. I don't need sklearn anymore, so I'm going to take that out. Okay, so st.sidebar. All right. Selected carrier st.sidebar.select. You can use st.sidebar functions. Here's how you can modify your code to add a sidebar. Okay. Filtered data is here. Selected carrier is here. But how do I, it's adding a drop bar to the sidebar, but how do I create the sidebar? Oftentimes I see people, whenever they don't get the response they're looking for on the first try, they give up. But you have to keep prompting it. You have to keep asking it for what you want. It's just like having a conversation with somebody, right? Just keep asking it and it will give you. Okay, so it's telling me the same thing. So maybe this is how I create a sidebar. Let's try. So I'm going to add it after carriers. Like so. Save it. Let's go here. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I was mistaken. But this is pretty cool. Okay, there are multiple st.selectBots widget with the same generated key. All right. Please pass a unique argument here. So another one I'm going to throw to my assistant here. To fix this error, you need to pass a unique key argument to each. Yep, it did say that. Here's how you can do it. So I just want to replace this, clicking this, and that should be good. Let's go back here, refresh. Alrighty. That looks good. So I have some more to show you outside of the editor, but essentially this is how you would use it, right? And let's say I didn't show you inline chat, but if I wanted to use inline chat, I could go to the server that I created for the based on the model, and I can hit Command I. And if I want to quickly add some tests, I could just do that with /tests. And then I could choose to accept or discard the unit tests here. If I hit create, it's going to pop these tests in a brand new file for me, which I really, really like. And then I can run the test and validate the test and see if, debug any errors and continue to do so. Awesome. We have some pretty good stuff here. So I am going to do a quick staging. Let's stage. And then if I hit the sparkle button here, I can get a commit message right there. Add Streamlit app and test. Yep, that's exactly what we did. And now I can push the Streamlit branch. Oh, we're on the VS Code branch. That's actually not what I wanted to do. Another way to use GitHub Copilot is right in your terminal with Copilot in the CLI. So I can use the alias ghcs, and I can say undo last commit and keep the file changes on this branch. How many times have you ever committed the work that you did on the wrong branch and you forgot the command to do so? I forget this command all the time. So if I do that, I can copy the command, pop it there, hit enter. And there we go. Everything's on stage. The commit has been undone. And then I can create a new branch. I want to call this branch Streamlit. Okay, cool. So let's restage. I think everything's already staged. Yep. So let's do a commit. Add flight data analysis and prediction tests. That's not what we did. Everything's staged, yeah? That's an interesting commit message. Let's try again. Add flight data app and test server. Not quite. It worked the first time, but it doesn't seem to be working right now. So I'm just gonna go ahead, git commit -m, Streamlit app and test, and then let's push to the repository because I have some good stuff to show you there. No. What's happening? Oh, I spelt it wrong. There we go. Okay, let us actually click here. It's gonna take me here, select the proper repository, and I want to show you one of my favorite features on github.com. And this is an enterprise feature, but gone are the days when you submit a repository without a description, because you can use Copilot in PRs, like Copilot PR summary, to generate a description for you. And so what this is going to do is it's going to look at all the work that you did, all the diffs, et voila, we have a wonderful description that actually includes like code diffs that we can click on here. And there we go. So let's say you were assigned to as a PR reviewer of this pull request. If you want a quick way to like kind of get an idea of what the Streamlit app is doing, because you're also not familiar with it, I can actually click on this button, attach whatever file I want, and I can start a chat right here about this file. Looks like this isn't indexed. Oh no. Okay. Indexing does take some time to do. This is going to take quite a while. Let me actually go to this one. All right, so I just want to show you that I have an example here, and I'm happy that I do. So let's say I have this file, okay? I can click on here. I can click app.py, start chat. Oh, it's still indexing. That's not good. That's going to take a bit of time. Alrighty. Here is another demo I did. See, this is why I do demos multiple times. So I can attach this. I can start a chat. Great. So this one is indexed. Indexing just takes a bit of time. It's like, you know, giving Copilot the repository so that it understands what's going on. But if you are assigned to review this PR, you can say, what does this file do? I mean, you can actually ask it a lot more intelligent questions than that. Like if your application is a lot more complex, but then it's going to go ahead and tell me this is a Python script that uses Streamlit library to, analyze the application for flight data. Awesome. Something else that I love to do on github.com as well is what we call knowledge bases. And so I'm going to switch my account real quick. Let's do it. Let's switch. It doesn't want to work. Let's do it. There we go. And so let's say, where's nose? Awesome. So let's say, like a lot of times we're given repositories and we're told, hey, you need to build a UI. If you're like a front-end developer, build a UI for this API. and you're just like, oh wow, what is this backend? I have no idea what it does. You can use GitHub Copilot on github.com, enterprise feature, but you can use GitHub Copilot on github.com to get up to speed with what your what your repository is. So I can click here, and then you're looking at the README and you're seeing, okay, so it's going to provide personalized fragrance recommendation. It's using the KNN algorithm. All right, but what even is the KNN algorithm? Let's say you're unfamiliar. I can go in here and I can ask 2 questions. I can say, where is the KNN algorithm used? And what is the KNN algorithm? The response will filter due to prompt not being programming related. No, please. Let's try this again. Let's start a new chat. I'm going to copy this. Let's start a new chat and let's ask it again. Okay, so it's not quite working. Let me try a different interface. I can take this to an immersive conversation and I can say, try again. All right, it looks like we're gonna get somewhere. Okay, so it's saying that the k-nearest neighbors algorithm is used in the recommend fragrance.py file. All right, and it's also used in a notebook. Awesome. So I can click on the link here that it provided me with. Let's just wait for it to generate. Okay, and it also told me what the k-nearest neighbors algorithm is. I was wondering if it would do that. That's awesome. So I can click on this file. It pops up here in an immersive situation, and I can go through it, right? Something else I can do is attach what's known as a knowledge base. So I can attach GitHub's open source design system called GitHub Primer. And I can say, okay, I want to build a UI for this API. So I can ask a very specific question about Primer because it's familiar with it. I can say, should I use text area or text input to receive the user's favorite fragrances? And it should give me contextual information relating specifically to the Primer repository, the internal Primer repository. Okay, the choice between using a text area and a text input depends on the expected nature of the user input. So if I expect to use a single line of text, I can use text input. If I multiple lines of text, okay. Okay, it gives me an example here from Primer Design that I can look at to see, all right, maybe I should go ahead with text area because I will need like multiple lines of text. So I can say, okay, show me how to implement Primer text area. And it should give me like an example, but I do like how it gives me these reference points that I can just go straight to solve the problem I'm trying to solve instead of like combing through everything. And here it says, okay, here's an example of how you can use text area from Primer to get this done. And this is GitHub Copilot on github.com, right? So if you want to learn more about how to use GitHub Copilot in your IDE or even in your editor, I encourage you to explore all the features that are available to you, because the best way to make the most out of GitHub Copilot is to know all the features that are available to you. I have some resources on the GitHub blog that you can read to get to, understand like unexpected things you can do with GitHub Copilot, and also learn like best practices, some additional tips and tricks that I've shared in these 2 blog posts. If you go to gh.io/Streamlit, you can go to the demo repository and try out this demo for yourself. Maybe try out learning about a new open source repository, like start using an open source repository on your own. I hope you learned something today. If you have questions, you can find me everywhere online at @itsthatladydev, and I'm gonna popcorn it back over to Gwen and Reynald.
Love it. I haven't heard that term before. It's popcorn it back, but I'll take it. Yeah, catch it. Thanks so much, Kedasha. So we do have a couple of questions that we want to run by you. The first one is by Nadia, and she says, I like this one. When will GitHub's Copilot database be updated? A timeline reference check shows 2021. So you kind of know what she means by the database, but when do you think the reference for the LLM would be updated next? Do you know?
Yeah, that's a really, really good question, and I love that question. So I don't know the answer to that question, but I do know that we implement techniques and tools to allow GitHub Copilot to have latest information. I believe we implement RAG in GitHub Copilot's code somewhere in order for it to have context from information to give you relevant data. But if you're having an issue getting, let's say you want to use a specific version of a tool or a framework, but GitHub Copilot is giving you an outdated tool, it's important to include references and the specific, tell it this version that you want it to use, and it will know how to use that version. That's the best answer I can give you for now. I can look into it for you.
That's awesome. We'll make sure Nadia follows you on socials, and maybe you can share some more there for sure. I recently read a blog post on the GitHub blog all about how Copilot's development history and how they're incorporating new things. So I'll make sure to find that and share that as well, because it's pretty interesting. I have a little bit of a fun one here for you, Kedasha. What is your favorite VS Code theme?
Oh, my favorite VS Code theme is the one that you saw. Okay. I believe it's called Cobalt 2. And a fun fact, it's so good.
It's a great one.
I don't have Cobalt 2 in my editor, it's almost like I can't see. It's really good.
It can't work. You're like, boss, I can't work if Cobalt's not here.
You're still out of Cobalt.
Yeah.
Awesome. I have one career one related, because we talk a lot about tech, but I think tech is more than just skills, right? It's like soft skills and career stuff too. But can you just give us a brief summary of a time you were rejected from a role that you really wanted, and maybe just a lesson that you learned from it?
Oh, that's a hard question. A time when I was rejected from a role that I really wanted. I think when I was interviewing, when I was in the rounds interview and GitHub was a part of that interview, I was also interviewing with, I think it was Slack. And I got pretty far in the process, but then I got the call that said I wasn't necessarily rejected from the role, but they paused hiring for the role. And I was so disappointed because they were my second choice, and I really didn't think I was even gonna get the GitHub gig, but I ended up getting it. So I think it all worked out on its own. I know disappointments suck, especially when it comes to job, but you will find the role and the team that will understand you and give you an opportunity to grow properly.
I love that. That's a great lesson. I think you can learn a lot from rejection and learning how to handle rejection. So, Kedasha, thank you so much for hanging out with us, for answering some questions, for sharing the knowledge here at VS Code Day, and all the knowledge that you share across all social media. I know you're very big on giving back to the community. So, thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll hear from you soon. And of course, we'll be up to date on all the things that you share.
Great. Thanks, Kedasha.
Bye. Thank you. That was great, Reynald, right?
That was awesome. I loved her energy.
Yeah, it's so real, oh, this didn't work. All right, we'll figure it out here, right?
Yeah, but I also wanted to be careful when to say it, because all our speakers were really good, but it seemed like she was it was her first time enjoying it, and you know what I mean? So I was there. Even though I'm there for everyone else also.
I love it.
Let's move on before it gets awkward.
We have our next speaker here. We have Rishab Kumar joining us here live from Redmond. Rishab Kumar is a staff developer evangelist at Twilio, co-author of Learn to Cloud, also a Microsoft Azure MVP, passionate about helping people get into cloud, DevOps, sharing his learnings, and also very passionate about long walks on the beach, and also one of my favorite people in the entire world. Rishab is here to share with us LangChain samples with Azure OpenAI Service plus VS Code. And hold on, I have a segue. Rishab, it's time to shine.
Thank you, Gwen. Thank you for the great intro, and you are my favorite too. So yeah, one of the best ways to learn new tech is by getting hands-on. And what is one of the best ways to get hands-on? Well, by building projects. And this is also one of the questions that I get asked the most from professionals and students is like, hey, Rishab, I'm learning Azure, or I'm learning XYZ cloud certification. What project should I build? And I personally have dealt with this issue of coming up with good project ideas, trust me. And to help with that, I've built something. What you're looking at is my very basic LangChain app. And let me show you what it does. So if I open up my terminal here, bear with me as I run this script, which is called starter.py, by typing in Python starter.py, hit enter. We wait for some AI magic to happen, and hopefully we'll get a response soon. And there we go. So in the response, you can see it says, sure, here are a few project ideas for Easy 104 exam, implementing Azure virtual machines. And you can go through the entire response, which I don't feel so confident about looking at some of the things in here. But let me show you what I created by looking at this code file, which is starter.py. So it's a basic LangChain application. As you can see on top, I'm importing LangChain OpenAI because that's what I'm using as the model. And I'm doing a simple query saying that, hey, can you help me with a project idea for Easy 104? And you might be saying, hey, Rishab, like, how is this different to asking ChatGPT in my browser? And you're right, this is not that different. But this is code, and this is LangChain and Python. So we can take it a step further, and I'll show you what I mean by that. So in my browser, as you can see, I have this cool Streamlit app, and shout out to Kedasha if you saw her session. She was using Streamlit. Streamlit lets you build, cool front ends using Python. So what I have built is a cloud homework app. And let me zoom in for better visibility. But you can see you have the ability to pick an Azure certification. I picked Easy 104. You pick project level, so it can be beginner, intermediate, or advanced, depending on where you are in your journey. And you can see the output is way better than was in our terminal. So it is an Azure storage, file sharing monitoring with services listed. And what I like is all the steps that I need to build this project. And that's where LangChain comes in and helps us. So today, we will be exploring what is LangChain. And we'll learn about how we can leverage LangChain specifically with the Azure AI services. So since this will be a hands-on workshop, so you can follow along with me. I'll try to pace it up because I only have limited time, but you can, again, watch this on demand later. Since we'll be building an LLM-powered application, there are some prerequisites that you need to follow along. One of them is Python, no doubt. I'm a huge Python fan, so don't come at me, JavaScript developers, but you'll need Python 3.9 or any higher versions. And you also need a Python package manager. I'll be using pip today. The next thing that you would need is a code editor. And I'll be using Visual Studio Code. And the last thing that we are left with is an OpenAI account, because we'll be using OpenAI's API to interact with their large language models. Again, you can use any other models that are available from Hugging Face. I just heard Phi 3 is out from Microsoft, so go try that out. Awesome. So now that prerequisites are out of the way, let's move on to what is LangChain. So it's an open source framework that allows you to build large language model applications by bringing in your own computation and data. And you'll see what I mean by that. But majorly, it focuses on composition and modularity. The framework currently is offered in Python and JavaScript, but there's a lot to unpack with LangChain. And new stuff is being added to the framework every day. So I personally cannot keep up with it, even though I build with it daily. But on a high level, this is what the framework looks like. So you have models, which are basically your large language models. Again, this can be GPT 3.5, GPT-4, or the open source ones from Hugging Face. You have prompts that allows you to set instructions to guide the response from your large language models. You have chains, which allow us to combine multiple components within this framework to perform a specific task or action. And then we have indexes. Indexes allow us to extract relevant information for our LLMs. Finally, we have agents, which I won't be touching too much base on, but it basically allows the large language models to use external APIs to perform a task. Now, let's look at these components in action. OK, so I'm back in my Visual Studio Code. And before anyone in chat wonders what my theme is, it's Deep Dark Material, I think. But let's copy this basic app. So I had the basic LLM invocation here. I'm going to copy it. I have another app called AI.py, again, named appropriately. And I'm going to paste it. So just to go over what's happening on top is a bunch of inputs. So I'm using OpenAI's large language model. We already know that. So that's going to be our LLM. And you can see the second concept we saw on that slide was prompts. And that's where I'll be using the prompt template. And I'm loading the environment variables from a .env file. And that's where .env library helps us within Python. So right now, I have a function called askLLM. So I'm going to rename this to something more appropriate, like project idea. And then also, we can get rid of the query argument within our function, because we'll need some other arguments to work with, depending on what we want the users to select, right? So the first concept within the slide we saw was models. And this is basically that. So I am initializing an OpenAI model here, specifically chat. And if I type in just OpenAI, it defaults to GPT 3.5 Turbo. Or you can specify it by typing in model is equal to whichever OpenAI model you want to use. I'm going to stick with GPT 3.5 Turbo, and that covers our first concept. The second concept was prompts. So let's see it in action. So I can initiate a prompt template by typing in prompt template. And there are two things that I specifically need within my prompt template. The first one is input variables. And we'll see them in action just after I get a working prompt template here. So I got the quotes right, and also I'll need a template. And as you can see, I have, can you help me with a project idea for AZ104? This is good, but this is also where your prompt engineering skills come in handy. I'm going to do a little bit of cheating, and I have a really good prompt that I engineered in my README. So let me open that up real quick, copy my prompt template right here, and go into our file and paste it within our template file. There we go. I think I have two quotes. Yes. And that should fix this. So there we go. It says you're a helpful cloud instructor that provides cloud project ideas about Microsoft Azure certifications based on certification guide. Give me project idea for certification. So the idea is I want the user only to have the ability to pick a certification and a level. So certification can be AZ104 or AZ204, 305. There are a lot to cover. But I also want them to pick a level of the project. It can be beginner, it can be intermediate, or advanced. So you see how here you have those mustache brackets or curly brackets. That's where the input variables will take in. So these can change based on user input. So I'm going to say for input variable, we'll be using certification as 1, and level as the second input variable. And there we go. So we have covered our second concept, which was the prompt templates. I feel pretty happy about this. And now comes the third point on that slide, if you remember, was chains that allows us to combine multiple components within LangChain. So let's initialize a chain by typing in chain. Again, you can name this appropriately. I'm just going to go with chain. And as I said, the framework itself changes a lot. And that's where LangChain expression comes in. Earlier, the statement used to look a bit more complex, but now it's as simple as LLM, because that's where our model is, and prompt. So I'm just going to pipe that. And that's it. That's how you create a chain within LangChain right now. So instead of doing an invoke on the LLM itself, I'm going to do a chain.invoke. And since we are not using query as the argument in our function, as you can see here, we got rid of that. We'll have to have certification and level. So let's go back to our function on top, add an argument of certification and level. And we'll map those here to our invoke. So how you can do that is by saying certification from our argument is certification within our input variable, and pass the value of level from our function argument to the input variable for our large language model. And we can also get rid of this print statement, since we won't be invoking the large language model directly and using Streamlit to run this chain. Now, what you might have seen in the prompt template is by searching the following certification guide, and there's an input variable called docs. And I didn't talk about it. So let's go back to our slides. And this is where the fourth concept, indexes, come in. So we know that these large language models are trained on unstructured and unlabeled data. And the best way to store this unstructured data is vector stores. So one of the most common ways is to have a vector store like Azure AI Search, which I'll be using today, is to store the unstructured data, embed it, and store the resulting embedding as vector representation. I know there's a lot to unpack here, but if you watched Pamela's session on RAG, you know what I'm talking about. So to build this custom knowledge base, what we'll do is use certification guides. And that's where these documents come in, and this cool diagram depicts how we are going to use this chunking method. So the documents will be the study guides, the official Microsoft study guides around the AZ-104, 204 certifications. We'll chunk them into smaller documents, and those documents will be stored as embeddings in a vector store, specifically Azure AI Search. So let's go ahead and build that. OK, so I'm going to save the current state of my ai.py file. And let me make sure I have paused my slideshow so you can see my VS Code window. So I just saved my ai.py. I'm going to go ahead to knowledgebase.py, again, using very good names for my files here. So there's a lot of stuff already happening in this file, and I'll go over very quickly that I'll be using Azure AI Search, so I'm importing it from the LangChain community. And you can tell there are a lot of helper libraries available within LangChain. And then you also have OpenAI embeddings. So I love OpenAI embeddings model, so I'll be using that for my embeddings. And I have a corrector text splitter built within LangChain that I'm importing, along with an unstructured URL loader. What we'll use that for is to load these URLs, because this is where the certification guides exist. So these are Microsoft Learn URLs, and you can see AZ-104, 204, 305, and 400. Those are the 4 certifications that I'm working with today. And since I have some sensitive information about my Azure AI Search I have stored them in environment variables, and I'm just bringing that in here. So now let's initialize our connection to Azure AI Search. And I'll be storing that in vector underscore store here. So vector underscore store will initialize Azure Search. And there are a few things you need to pass to make that connection. So the first one is the vector store address, right? So you have to have an endpoint, and the Azure Search endpoint is my variable called vector store address. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. Same thing for the Azure Search admin key, and that is the vector store password in my variable. And there's some indentation issues. OK, now we also have to specify the index name. So I've already created this index, which is empty right now, called LangChain vector demo. So index name is equal to index name, and an embeddings function. So embeddings underscore function, since I told you we'll be using OpenAI's embeddings model. So embeddings dot embed query is what we'll be using today. And that's basically our connection to Azure AI Search. Let's get rid of some white spaces in here. Now, we have those connections. Now we have to chunk our study guides. So in order to chunk our study guides, I'll be using the text splitter. But first, I have to load these URLs. So I'll be using a loader, right, which was the unstructured URL loader. And the list of URLs is called URLs. Very handy. Now, I'll save this as documents. So I'll create a documents variable and load these URLs. There we go. Now, since I'll be using the corrected text splitter, let's initiate that. I do want to specify some settings, again, because these large language models do have token limits. And I can only pass certain amount of information into the prompt. So I'll have to specify a chunk size. And instead of 5,000, I'll go with 2,000. And for the overlap, I'll go with 200. And what does that mean? So, we'll have a huge study guide. We'll break down into smaller documents, as we saw in the diagram on slides. Now, what happens is, what I want is the first chunk, or the first smaller document that was created, I want some overlapping on the next document so that the context is not lost when we do some kind of search on this vector store. So that's what's happening in this line of code. And now we'll save this in docs using our text splitter .split documents. And documents are called documents, so that comes in handy. There we go. OK, so our chunking will be handled here. Now we have to save this to our vector store. And you can do that by vector underscore store and add documents. Oops, store.add documents. And the documents to be added are called docs. So there we go. We have that ready. Now, the next concept comes in of similarity search. And Pamela's session was amazing about, another key term called RAG. You will see that. But there are different type of searches you can perform. And today I'll be using similarity search. And it also talked about, I think, hybrid search. So in order to perform a similarity search, we can do vector store.search. And let's go with query to be Azure administrator. I think that's a good certification. OK, let's go with just Azure administrator. And instead of, OK, I think I'm good with k is equal to 3, which basically means it'll return 3 documents. And since we'll be using similarity search, let's specify that. So it will be similarity underscore search. Now I can save this and do a print on docs. So let's open up our terminal here, and let's clear the screen and type in Python knowledgebase.py. Okay, so we did get an error that says the Azure search key is missing. So instead of admin, this needs to be just search key. Let's see if that fixes it. So again, I'll be running Python knowledgebase.py. Hit enter, and let's wait for, OK, it's doing something. There we go. So if I scroll up, you'll see that there are 3 documents that were returned. So as you can see, this is the document 1, and this is all from our study guides. So it says page content, skill measured prior to October 26, audience profile. So I can already tell by looking at this, this is from the official study guide because I'm a huge fan of cloud certifications. And it returned those 3 documents. Now, let's bring these docs into our AI.py. But since most of the code for connection to Azure AI Search is already written within our knowledgebase.py, so I'm just going to copy that. So the settings and the connection to Azure AI Search, I can go up top here and do a paste within my AI.py. And now let's go ahead within our project idea and implement that similarity search. So let's go ahead and pick this line of code from our knowledge base, go back to the function, and before we initialize LLM, let's paste the docs line. So instead of hard coding Azure Administrator, I want the user to pick the certification. So what I'm going to do is use the certification argument from our function right here. And one key thing to remember is it'll return 3 docs. So what I want to do is join them and send it over to our large language model. So let's do a join here. And space dot join. Help me join these 3 docs. So if I look in my terminal, the content that we were looking for is called page_content. Because there was additional information about our chunk that was returned, and we don't want that to, confuse our large language model. So we only just want the study guide content. So that's what's happening here. Now the only thing is left is to include docs as an input variable and make sure we have that as the mapping in our chain.invoke. There we go. So I feel pretty confident about our AI application here. But before I dive into this, you might be able to map this to a concept you might have heard of if you're active in the AI and ML space. And that is RAG. So RAG stands for retrieval augmented generation, right? But basically, it's the process of fine-tuning your model without having to retrain the entire model. So what you're doing with RAG is you're passing relevant information. In our case, it will be the certification guides, right? And you don't have to train the entire GPT model again, but you're telling, hey, here are certification guides. Make sure you use them to provide an answer, which basically makes our project idea better than what we were doing earlier. And this basically allows you to build a large language model applications that follows this kind of pipeline. So the user comes in our case, let me turn on my laser pointer. So the user comes in, it says, hey, I need AZ104 cloud project idea. That information is passed to large language model, but it also is used to do a similarity search on our vector store. The similarity search says, OK, here's the study guides for AZ104, which acts as the relevant information. This relevant information, along with the request from the user about AZ104, is passed on to our large language model, which basically ends up resulting to a good response. this entire pipeline kind of acts as RAG. So let's go ahead and test it. So now let me go to streamlit.py, and on top here, what I'm going to do is import AI as AI, because we named our file ai.py. You can see that there are two variables, certification and level, which are Streamlit select boxes between certifications and project level. Those certifications are on level if those variables are set. I use the project idea function to generate the project idea. So now let's run this Streamlit application by opening my terminal here. Let me clear this out for you. There we go. And now we can do Python, Streamlit. Streamlit run streamlit.py. There we go. Hit enter, and it should open up import AI as AI. So it should open up a browser window. Let me make this bigger. There we go. And let's look at the error message. So it says that something is wrong with the AI file. OK, let's go back to our code editor, go into ai.py. It said that embeddings, it doesn't know what to do with this. That's because I never initiated embeddings in here. That was only in our knowledge base. So let's fix that quickly by initializing OpenAI embeddings. And let's see if we can just refresh our page in the browser and it will work. Oh, looks like it's working. OK, now we have another error that says that the prompt template, there's an issue with the validator within our input variables. Let's go look at that. This is all the fun about doing a live demo, right? We'll try to fix it. OK, so input variables. See, a simple S is missing from input variables. And now let's go ahead and try that again. Third time is a charm, right? OK. Nope, it is not. I think I have to restart my file here. Let's go back. Control-C in my terminal, and then type in Streamlit. Make sure I've saved this file. OK. Yes, it is saved. And Streamlit. Run streamlit.py. Let's refresh it. Nope. So must be a prompt value string or list of base messages. Let's see what's going on. Chain.invoke. OK. Certification level is set to level, and docs is set to doc. Everything looks, I think it's not giving me the correct error. Let's look in our terminal to see what's going on. So invalid input type, class dictionary must be a prompt value string or list of base messages. Am I passing the input variables wrong? Let's see. So chain.invoke looks good. The mapping looks OK. We have those set as arguments within our function. Let's try. Oh, I see what it is. It's a type dictionary. I just need 2 round brackets. And this should work now. Nope. OK, let's restart it. Let's retrust it. Control-C. Make sure I've saved it. Yes, I've saved it. Hit enter. Nope. It still is erroring out. So something is wrong with my input variables. I hope that something was not changed on the LangChain side of the framework. But let's look at what's going on with input variables. No, it seems right. OK. So yeah, I'll have to check LangChain documentation on what's wrong, but I'm quickly going to show you what the RAG pipeline builds, right? So this entire diagram basically translates to this, right? Because you have your certification that you can pick from the Streamlit app, so AZ204, intermediate level, and it'll generate a project idea using the study guides. And the possibilities are endless with LangChain and Azure AI. I just can't wait to see what you build by leveraging today's demo and building your own RAG pipelines. But yeah, that was today's session. I do have a QR code for you to connect with me and also ask me any questions if you have. So you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn at Rishab in Cloud. And I do have a QR code. It'll be up. There you go. So yeah, connect with me. Ask me if you have any questions, and I'll try to figure out what's wrong with my LangChain app.
Thanks, Rishab. That was great. This is live, so we never know what to expect. But we still had like a few questions that came in. Are you ready to answer some of them?
Sure.
So we have a user, Hekima. She asks, just in general, what are your thoughts on learning prompt engineering? Is there particular advice that you would give to someone that wants to learn it?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think you need to be very specific is what I try myself, depending on what kind of response you're looking at, if you want it to be verbose, and if you want it to be only factual, like mention all of those things, and also what kind of output you're looking at. Since in my case, I was looking specifically for a markdown output, I had to mention the structure that I was looking at. So you can be as descriptive as you want, but also remember all of these models have token limits, which basically means you can only pass a certain amount of text to these models, right? There's a great course from deeplearning.ai about prompt engineering for developers. So go check that out. I think it's around an hour long. I think that'll really help you get started.
Excellent. Gwen, do you have a question?
Yeah, first I want to say that Rishab's demo was definitely working as of yesterday morning. Yesterday afternoon, like less than 24 hours ago, he showed me like, hey, I just want to show you what I'm going to talk about VS Code. I was like, yeah, for sure. So we spent half an hour going through it, and it was working. So it just proof that it actually, did what it was supposed to do.
It's also proof that it's live. We have some people in the chat saying, I don't think this is really live. Now you know.
So thank you, Richard, for helping us prove that. But just because I know a little bit more about your background, I'm curious as to, I know you've worked a little bit with semantic kernel, which is another sort of popular language in the same space. So just, I don't know, a quick comparison of like LangChain, semantic kernel. Do you see yourself working with more of one than the other? Do you like one more than the other? Just, high level thoughts on that.
My personal experience with LangChain, I was very early adopters of the framework, which was last year as it came out. There was this hype, and I was testing something with AI for work, and I'm like, there's a framework I can use, which is open source. Sure, let me build an MVP. At that time, there was not as much support for like tools and third-party applications and APIs as they are now. I feel like the only difference between semantic kernel and LangChain is the support. So like LangChain is Python and JavaScript, whereas semantic kernel is, I believe, Python and C#. So there's that difference. So if you're specifically looking for something in JavaScript, you'll go, the answer is simple. And if you're specifically looking for something in C#, the answer is simple again. But if you're a Python dev, you have this option of choosing one. I personally prefer LangChain for now, just based on like the community aspect to it. Like there is so many tools available that are already baked into it. Like I showed, vector search. You have how you can create embeddings by using different text splitters. So like all of this is built into it. And also like third-party APIs with Bing Search and all of the new Azure AI services. It's just fascinating to see the support they add so quickly.
That's awesome. Thank you, Rishab, so much for joining us here. And hope to see you around. And thank you for helping us make VS Code Day 2024 amazing. Reynald, who do we have next?
All right, so up next we have Bruno Capuano. So Bruno is a cloud advocate at Microsoft, juggling artificial intelligence and .NET. With a whopping 14 years, it actually says whopping here, so I'm not trying to emphasize 14 years, but a whopping 14 years as a Microsoft MVP under his belt, he's the go-to guy for tech talks and spreading the code love at events worldwide. And he enjoys long walks on the beach. Now, the session title that he'll be covering is AI Made Clear, Practical AI Coding Sessions in VS Code. So, I'd like to have a proper segue here. Bruno, take us on your journey.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And hey, walking on the beach. It's been a while. I mean, I live in Canada, and we have amazing lakes, but you need to be very brave to go to the lakes on winter or whatever. But hey, I will go to the beach anytime soon. I hope I can go there. That said, hello everyone. My name is Bruno Capuano. I live in Canada, in a small city near the mountains. And hey, super happy to be here with Reynald and Gwyneth today. And what I am going to do, I am going to try to show, we talk a lot about AI. We have amazing sessions from Rishab right now, earlier from Pamela. We talk about a lot of RAG and more. But it all came from a single space, which is called AI. And this, today I'm going to show you when we talk about, okay, let's do a chat completion. Let's do A, B, and C, how we can code that and really how this means. Rishab did the demo using using LangChain. I am going to use mostly semantic kernel, but hey, let's take a look, because at the end I want to try also to make a real demo, crossing fingers to make it work. So let's start here to see what we have. I have here a clean Visual Studio Code with a console application in .NET. This console application has not code at all. It's just a hello world console application with a console write line. This console application have installed a couple of dependencies to get secrets, to get keys, also the semantic kernel, a fancy console, and more. But I want to show you, I want to switch gears a little, and I want to start to talk about why we are here. And we talk a lot about AI, and we talk about this. So this is Azure AI, Azure AI Studio. This is kind of the entry place that we have in Azure to start to play around with AI. One of the things that we have, which is amazing, are models. We have so many models, of course. We have OpenAI models, we have GPT-4 models, we have DaVinci's, we have the text embeddings, ABI, we have a lot of models, but we also have models from Mistral, in example. We also have Llama models from Meta. We even have the latest and greatest 5 model that was released yesterday from Microsoft Research, which is a small model. It's not a large language model, it's a small language model. When I say small, it's compared to the big one, but it's super powerful. And the whole idea is that I can go here, I can pick up these models, and I can host a model. So in example here, I pick up Phi. This is my Phi model, and I can start to use my model. I can go here and test my model and start to do something like, hey, you know what? Let me copy here. Let's try to write a joke about kittens. So I can ask this to the model, and hey, the model, if you ask models to write jokes, not a good idea, they're not very good, but hey, why don't kittens play poker in the jungle? Too many cheetahs. Okay, my accents really don't help to say the joke. But it all came, so how this works. So I can go here to a playground when I have access to all of my models, and I can start to see that I can do a couple of things with the model. And this is kind of different type of scenarios where I can use models. The initial one, kind of everybody started with completions, because these large language models basically are very good predicting the next token, which let's go to say predicting the next character. So when you ask a question, you give them a sentence, and they are going to start to add more. And basically, we can define, in example, using the max length token, how much they are going to predict, how long is going to be this. So we can do predictions here. I have a completions here. I have an old model. I have DaVinci 002, and I can ask this question, write a joke about kittens. And when I do the generate, you take a look at the generated code, which is not very good. Write a joke about kittens and people will love it. This is where prompt engineering starts. Oh, still generating, but I think I'm going to go, okay, no problem. This is where we start to learn about prompt. We start to define, okay, this is prompt engineering and more, and we start to define different ways to, we can ask a model to complete something. And one of these ways is using the chat. Using the chat, when we use a model in the chat format, what we are using are basically defining, there is a full defined structure in the back, how you are going to make your prompt that is going to be embedded on user system, system message, user assistant, and more, that is going to send the model, and we are going to have the back there. So this is the moment where we can start to use models. I have all the other set of models here, GPT 3.5, and we can start to talk with the model in the chat way. So everything that we are doing is literally the same model where we ask complete, but we start to define kind of different scenarios where we can do this. And by the way, if you take a look at this, let me see if we can, oh, it's not working. Yes, I have some problems here in my version that this is JSON that defines how this works. But all of this interacting with the models, it's basically registering a model, and as Rishab and Pamela, and even I think Alfredo also see that they were doing, it's sending prompts to the model and analyzing the results. So how do we do this? In example, using C# and semantic kernel. So first of all, let's add, as I said, I have some reference here, I have some information, I have some already installed packages. So let's add some usings. And the usings that I am going to have are very simple. Microsoft extensions to read my user secrets, and then semantic kernel. And that's it. That's what I need. Then what I am going to do, I am going to create a kernel. And to create this kernel, I need to provide, because I am using Azure OpenAI, I need to provide the model, the key, and the endpoint. So I can say here I have deployed GPT 3.5, but I also have deployed GPT-4 and Ada and embedding. I can't remember. I have several models there, and I have my endpoint. And then I'm going to build the kernel. And with the kernel build, the next step will be to write a prompt. And this is the simple line. This is the key part here, where we are going to ask, hey, you know what? Write a joke about kittens. And I'm going to say to the kernel, hey, kernel, invoke the prompt in async mode, because this is all work in a sync way, and then I'm going to write the prompt. So with this, what I can do, I can run the program. And this is going to take a couple of seconds, because first it's building, it's a very simple code. This one is probably the one that is not going to give me any problem, but once it's built and start to work, we are going to start to tweak this a little so we can start to, okay, this is other parts of what we have here. So it's built-in, it's already there. We go to the back console, and somewhere here in the bottom in blue color, we should get, go. Okay, we should get another kitten joke. Why was the kitten always good to play in hide and seek? Hey, this is kind of the idea. And the important part here is that I add a chat completion, but I literally use this just making a prompt. When I use chat, I can do more. When I work in chat mode, I can do more. I can do more. I can go and start to do a system message, which is basically, I will say here in my system message, let me do the word wrap. I am going to say, you are a useful assistant that replies using a funny style and emojis. Your name is Goku. And then I'm going to ask, hi, who are you? Tell me a kitten joke. So I'm going to run this. First, let's comment this so we don't have the simple prompt here. So I'm going to run this. And when I have this, again, build and debug and up and running, I'm going to have the chat conversation. But what I did there, let me go back here, is I changed the way that the model works. And I basically said in system message here, I can define kind of the behavior of what we are going to do, how the model is going to reply to me. And when I use chat, what I can also have is kind of a conversation. I have a history of conversation. So here I say, you are an AI chat that helps people information. You always reply in Spanish, in example, or use a business casual style. I can do tons of stuff here. If I go back to my demo, somewhere here is, hey there, I'm Goku, your friendly neighbor assistant, and sure, here is a kitten joke for you. What was the kitten always good? So I have my chat here. And it's kind of nice. I am replying what I am doing in the chat. I am replying here, but I can do more. I can do a lot more, not a little. We talk about models. We talk about how these models, in example, the models that we have here in the repository, are amazing. Of course, we use a lot Azure OpenAI models. We use GPT 3.5, GPT 4, but we also have access to Mistral, Meta, Llama, and more. So what I did, I have here in my local Ubuntu, I have here installed a couple of models. I have installed, I think I installed a Llama 3 and a Pi 3 yesterday. So what I am going to do, I am going to change a couple of lines in the current sample that I have, that is basically invoking a prompt to add to write a joke, to basically call this local model. So while the Ubuntu is starting, it's going to take some time. There it is. Let's start this. So what I'm going to do here, small command to say, hey, show me the journal in real time, what is happening when someone calls the Llama service. So this is going to show this. And by the way, the first call is going to be kind of a slow one because it needs to wake up the model. So let me go back to my code. Let's delete the sample chat. Let's delete this one. And let's add a custom endpoint. And by the way, this is something released literally in the last couple of days. I have another way to do this, but this is an amazing way, an amazing solution for something that is super, super useful. So we have this model. These models are amazing. We have more models right now. We have GPTs, Llamas, Phis, a lot of models. But when you use chat, in example, OpenAI define a standard, how we are going to do this chat model. Remember that I told you that it's all about completions, but when you have a standard, how the chat is going to be, and then you can start to send the chat, and the SDKs make very easy for us. We don't need to create the full structure. So because we have this structure, this specification of how the chat is going to work, I can now, in the latest version of semantic kernel, which is experimental, that's why you see all of these disables warnings from SK, X001, 003, 0010, and more. So what I have here is, hey, generate an OpenAI chat completion, but do not use the OpenAI API. Use a local URL, this is my Ubuntu, and then use my Pi 3 model. So when I have this, what I can do, I can debug, start a new instance. I am going to go here. And then at any moment, and as I said, the first time is going to take some time. At any moment, once it's building and it's finished building, it's going to show me the call. Oh, I missed something. Oh, yes. I probably builder. Let me see what we are. I'm missing something here. Let's see what is there. I'm probably missing a, let's see, code one, API key. Okay, so what is usually happen is I need to do add Azure OpenAI, no, add OpenAI chat completion. And let's clean the project and build it again. So it's cleaning the project, terminal is done, and let's build it again. And I think I still have, it should be working now. Let's debug it. But the whole idea right now is that I can call the model that I have deployed in the back. And no problem with this because I have this up and running here. So because this is a live demo, what I have here is literally the same model where I can start to do more. But the whole idea is I can call and run my Llama model. So one more time, let's see if it's this one or this one. This is calling the local host using another way. If I call this one, debug, start new instance. Let's see if this one is calling the model. But the whole idea is I can quickly change models. So imagine that you can start developing an AI solution calling your local models or you have the models running in another device. And then when you switch this, when you get to a point that is working, you switch to the cloud. You start to use the model so they can scale in the cloud. So you see now we have the call. I have here some exceptions because it's probably not the one. Oh, Llama 2. Sorry, I was calling Llama 2, and this is Llama 3. Let's run this one more time. And this is where you can see also that this is live. But at the same time, we are going to start to see here in the desktop how we have the models and the calls here. But the whole idea, once again, is that you can start locally. You can start to work locally, make your calls, make your stuff, and then switch to the cloud. And you can even move this a little farther, start to work a little. There is the call, there is the starting of the Llama model, and you can even start to use this in example. There is a full Llama models, and we should get a VAT joke here somewhere in the documentation somewhere here. But the idea here is that, hey, yes, I use this calling my local Llama model. And I can even change here, and instead of using a local Llama model, I have here, let me see if I know, I have here Raspberry Pi, LLM, and I think this is the number 2. I have here Raspberry Pi, which is running. Let me show you, this is the device that I am using right now. It's a Raspberry Pi with 8 gigabytes of memory RAM. And this one, it's also using, it's also have installed Pi 3 and Llama 3. So if I change here, oh, by the way, this is the full joke that we have here in the call. But if I change here, the URL that I have here, and I put Raspberry Pi Large Language Model 02, and I run this, debug, start new instance. Somewhere here, if I start the Llama journal, I will get the call, I will get the response and more. So think about that you're going to start building your solution using a local model, using a model deployed with Llama in example. Llama is an option here in another machine, and then you can switch to the cloud whenever you need it. And as I said, this is running in a very, very small device. This is my Raspberry Pi running right now. So you can run models here, and models like Pi 3 are great for this because they are small and they can give you the chance to do this. But once you know you can do this, what else we can do? So Pamela and Rishab, they talk about memory. I will give this a couple of more seconds until we have the tensors. Remember, this is a very, very small model, and I want to show you how we can use this, because we can also do with semantic kernel memory, and similar to LangChain's semantic kernel also have the chance to give some connections, some extension points to connect to AI Azure search and to other memory vectors, whatever. So sorry, I am waiting for the call because this is literally a small language model running in a very small device. So I'm hoping that we have the response anytime soon. It works faster early. Otherwise, I will share the code and steps so you can run this at home if you have a Raspberry Pi. But once this one is running, let's take a look at what else we can do. So while it's loading and working and more should be here, there is another way that we can do this. So let's take a look at this code while the program is running. So here, similar to what we did before, we have some semantic kernel code. And what we are going to build here is a memory builder. So we have the memory builder, which is amazing. And we are going to, as Rishab explained, we are going to pick up some information, and using a model, this is going to be an ADA 002, we are going to create embeddings. And we are going to store this in memory. We are going to store in a volatile memory store. We can store this in Quadrant. There are a couple of extensions here to use other providers, but I am going to build the memory. And once I build the memory, next step for me will be, hey, let's add some information. So we have here memory save information, a memory collection, and I have some text, some ID, and some context. By the way, going back here, this is finished, and this is a joke generated by a small language model Pi 3 in a Raspberry Pi, which is kind of cool if you start to think that you can run this in a low power device. So going back to memory, What I have here is I have information about Gisela's favorite superhero. This is my friend from Spain. She's the one that helped me with this. Also, my favorite movie and more. And then I have questions. But this is important. This is interesting. I have questions in English about these movies, and I have questions in Spanish. This is the power of large language models. And this is all how this vector search works. What I am going to do, I am going to iterate through the questions, ask the memory about the question, and show in a table. I am using Spectre, a super cool program here to show the table in the output here. So let's take a look and let's run this. And I see some questions in the chat. I'm going to try to go there later. So I have the, oh my God, sorry. I was trying to debug. Oh, there it is. Go up. So what the table is going to show is the original question, and it's going to show the answer. But it's important because we are using this memory search, vector search. The first question, which is what is Bruno's favorite superhero? This is going to be Invincible, which is related to the item number 3, and the questions in Spanish, because yes, the accent, you probably notice, hablo español. ¿Cuál es el superhéroe favorito de Bruno? What is Bruno's favorite superhero? Is info 3 is the same. And by the way, same for the other one. So this is super cool because out of the box, we have a lot of benefits by creating embeddings and putting our full solution working with, putting in our full information working in a vector database. But how do you apply this? What you can do with this? And by the way, there are more demos. I am working based on time constraint. What you can work with this? What you can build with this? So let me go here to my full demo. So this is one of our standard .NET sample demos. And this is one that we created for show how we can use Docker. Right now, when you do .NET, one of the cool things that you have when you create a .NET web app, in example, is that you can, by default, publish a .NET web app directly to Docker. So here we have an API. This is locally running. I have an API product that is going to load a database of products and is going to show me the products. And then I have here also a front-end application, store application that, yes, you guess it, is going to use that's backend and is going to show me a list of products in a super simple list of products. So when I do products, it's called the backend and show me stuff like a cookware, camping tent, or whatever. But then with using what we see about prompting, memory search, and more, we can quickly, literally, in 10 lines of code, make our application more smart adding some AI search. So right now I can do something like, an example, do you have any cool tent? And by the way, the prompt here is supposed to give answers in a funny way. Hey, you're looking for a cool tent, huh? Well, look no further because we got the perfect one for you. Our camping tent is yada yada, and this is the product that we have. We are only showing one. The way that this is built is going to pick up, make a memory search, find the first product, and show the information about the product. If I do something by, I don't know, I need something for for cooking at night. And it's going to ask the question again. And it's going to, hey, you're looking for something to cook at night while you are camping. We just got the scene for you. The camping cook set where is perfect for you. It's creating all of the stuff here. And once again, I can do something. Necesito algo para la lluvia. I can ask questions in Spanish. I need something for the rain. And it's going to say, hey, you know what? We have here the outdoor rain jacket. So this is super cool. And literally, it's 10, 20 lines of code to do this. So let's go take a look at the backend. So here in the application, let me close this. I am going to stop both applications because they work. I don't want to tweak this. So let's here in my backend, I have my endpoint and I have my product endpoints that have here the API. And the API is going to use a memory context search that internally is going to create the response. My response is going to have a text and a product, but let's take a look at the search. So here, the search it's going to basically, it's a very simple code where it's going to search in the memory based on the search string that the product has, that the user has requested. I also have in a data context here to make the search. So when I search about this, one of the elements that I have as part of the result is the product ID. So I'm going to have the product. Then I have an AI response. I am going to add the product, and then I'm going to use a prompt here to generate kind of a funny response. This is a kernel invoking a prompt, and the prompt is this one. Let me find my plugins and my prompt. Search response. This is the prompt. And the prompt is, you are intelligent assistant helping contosoing clients with their search about whatever, yada, yada, yada. And if you have, incorporate the question, if provided. Also, this is the product information. So, hey, it's kind of nice to see that we can put everything here. We can create the prompt the way that we want. If I want here, I can start to add some context. I can start to add more products if I want, not just one. This is the top 3 suggestions, a lot of stuff. And the important thing here is that I didn't talk about this, but when we use these services, when we use a model here, like let's go back and start to see in chat mode that I'm using GPT 3.5, I have the chance to define parameters. And what are these parameters? So basically I can define how many tokens I want to use, the temperature is how creative the model should be, and then I have other parameters here like the top priorities, top sequence, and more that basically help me get the best of the model. But everything that I am doing here, I can also do this when I have a prompt here, and in this case, I have a config.json file that is basically defining how, when you call the prompt, you need to do that. So I can define here, as you see, the max tokens, I have the temperature below, top priority, and by the way, this is the one that I add, and there are more, or if I only need the max token, that's it. And this is also super important because when we use these models on the cloud, the token is what we pay for. But if we want to use this locally, hey, longer token, longer time for the model to complete, but when we are fine with that, we can switch to the cloud and start to play around there. And how the final part, which should be probably the first one that I should explain, is how do I get this info in the memory? So don't do this at home. Basically, what I did here just for this demo, I create a memory search, a volatile memory element. I add, not this one here. I add it into my database, and I have every time that the product is changed, every time, this is the first time that we initialize the product, we have here basically the products added in the memory search. And basically what I have here in the text, I am going to add the product description. In the ID of the item in memory, I am going to have the product ID, and I generate a description to have more info there. And this is the moment that if you want, instead of using a volatile memory, because I have only 10 products, which is fine, but you probably need more, you can also use, if you want, Azure AI Search, where you're going to have your products in a super scalable, in amazing way to do it, an amazing way to search and do more. But this is kind of a nice and easy one to start to learn the basic concepts here. So quick recap and to see what we have here. We see how we move to chats, completion, and concepts that we have around large language models to code, to see how we can invoke a simple prompt. We also see how we can tweak the parameters of the models and the prompts. We can run models on the cloud and locally. We can create a memory and do search. I love the much better explanation that my friends did before me about how the memory search works. And then, hey, this is a real sample application on how this works. And lucky me, it works. I was afraid that I am going to get a timeout from my code space that this was working. So I hope you like it. If you want to know more, start to search about semantic kernel. There are so many things that we can do there. We are going to publish a lot of tutorials, a lot of text, a lot of stuff in the near future to help you do this, even if you can do it right now. And hey, back to Gwyneth and Reynald, because I think I am literally on time.
Thank you so much, Bruno. That was awesome. We've been seeing so much AI stuff, and it's great that I just asked Rishab about semantic kernel, and LangChain. Now you've just mentioned it as well, so that's awesome, Bruno. Thank you. We do have a couple of questions here, and I want to start with a fun one though, because I know you are one of the most creative presenters. Like you have like, you should ask Bruno for his repo of like talks, because it is extensive, and he has like a bunch of specific tools that he uses for his presentation. So highly recommend you ask Bruno. Go on Twitter or whatever it is. But curious, Bruno, what is your favorite VS Code extension? Like, what's one that you can't live without?
Probably right now, the Docker one. I am doing, but this is now. I am switching gears. Of course, Copilot. GitHub Copilot is everywhere to help. But in the last month, I start to go back to Docker. And it's new and it's amazing. And also the Kubernetes, and it's a whole ecosystem. So if you ask the same question next month, in the last couple of weeks, the Docker extension, it's amazing good. And there are a lot of sub-extensions for Dockers, like Dive or more, which blows my mind. But again, Copilot first, yes, sure, GitHub Copilot, but then Docker is my favorite one in the last days.
Awesome, thanks, Bruno. Reynald, do you have another question here for Bruno?
I did. So this is kind of like a general one, but still has a little specific edge to it. So how did you get into coding, and would you do anything different if you were starting over today?
Hey, that's a good one. I started late. I don't have these memories of my first Commodore 64 when I was 10 or whatever, that my people in my age told that stories. I started in my late 20s because someone said back in Argentina, my home country, hey, there is this computer class or whatever, it should be fun. And I said, okay, let's give it a try. And it blew my mind. And started to do Visual Basic back on those days, then a lot of C++, a full story that I don't want to share because you are going to realize my age. But if I have to do this again, yes, for sure. I mean, I have so much fun learning, coding, creating, solving problems and learning more that, yes, I will do it again for sure.
Awesome. Bruno, thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
Yes.
And bringing all your knowledge here to VS Code Day, and for hanging around and asking or answering some of our questions as well. But we've got our next speaker here lined up for us, right? And actually the last speaker of the day. So big shout out to everyone who stuck around and hanging out with us for this last one. This topic is actually, you were looking forward to this one, weren't you?
Yes, I am, because I actually did a little video on this topic, and he was one of the people I consulted because he is deep into it. So I'm excited to look forward to this.
Yeah, and we have Matt Bierner with us. Matt is an engineer on the VS Code team. He works on Copilots at Workspace Support, as well as VS Code's TypeScript, JavaScript, and Markdown language features, and also, guess what? Likes long walks on the beach. Matt, I'm going to use one of these segues 1 second. Matt, it's your turn to captivate us. Take it away.
All right. Well, it's great to be here. We're currently in release week for VS Code, so nice to take a little bit of a break from that to talk about Copilot. So again, I'm Matt Bierner. I've been working on VS Code for around, I think, 8 years or so now, kind of flown by. But I work on the JavaScript, TypeScript support, various Markdown things, API things related to VS Code. But more recently, and what I want to talk about today, is Copilot, and specifically how you can go and ask Copilot questions about code in your workspace. So if you've used Copilot or seen any of the demos, you know that you can ask Copilot questions about general programming things. You can get it to help you with things like that. But I find that when I'm programming, a really common thing that I want to do is actually ask about code for a project that I am working on. So first, let's just kind of lay out what this actually might look like. So there's a few different types of questions that we might be wanting to ask about the project that we just are working on. For example, let's say that I just downloaded a new project, and I am wondering, how do I actually build this? Now, I could look in the README or the contributing file or kind of try to scan through the code and maybe figure this out. But this is something that maybe Copilot would be able to help with as well. So I could ask Copilot, hey, how do I build this project? And it would provide a quicker summary of how you actually go about building this project. So that's one type of thing that I might want to ask, is just a general purpose question about the code base. And this is useful both for beginners, but also if you've been working on the project for a while, if you're just wanting some general high-level information about your code base. Another example question that we might want to ask is something like, where's the code that does something specific? So an example here would be, where is the code that adds request headers for HTTP requests, for instance? Now, VS Code has plenty of tools for finding like specific text matches or symbol matches, for instance. But in this case, what we're looking for is a little bit more fuzzy because maybe we don't know the exact symbol we're looking for, or we don't know exactly what text is going to be in the code. We just want to be able to describe what we're looking for and have Copilot return a reference to somewhere in our code base where the request headers are getting added. So we can do a little bit more like fuzzy matching and hopefully get back some references in our code base. Another type of thing we might want to do is actually get Copilot to answer questions about either contributing to the code or how to do something in the context of the current code base. So a good example of this is, how can I sort an array? Now this question is particularly interesting because there's probably a general purpose response that Copilot could provide. So if you're working in JavaScript, for instance, you might use the array sort method. But if you're working on a project, there might actually be a more specialized implementation of sort that has some different performance characteristics, or maybe is more specialized for the data structures you're working with that you actually want Copilot to answer with instead. And these are the types of things that we might want Copilot to have workspace knowledge when it's going and responding to our various questions here. So if you try asking any of these questions to Copilot on its own, it is not going to have enough information to actually answer them. So it doesn't have direct access to the contents of your workspace. It can see where your cursor is. It can see like your current selection, some various file names. It can see the general type of project you're working in, but it won't be able to just scan through your entire project and answer any of these questions. And that's where we get into the @workspace chat participant. So @workspace is a chat participant, again, and the way that you use it is at the start of a question that you're asking to Copilot. You would just say @workspace and then the question or prompt that you actually want to have Copilot answer. So for instance here, we could say something like, @workspace, where's code folding implemented? Now, instead of using its general purpose knowledge to try to answer this question, because this is something that Copilot probably wouldn't be able to provide a very reasonable response to without actually looking in your workspace, it is now going to use two different things. So when we involve @workspace, we're going to get, first off, a custom system prompt. Now this system prompt is behind the scenes instructing Copilot with instructions that we are looking for a workspace specific response. We're not looking for a general programming response. We're looking for a response that is going to consider things in our workspace and answer that question just for our workspace. So that's the first thing that you get when you involve @workspace. The other thing we get, though, and this is actually the more important one, is that we're automatically going to generate relevant context that is going to be used to help Copilot answer this question. So when we're asking a question like, where is code folding implemented, we'll probably want to go and look in various files to find methods, classes, symbols related to code folding, and maybe some of the tests as well. If we ask how to build this project, we'll probably want to look in maybe the README, contributing file, maybe the package.json file, and we're going to go and include that information from your workspace, so actually like snippets of code and stuff from your workspace, so that Copilot can hopefully have a better shot of answering the questions that we're asking about our current project. Now, what's actually in this context that we're going to provide? Because it does help to understand a little bit more about what's going on behind the scenes. This context is generated automatically, but we do need to know a little bit about what is part of that. Now, the core problem that we have is that in many cases, the workspace that you're in, the projects that you're working on, it's just too big to feed directly into Copilot. So just as an example, there are over 300 million characters of TypeScript in the VS Code project. And that's just like main TypeScript files. That's not getting into dependencies. That's not getting into all like the other types of files that you might have in your project. So we just can't feed that amount of information into Copilot and expect a reasonable response. And even if you can feed in a whole lot of information, oftentimes it's better to feed in more focused information to these language models so that you get a better response. Sometimes they kind of get overwhelmed and end up missing important things. Whereas if we can kind of narrow it down to just the most relevant pieces of information, that's going to help it along and hopefully provide a better response. So when we're generating this context, we include two pieces of information that are going to help Copilot in answering these questions. First off, we include a file system structure. So we tell Copilot, here's some file names in our project, here's some directory names in our project, and that will give it a general sense of the type of project that we're working in. Maybe you can see that, hey, there's a package.json file, for instance, or there's an out file where we're probably generating compiled code. So this is going to give it a general sense of the type of project that we're working in. The next part, and probably the more important one, though, is the relevant code snippets. So we are going to look through your workspace, look at the current question that you're asking, and try to find the most relevant code snippets that could answer that question. And a code snippet could be something like a class, it could be a method, it's whatever we think is going to help Copilot answer the question. This also could include like documentation that's in your workspace, any documentation comments. Those could also be included as part of these code snippets. Just as an example of what one of these code snippets might look like that we actually send over to Copilot, here's an example snippet that we actually would send over. So behind the scenes, Copilot is automatically going to get this code snippet if we ask, where is code folding implemented? And you can see we're telling Copilot, here's the file name. And then in this instance, we're passing in the method here. And that is the interesting part that we're sharing with Copilot. We're also providing a little bit of extra context. So we're saying, hey, this method is inside of this class up here, for instance, and there's stuff before and after this method. But we're giving Copilot this information so that it knows about this method and where it occurs, so they can hopefully provide the best answer possible when answering our question. So that is what is being built up automatically. Again, you don't have to include any of this. It is just going to be passed to Copilot for you whenever you use @Workspace. All right, so that's the basic idea behind @Workspace. Let's take a look now at actually using @Workspace in action. So I'm going to go over to VS Code here. I have the Copilot chat extension installed. I've signed in and done everything. And in this case, I am working on the VS Code Markdown Language Service project. So this is the project that implements many of VS Code's Markdown features. So the outline, for instance, with Markdown, the path completions for Markdown. But let's pretend for a second that I have just downloaded this project for the first time, and I'm wondering how to get started on it. So if I was using Copilot, the first thing I might do is actually go over to Copilot here and ask something like, how do I build this? And you can see that in this case, I did not actually include @Workspace. And we're going to get back, because I didn't include @Workspace, we're going to get back a really generic response. So again, out of the box, Copilot can see things like your cursor, your current selection, some of the open files, maybe some diagnostics, other things related to your current view here, but it can't see your entire workspace. So it's generated this really generic response. And it's saying, well, this looks like a TypeScript project. Here's a bunch of kind of generic instructions you could use to actually build TypeScript code. So running node-v, and that might be what you want in some instances, but here it's really not what we're after. We're wanting to know how to build this specific project. And that's where we can use @Workspace. So let's go in here. And instead, I'm going to say @Workspace. And you can see that when I type the @sign, I got some nice completions here. So it's going to help me and say, here are some chat participants. So I'm going to say @Workspace, how do I build this? And now it's going to, again, scan through our workspace, find the most relevant information that it can to actually answer this question. And we're going to hopefully get back a much more scoped and helpful response that is going to help us get started contributing to this project. If we look at the response here, you can see that it is more confident that it is a TypeScript project now, and it's telling us the different steps we can take to actually build this. So it's saying npm install and then run compile, and these are defined even in this package.json file. So it's also telling us that where it found the information here. I can even click on this package.json file link, and it's going to open that up so that we could go and inspect this ourselves. So that is a whole lot more helpful than the really generic response we were getting before. And again, that's all coming just because we used that @Workspace chat participant at the start, so it could consider the entire workspace when answering our question here. So pretty cool. And again, always make sure to include @Workspace when you're asking these type of questions. All right, so that's asking a general purpose question about the workspace. But what if we wanted to actually find something in our current code base? So maybe we're wanting to make a contribution somewhere. How do we go about actually doing that? And again, we can use @Workspace for that. So let's go back over to chat. And let's say @Workspace, maybe we're interested in working on the code folding support for Markdown. So this lets you, for instance, collapse a section of headers in a Markdown document. So I'm going to say @Workspace, where's code folding implemented? And again, because we're using @Workspace, it's going to scan through, find all the code related to code folding, and hopefully generate the best response it can using that information. In our response here, you can see that it's telling us that code folding is implemented in this class here, in this file, so in the folding.ts file. And I can just click on folding.ts. It's going to open that up. I could also click on the class name, and it's going to jump to the class definition over in folding.ts. Now, the response here is pretty short. It's a pretty concise response, I think just 2 sentences or so. So we actually might want a little bit of extra information. And we can use a follow-up question to hopefully get Copilot to provide a little bit more of an explanation here. This might be what you want in some instances, but sometimes you want a little bit more information. So over here in chat, I'm going to actually press the up arrow key so I can access the history of the chat. And you can see that it's now filled in the last question that I asked. And I'm going to say, where's code folding implemented? And also provide code examples to explain. Now it's going to also go scan through the workspace and find hopefully useful code samples that it's going to use to answer our question here. And I give it a moment as it's coming up with the response. Now you can see at the start of the response here, it's pretty much the same information. But after that, it's now generating additional context and additional information that we requested. So it's actually sharing some code samples that it's found, and that these are taken actually from our workspace itself to explain how code folding is implemented. So just by adding that extra instructions in our prompt, we're able to get a more useful response that is closer to what we were looking for. So always helpful to be very explicit about what you're looking for when you're dealing with Copilot, and also ask these follow-up questions as well when you don't get back quite the response that you're looking for. So that's how you can go and find some how you can find code in your project. But what about actually writing code? So maybe we now want to go and add some tests for code folding. Well, we can also use @workspace for that. And when you use @workspace to write new code, what it's going to do is take the relevant snippets in your project and use that and consider them when it's generating the new code. So let's go back here, and we're going to go into the chat and say @workspace, write some new tests for code folding. So now again, it's going to look at all of our existing tests for folding. It's going to look at the folding implementation, hopefully generate some new tests that we can add for code folding here. So we're actually using it to write code now. In this case, if we actually look at the tests that are being generated, hopefully these are some good ones. And you can see that it's also told us that there's an existing test file. So there's a folding test file here that has the existing tests. And these are now some existing ones that we could consider adding to our list there. Now, one useful part of the UI that I want to point out here is the references that are listed up here. Now, I said that when we generate the context for @workspace, so when we're looking through your workspace for what information to include, that is all done automatically. And in many cases, you don't actually have to think about what context is being included, because if you get back a response that you're happy with, that's great. But let's say that the response you got back isn't quite what you were looking for. That's where it's helpful to sometimes look at the context that we passed over to Copilot to help answer the question. And that context is available or listed in these references here. So I can actually go over to my reference list, and I'm just going to click on this. And now I can see the different code snippets for my project that Copilot used to answer this question. Again, these were generated automatically for me whenever I used @workspace. So in this instance, I have a reference from the main folding file here and a reference from the folding test file here. And can actually go and click on these to see the different sections of code that Copilot was using to generate this response. This is probably going to be most helpful if you get a Copilot response back that is not quite what you're looking for. So maybe you're working on a complex project that has a bunch of sub-projects in it. If Copilot maybe found some of the code in a sub-project, you could then see the references that are being picked up, and maybe they're all coming from that sub-project, and go and tweak your prompt so that you get back a better response. So you can use these references. Again, you don't need to look at them all the time, but it can be a helpful way to go and debug issues with your Copilot response and just to understand a little bit more of what's going on behind the scenes. All right, so now we've written some tests for code folding. Let's actually now finally use @workspace to add a new feature. So I'm going to go over here and say, let's do @workspace again. So @workspace, and then say, how can I add support for folding these triple : blocks in Markdown? So now I'm actually going to get Copilot to help out by adding a new feature to my code. So I've had it kind of explain how to get started on the project, had it write some tests. Now we're actually wanting to go and add some new features here. And you can see, again, it's considering the entire workspace, all the code in my project, considering the tests, and it's providing some hints of what we could do to actually add support for blocks that are defined with the triple : which is kind of a Markdown extension syntax that is fairly common for different Markdown engines out there. And it's provided some helpful recommendations along with these links here to various sections of our code. So we'd be able now to actually go and start adding support for folding using this information that Copilot has provided. So Workspace is great when you're wanting to ask a question about your entire code base. And you can see that we were able to provide context for you automatically. And in many cases, that's really all you need. So you're just wanting to ask a question, not have to think about including specific files or anything like that. But if you're ever wanting to get something a little bit more focused, where you're asking about a specific file in your code base, there are ways to do that as well. So let's go into the code folding file here, and I'm actually going to scroll up. Let's go to the provide folding ranges method here. And let's say that we're really interested in just this method and understanding how this is used. Now, VS Code includes some variables that you can use to reference specific parts of your code. So in this instance, if we're just interested in our current selection, we can use the #selection variable to reference that in our chat here, instead of copying and pasting this code over into the chat. So this is, again, it's going to use a specific part of our code base instead of looking at the entire code base. So I'm going to say over here in chat, explain, and then I'm going to say hash, and then selection. And this is going to be a stand-in for my current selection over here in the active editor. So I'm going to say explain selection. Now, in this instance, we actually have a explain command that you could also use as kind of shorthand for this, that is going to have a few extra functionality, bits of extra functionality as well. But we're just wanting to get a basic explanation here. I could also do something more fancy, which our normal /explain command would not do. So I could say explain selection as a poem. And now we're going to get back the selection explained as a poem instead of a normal helpful explanation here. So very nice poem that we've written now explaining the current selection. Now you can also combine these variables with the @workspace chat participant in some interesting ways. So if I go in here, let me get my selection again for provide folding ranges. I'm going to now use the current selection along with @workspace. So I'm going to say @workspace here, and I'm going to ask where's, and then I'm going to say selection tested. And now we're asking for, in the context of our entire code base, where is this current selection that I have being tested? And hopefully it's going to be able to find the tests here. And sure enough, it's found the folding.test file here. And we're able to, again, reference our current selection explicitly using that selection variable, but then include information about the rest of our code base by using @workspace here. So that's one of the variables that you can use. Now, if you instead want to ask about the entire current file that you're working in, we could use the editor variable. So this is going to be #editor. And this will let us ask questions about the entire editor. So we could say something like, what does, and then we'll say hash and then editor. And we're just going to say, what does this editor do? And this is, again, the currently active editor. It's not just the current selection. And we're able to now ask a question about the entire editor that we have open over here. I'm just going to stop that because we're getting back an explanation that seems to be right. And one final variation that I want to show for these variables is that you can ask questions about specific files in your workspace. So with @workspace, again, it is going to kind of automatically determine what information to include. By using the file variable, you're able to explicitly say, hey, I want this file to be the focus of the question. So we're able to guide Copilot in the right direction by including a file specifically. So let's take a look at that. So over here in chat, I'm going to say, what does, and then I'm going to say hash and then file. And this one's a little bit different because you're actually now including a specific file that you have to select. So you can see I get this quick pick here that's a list of all files in my code base. I can just start typing. So I'm going to say something like completions here. And I'm going to choose the path completion file. And now I'm going to say, what does file? And that's the path completion file. And I'm going to ask, what does that file do? So now we're asking a question very specifically about that one file in our code base. You could actually include multiple files if you wanted to as these variables. But in this case, I just wanted to learn about this one file in my code base. Oftentimes, you'll just want to be using @workspace because it will do all of this automatically. But if you ever want to just reference maybe the README file or maybe just a single file and really get a summary of it or have it generate code just for that one file, you can use these variables instead. And you can also combine them with @workspace as well. So that's some quick looks at how you can use @workspace. All right, a few more details about actually working effectively with @workspace here. So some tips. This kind of applies to all Copilot questions, but try to be precise about what you want. Copilot isn't magical. It can't read your mind. You saw that when we first asked where code folding was implemented, it provided a very short and concise response. That might be what you want. But if we actually wanted more explanation, we had to give it a few extra prods to say, hey, actually, we want some code samples that explain where code folding is implemented. So try to be precise about what you're looking for. If you have a complex project, try to give it some hints so it can find the specific area of your project that you're interested in if there could be multiple potential responses. So just keep in mind that you sometimes need to be a little bit more precise. If you have a smaller project or are looking for something that is very precise in your workspace, you may be able to get away with something that's a little bit more vague. But in general, if you're not getting the response that you want, try giving a little bit more instruction to Copilot so it has some hints on what you're looking for. This also kind of ties into the next point, which is ask follow-up questions. With Copilot, I, in general, see quite a few times where people will ask a single question and they won't get back the response that they want, and they'll say, oh, Copilot, it's not working, I give up. So that is really not the most effective way to use Copilot. Instead of treating it more like a search engine where you're just hoping to get back the magic perfect result the very first time, think of your Copilot conversation more like a conversation where you're going to have some back and forths. Maybe there'll be some misunderstandings and you have to clarify things. You can see that we could ask the follow-up questions where we said, hey, add some extra code samples here. So treat it more like a conversation instead of always hoping to get the single best response. And I've found that that's a whole lot better for generating useful responses with Copilot. Now, a few limitations of @workspace. And these are current limitations. They may change in the future, but just things to be aware of so you know what type of questions @workspace can actually answer today and which ones it can't. So first big limitation, at workspace is not magic. It can't do something like fix all bugs in this project. That's just beyond the scope of what we're able to do. And who knows what a bug even counts as. So that's just too vague, too broad. We'd love to be able to support something like that in the future, but for right now, it is a little bit more limited. So you can't do overly vague things like that right now. Another thing that at Workspace and Copilot is not so good at in general are answering questions where there's a very specific answer, or like IntelliSense type questions. A good example of this would be like, how many JS files are in my project? Another example would be, how many times is this symbol used? Now, these are questions that you can use normal tooling, like you can use VS Code's normal IntelliSense to say find all references on a symbol to actually see all the references. And it's going to be very reliable. It's going to be pretty fast. Copilot, though, is not so good at answering that type of question. Even if you actually feed all of like a list of JavaScript files over to Copilot, sometimes it's just going to get the wrong response. It's going to count everything incorrectly. So keep in mind some of these limitations. Again, we may relax them in the future, and we're hoping to improve them. But these are some limitations that I've seen people run into and then be a little bit frustrated just because they're not quite aware of what Workspace is designed for right now. And then finally, Workspace right now, it only has access to the current state of the file, or of the workspace. It does not have access to like the Git history. It doesn't have access to your GitHub issues. It doesn't have access to online documentation. So it is limited to looking at the code in its current state. And just keep that in mind. It also is going to only look in files that are part of your project. It will not look at things that are in your git ignore, for instance. So just keep in mind these limitations when you're asking questions. Again, things we're working on improving in the future, but right now these are things to remember when asking at Workspace questions. Which brings us to maybe some things for the future. So going forward, we are looking to make at Workspace faster. You can see that there was a little bit of a delay when we're asking these questions. We've already got some improvements coming that should reduce that, and are hoping to make some other optimizations in the future, but that is something that we're aware of. We also are looking to include more context whenever we're asking these workspace questions. So we try to include the most relevant information now, but if you're on a large project, sometimes there can be quite a lot of relevant information. So if a symbol is used in hundreds of places, we sometimes can't include all of that information today. And we're looking to expand that so that we can include as much information as possible that is relevant so that Copilot can provide the best response as possible. Something that's coming up that I'm excited about for May is that we're actually going to be adding better IntelliSense in the code blocks that Copilot generates. So you saw that it was generating some code snippets from our workspace, and then it can also generate new code snippets. We're looking at adding good IntelliSense so you can like hover over things or run go to definition. And if it's referencing a symbol that's actually defined in your workspace in one of those code blocks, it would actually be able to jump directly into where that symbol is defined in your workspace. So it should be pretty cool and help you understand the code blocks that are being generated a little bit better. And then finally, we're integrating all of this workspace knowledge into many other Copilot features as well. So whenever you're generating tests or doing refactorings, it's helpful to have some context on where symbols are used, some coding conventions in the workspace. So we're really looking to make a lot of different other Copilot features more aware of the project that you're working on, which is not something that always is happening today. With that, I post some tips and tricks on my YouTube channel for working with VS Code. So this is something on my Code 2020 YouTube channel. So these are not all about Copilot, it's just general purpose programming things. And then I also post some previews of things that I'm working on for VS Code and things that I'm excited about over on LinkedIn, so you can follow me over there as well. And hopefully this gives you some ideas on how you can work effectively with at Workspace. Be sure to file any issues or feedback that you have on this as well, and happy coding.
Nice. Thanks so much, Matt. That was awesome. So I'd like to just jump right into the question that we have. So what's the creative process to coming up with features like at Workspace? Do you get like inspiration from like the audience and users of VS Code? Do you guys come up with it as a team and decide what goes, what doesn't go into it?
I would say it's sort of a mix. So this is something that we on the team, on the VS Code team, have found that we would really like, because working in the VS Code codebase, the codebase is just too large right now to know the entire thing. Sometimes you remember that you saw something that's, oh, I sort of remember the function name or the place where we did something that looks a certain way, and you just can't find it because you don't remember the exact symbol names or the exact text names. So it's something that we wanted Copilot to be able to help out with. But it's also something that we saw a lot of users when we were seeing how they were using Copilot. They sort of just expected it to have access to the workspace. Now, it's important that like we do have this explicit way of asking about the workspace, because as I mentioned, oftentimes there's a general like programming response that we could generate, like the array sort method on JavaScript, which is just a built-in thing you can always use. And then oftentimes there's a more specialized workspace response. And the same about like how do you build a project. There's often a general purpose answer and a more specialized one. So we wanted to build a tool that could let people ask these questions and interact with their code base and kind of interrogate their code base in different ways.
Nice. Well, this has been awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Matt, so much for being here. It was so great to have an engineer, and we also had Bridget earlier, PM on the VS Code team, actually working on shipping all the great stuff that we've shared throughout the entire day here at VS Code Day. So thank you so much, Matt, for spending some time with us. And Reynald, I think we've just about finished everything, no?
Yeah, there is one more thing. We do have like another sponsor, which is still ourselves, but we're going to be promoting it for Microsoft Build. So we wanted to share this message with you. We're developers. We don't just read books, we compile them.
We're developers. Of course, we spend more time customizing our IDEs than actually coding.
We're developers. We always wear headphones, but most of the time we're not listening to anything because we forgot to turn on the music.
We're developers. We consider it works on my machine a valid technical specification.
We're developers. We're not capable of fixing the printer. Please stop asking us.
I'm a developer, so of course I'm registering for Microsoft Build.
That is a wrap for VS Code Day 2024.
Thanks.
We had some guests come in last minute to say goodbye to an awesome community. Reynald, any last words?
Thanks so much, everybody. This has been fun. And right now, folks, I feel like taking a walk to the beach. You guys want to join me?
Let's do it. Bye, everyone. See you next year.
All right, bye.